Well, let's see if that's all working. Let's see if that's all working. It should be working. Hello, everyone.
Wait.
Hello.
Hi, how you doing?
Let's go to the video feed. And now the video is working. So, I'm sorry to say, but what had happened was quite simple, really. Everything had decided to update while I'd been off for lunch. So now we are at OBS version 31.1.1. Always nice of it to update. And we are Restream version 4.4 point something. And yeah, everything's been updated. So I do apologize. It's been fun, but hopefully it is now live and is now working. Now, the bot is not working.
Do you actually want your technology to work?
Yes, I do want my technology. In the nicest way, Restream costs me money each month. I pay money each month for Restream. Rather than because,
if you want technology that works, can I suggest just getting a large rock and using it to hit things?
Well, I'm actually at the point where I'm considering running the questions, etc., and things on one computer and using another computer to handle all the streaming stuff. So getting a small computer to literally just run the bit of the questions and all that stuff and the video footage, and then having another computer dealing with the streaming stuff, so it can be streamed to multiples at the same time without me having to use the data. But I'm sort of going, that's setting up a whole another computer, and that's all sorts of things have got to be set up.
To be honest, StreamerBot's lightweight enough. You could probably use your laptop to do that.
Yeah, probably could. My laptop has been thanks to Leslie and a few others, has been successfully upgraded to the point at which it can run most of these things. Hello, yes, we are back. Please tweet, shut a sound off, scream into the void. We are live. Tell everyone. Tell them all. We are live. We are live. We are live. Lord help us. We are live. And I'm not joking, please do, because it fell down, so please do share on social media that we're live and it's actually working today. Because it has taken us 10 minutes for it to get started, so I could imagine people have gone away. And next week's the what if questions, so people tend to want to get their history questions out of the way before they have a lot of what if questions. So please do go and tell everyone, because I have a fluffy research assistant here who's very much looking forward to the history questions. And is looking very much forward to the what if history questions next week. Because, as you all know, the third Sunday of every month is the what if questions Sunday. And what's even more fun is after that Sunday, I will then be driving up, and I will possibly, I may not take part in the lovely ramblings the following evening. It's going to depend. I might be broadcasting live from a hot tub. I might not be. Depends. Because the place I'm going to be staying in Exeter, on the way up, where I'll be stopping, has a hot tub, which they allow me to go off and quietly use on my own. Mainly because no one else is there. So they don't mind. So I have my whole hot tub to myself. So I might broadcast the ramblings from a hot tub.
Oh, joy.
Yeah, in nicest way, I know it's what you and Dragon have been dreaming of, Fleet. I know it's what you and Dragon have been dreaming of. See someone finally living the life of a historian, broadcasting to the world from a hot tub. That's what we deserve. That's what we are, basically. You know, we are the world's natural celebrities and should be treated as such. Right. I'm going to open
Bye.
questions, but the questions are being picked up by very nice people. Not by a bot, because the bot is not working. Today we are joined by Dan, Dragon, Fleet, and Runon. I'm guessing Foxo is either delayed, or has found something more interesting to do, or is tormenting her brother. Which is also something more interesting to do. I'm guessing it's one of those options.
Are you saying that we're less interesting than sibling torment?
I've met my sister. I know what most sisters are like. In the nicest way. There's not even a contest between doing something and tormenting a sibling. They'll pick tormenting a sibling every single time. Especially a brother. It's a universal truth. Leslie, boil in a bag historian. That's terrible. We require our own pan at the very least. We don't come with just a mere bag. We're not a microwave, and we're not a frozen item.
Hey, you'll be happy to know I'm not microwaving the lasagna to reheat it.
That is good, because I'm worried about the Italians who will be hunting you down.
Hey, as long as they take me back to Europe to do the torturing, I'm okay, because that's one step closer to my goal.
Oh, I don't know. Now, before we get too much into questions and starter questions, I should really open up something about something that some of you will have noticed already, that on my Patreon page, the November 2025 patron suggestions have gone live. And already there have been some comments from Paul from Chicago, Felix B, and Michael66. But there are many more spaces available. So, you know, please do come. How are we all doing? Fleet, how are you doing?
Fine. I had a pretty good stream today.
I got called away.
And of course got Monday.
I'm sorry I got called away again, but I got told my food had arrived and there were cousins over here, so I had very little chance of getting that food if I left it for another hour.
I get it.
Yeah. It was a case of, I want to stay here for Fleet because I'm playing Pirates of the Burning Sea. And honestly, if I play long enough, he might pop in here and do this a little bit with me before he does his normal game. But then I got sent a message of, food, son! And I went, I won't have food if I leave that. I will not have food.
I was comatose.
Don't you mean comatose?
I said what I said.
I believe Runon was possibly lying in some sort of scenario where she was also a flower, as well as a sleep.
I'm not quite certain how the flower thing works, but okay, whatever. It's even weirder than what I said, so I'm not going to turn it down.
I will confess I was envisioning something to do with baker foil. Tin foil.
No, that would be tinnitus. And I don't need the tinfoil hat. I already have the microchips injected directly in my bloodstream, and they need to get updated because I'm starting to hear the sweet sound of Bill Gates' voice fade in my ears.
Well, I was thinking chrome, as in, you know, metallic, generically.
Oh yeah, I need to put my phone on charge.
That's always
I
useful.
should probably check my laundry too.
It's always useful to put these things on charge.
Anyway, for our first question of the evening, if I may.
Yes.
Bone Meal Boy, are modern warships protected against splinters from near misses? And if so,
Yes.
to what extent?
Yes.
Kevlar
and
is
yes.
a wonderful drug.
Kevlar,
Um,
steel plate, splinters are splinters. It's one of those things where you start talking about ships and you go, you're dealing with something which is several thousand, or often around 10,000 tons, which is already a significant structure. It's going to be subdivided into many different compartments, up and down. It's often going to have Kevlar, various thicknesses of steel, and various points around it, plus large metal objects in it. One of the interesting things, conversations I had with someone not long ago was basically, well, all you need is a 12.7mm machine gun round to get into an engine room, and it would ricochet all over the place and kill everyone. And I was looking and went, and how's it getting in there? And even if it does get in there, probably if it hits anything, considering the space it usually takes up, it hits the engine block. Which, whilst gas turbines famously do not like being hit by such things, gas turbines in marine settings tend to be, how should I put this, quite well shielded.
Robust.
And robustly positioned. So your little single machine gun bullet is not going to go a long way. But there again, I see many interesting claims about modern warships and modern things. In fact, the amount of times I see people claiming that modern ships are just going to get sunk in the moment a war goes on, I go, well, in the nicest way, as successful as the Ukrainians have been, that hasn't been the experience of the Russians. The Russians have suffered some severe losses, and they are as badly prepared as they can become. And there again, you can go to the Falklands War, where, well, Michael Clarke, and this is the fun thing, the Amphibious Task Group commander, was actually confronted by an Air Chief Marshal when he got back. And the Air Chief Marshal said, what did he do? Because they'd run the test on their computer programs, and as far as they were concerned, this was the Royal Air Force's estimate, the Royal Navy would be wiped out 3 times over by the Argentinian Air Force.
Yes, and of course the Royal Air Force had kind of neglected the fact that the Argentinians only had a limited number of exocets out of their calculations as well.
They didn't actually include any exocets in their calculations.
What?
No. They were entirely, according to their systems, the capability of modern aircraft, such as the Argentinians had, and the bombs and the capabilities they would have in their terror attacks would mean that the Royal Navy would be wiped out. Especially the Amphibious Task Group ships and the ships taken up from trade.
I think you turn round to them and go, congratulations, I have demonstrated that your model had flaws. Aren't you lucky that it happened this way round rather than when you were the one supposed to be sinking stuff? Now, would you like to get back to it and go away and leave me alone whilst you try and work out how you're going to stop the Northern Fleet?
Well, the fun thing was, as I put in when I'm describing him, I'm talking about Michael Clarke, who'd been was the Commodore Amphibious Task Group at that point, and had been the first commander of a Buccaneer S2 squadron, and had been a observer, so the rear officer in the aircraft, not a pilot, the observer. He was probably at that point one of the best trained anti-shipping air specialists in the world. He'd focused on it for years. It was basically the primary job of the Buccaneers was to take out enemy shipping. That was what they focused. That and low-level strikes with various interesting weapons was what they focused on. And he was sitting there. He listened to their description of the program, and he decided they'd honestly never functioned in that the ships could actually do something to defend themselves. And the ships could move. And that is a problem. They can move.
Who said they were allowed to? No, they're not allowed to do that. They have to stay still when they're being attacked.
Yeah.
And they have to
Them's
have
the rules.
both active and passive countermeasures powered down.
Well, you start factoring into
Otherwise,
it.
it's not sporting.
It's when you realise that you're looking at something which has, if it's a well-designed, well-built charter ship, it's going to have layers of defence itself. A task group, therefore, will have layers of layers. A task force will have layers of layers of layers. And that's the point. The point is that you shouldn't be, it's, when we point to these ships which usually get, the famous ships which get sunk and get themselves into trouble, they're usually on their own. When we talk about the Moskva and her loss, she was on her own. And yes, she had some issues even before that with her own layers and her own things. But the fact is, she shouldn't have been operating on her own. She should have had at least a frigate with her. She should have been operating, it should have been at least a frigate with her. There should have been a task group of at least 2 ships. So that they could support each other. And yet, she was alone. And unsurprisingly, she's overwhelmed. And the lesson people take from that is, the age of warships is over. And the lesson a naval historian takes from that is, okay, so we've been banging on for the last, God knows, 100 or so years that ships operate best when they're in groups. And you still aren't listening to us, you morons!
But Dr. Clarke, groups are expensive, and then that means we don't get as much of a peace dividend, and we can't lower taxes the way we said we were going to when we were at the polls.
I'm going to ask this of Fleet. You play Rule the Waves quite a lot, don't you?
Yes, I do.
The one thing I really do like about that game is that it does give a benefit for you operating ships together in groups rather than individually, doesn't it?
Of course, absolutely.
You build a group. It's the same with UAD. They give a benefit for groups of ships because they work together. Computer game developers can get this through their thick skulls. And computer game developers are sometimes some of the most difficult people in the world to change their minds because they get obsessed with gameplay and what they think it should be like in the game rather than the real world. I love them dearly. I work with them regularly. They're some wonderful people, but by God, once they get an idea stuck in their head, it's difficult to get out. Yet they still get that idea, but politicians don't.
Yeah.
And we can now probably start listing off the computer games which don't get this right.
And Dr. Clarke, just before Fleet steps in, sorry, Fleet.
Yeah.
You have to remember that game devs have to work with a much higher percentage of autistic people than politicians do. And autistic people, when it's dealing with their special interest, and I know this because I'm one of them.
This will make sense. There is no negotiation.
Get very, very uppity when something is wrong. You heard my rant last night about the balcony solar.
Yeah.
Surprising no one, the career I've spent 20 years of my life in is something of a special interest for me, and I have opinions about it.
Naturally.
Outrageous.
But to just very, and I will be quick, just to finish my point. Literally, all I was going to larp on about was basically the fact that just to highlight, just to sort of blend both Ruin and Dr. Clarke's points. Not only does Rule the Waves get that right, it also gets right the fact that when wars end, or even when wars are approaching, politicians make decisions stupidly, like cutting the Navy's budget. After they've told me to build something, which they gave me budget for.
Yeah.
And they cut it. No other game gets right the frustration of an admiral going, "Why have you cut my funding?" better than Rule the Waves does.
Yeah.
Slight plug. Watch my Rule the Waves stream to see how Fleet gets frustrated by the government.
This is why I don't play Rule the Waves, because I would start committing murder of the computer. I
Thing is, I accept it as part of the game. And
I know it's historically accurate and fits in the gameplay. I find it cretinous when people do it in real life. And on a computer game as well, which is supposed to be my stress relief. I want to hunt you down and hurt you. Yeah.
I'm just wondering why I bought 2 pounds of oven baked clay, and why I was thinking I was going to need that much.
Hey, look, in a nice way, I am sitting here at the moment today doing all this happily, and thinking about all this, but also mentally sitting there going, please, will the people who are buying the house in Epsom please move through and actually buy the house, because every time they delay, it costs me more money in lawyers' fees. And the money, of course, that's supposed to come back from the house sale doesn't come back into my account. And when you're sitting there at the thing where you're looking at it going, in theory, I go bankrupt on Thursday this week if a paycheck that is notoriously late from one of my contract jobs doesn't come through on time. Because I have a X £100 bill to a lawyer go out on Thursday. Because of the house. Because the lawyer's bills don't delay, even though the house sale delays.
Mm-hmm.
I do love that. The lawyers are working on the house sale. Their bills don't delay.
yes.
Dr. Clarke, you have a stream together invite.
Yay, I will go to it. I will set it up.
Been sent.
Yes. It has arrived. Let's stream together.
I'm still wondering why you can't have riders on your sales just as boilerplate. That is if you unduly delay, you can be responsible for the fees for your undue delay.
Well, this is the thing that's worrying me, and I will say that this is probably what's on my mind, so I do apologise, people, but if it gets delayed this month, and it's delayed into next month because of the bridging loan and everything that's on that property, technically we could be liable for an extra 60 grand in interest, because it's got super interest if it goes over to 12 months. And that scares the bejesus out of me. Which we thought was... Yeah.
At a certain point, yes, there is due diligence, and then there is, I'm going to be an idiot just for the sake of being an idiot.
Yeah. And I'm sitting there
going... The
funny
thing is that there's provisions for that in U.S. law where it's like, no, you're just being an idiot, so you get to pay more now.
And this house has been for sale for 12 months. And the first 6 months we didn't have anyone go round it, and there are reasons for that, and it was to do with the estate agents at the time, and we will be launching various actions on them. The next 6 months they moved to a new estate agent, and just had people go round it, etc. And believe it or not, the people who are buying are the people who were some of the first people to go around it 6 months ago. It's just taken them this long to move through the fricketing process. And
it worked.
When I kid you not, they are literally first-time buyers moving out. It's a chain of the one side of them are first-time buyers, and they're moving into our house, which is empty. And it has taken 6 months to sort it through. The lawyers, the surveyors, everything. I kid you not. Yeah. The moral story, everyone, is don't get involved in buying houses. Buy a plot of land, build the house from scratch, and then when you're finished with it, demolish it. Life will be easier. Next question. Ramul, new member. Hello, Ramul. Why did the USN remove their CAGs, CLGs, and all gun cruisers from service in the 1970s? Do you think the advent of the anti-ship missiles contributed to the decision, even though the missiles are active? Yes, but basically the USN at that point, those ships were all quite old, So, and they were theoretically going to be replaced by the strike cruisers, and then they didn't get the strike cruisers, and it was also because the strike cruiser became a very, very long-running program, and basically it was a whole sort of thing of these ships are old, they need to be replaced, then they have their cruiser gap, they do the TCOs, are suddenly cruisers instead of destroyer leaders, and at a certain point it all gets a bit messy.
Yeah, but honestly, they got the capability they needed from the Tychos. It wasn't perfect, but it was enough.
Yeah, it was enough, and they're cruisers in name only, but they are enough capability. They are what they needed for the role for an air defense vessel.
I will point out, if you look at what the Tychos are compared to what's come before in terms of the US having cruisers, quote unquote, they do fit a nice, steady upward trend in firepower and capability.
They are not a cruiser hull.
Oh, well, yes, I know, but
They're not
I'm
a cruiser
talking
hull,
in the
they're a
same way,
destroyer leader hull.
name only.
Yes, this is why I'm going with cruiser name only, but one of the biggest issues they have, one of the reasons why they've had issues upgrading them, etc., was because they're not a cruiser-built hull. They don't have the space or the stability within the hull to expand it as much as it could have been expanded. So, honestly, they are destroyer leaders. They're very good vessels for what they were, but they are... I get in... There is a ship which I refer to as the last USN cruiser. And it's not a Tycho. I'm not going to name it because then we get into a whole discussion of, how it looks versus... the rest of you, because I know one of you somehow has love in your heart for Hoche, but not for Long Beach, and I just don't know how you'd like to be the case.
Long Beach.
How? Good grief.
It's a box on...
Fleet, buddy, all your taste is in your mouth.
Yeah. Anyway, but politely, just to hammer home the point this question is asking about, the need to counter Sverdlovs with guns goes away as soon as Talos exists.
Yes, I would also argue the other problem for the Sverdlovs was that they were never produced in enough numbers, and the rest of the fleet they were supposed to be supporting wasn't there.
Yeah, that as well, but more just this whole, we need gunships to counter the Sverdlovs. I just go, Talos exists, Direct Fire Sea Slug exists, Exocet exists, Harpoon exists.
Yeah.
Why do we need guns when we have missile that the Sverdlov has no answer to?
And nicest way.
Why do
we need missile when we have? Why do we need missile when Mark 48 exists?
And the scariest thing for all of these assets, I would argue, definitely the scariest thing for all of these assets was, of course, the thing that was built to specifically kill the Sverdlov existed. The Buccaneer. Which could fly low enough, it could actually, theoretically, they worked out, get in under the guns of the Sverdlov and not be able to be engaged.
Okay, but Dr. Clarke, let's be honest here.
Yes?
Most of the time, you don't need to engage a fast attack craft with anything bigger than a 20 millimeter. And most of the time, those fast attack craft are only going in the tens of knots, not the hundreds of knots. The Buccaneer is an aberration and should not be considered in your area defense calculations for surface targets.
Yeah, that's the trouble. Is basically you don't expect a surface target which is pretty much just flying so close to the water it might as well be in the water. Bob the Bomb, Buccaneer Martel exists. That is the true thing, though. Everyone else is going, we're going to have to... We're really worried about the Sverdlovs. The Royal Navy goes, we're not. Go train, Buccaneers. Go train. And this goes, how low can we go?
Was there ever a joint Allied exercise where the Op 4 for the Buccaneers claimed that they didn't get hit or sunk because they never saw the Buccaneers? Because the Buccaneers were moving too low and too fast?
It was interesting dealing with the Buccaneers. There were a few times that the Americans did claim the Buccaneers were cheating.
Ooh, Buccaneers.
Because this is how we summon Foxo. We just have a question that involves Buccaneers at the start, and Foxo, boom,
Yeah.
shows up.
Oh, of course, best way to summon her.
It's the joke about the Buccaneers that they have to descend to get to their cruising altitude after takeoff.
So
From
they have
a
to
sea level
They have to
airstrip.
rise up to actually be able to put their wheels down.
Yes, the reason the reason they only ever climb is because of terrain.
No, there's one other reason, actually. There's
Sheep.
one other time apart from terrain. Apart from terrain and landing on carriers and occasionally dealing with bad sheep. There's one other time they need to climb. When they're actually doing the attack run. Because otherwise they will just dart straight into it. They need to climb a little bit so they can drop the bomb and get over the ship.
The Buccaneers have the most terrifying method of attacking someone with conventional bombs. They fly in super low, get to Mach 0.9, pull up harsh, and then yeet the bombs at you.
Actually,
And then roll back down.
I think it was Michael Clarke once described how in one exercise, instead of loading practice bombs, they loaded something. I think was it pumpkin cakes or something which was going to be a squashy, horrible mess, and they dropped that on the ships. I think it was an exercise versus the Americans, but it could have been the French. And
It does sound like something those pilots would do.
And they basically they dropped them, and it was an absolutely horrid mess for the American. But it was because I think they did it because the previous exercise this force had claimed they hadn't been hit by the Buccaneers because they said their bombs had missed because they said their referee said they couldn't hit them at that angle. And so they decided to make to prove that they could hit them at that angle. So they left something which had to be painted over. Last one. Yeah, there were regular... In Red Flag, there were regular competitions between Buccaneers and Vulcans over who could fly the lowest.
Or the high, well, in the case of the Vulcans, or the highest, because there was a time in one of the tests where the American pilots got rather annoyed that, wait, you can't fly that high. Vulcans, why not? Just because you can't get up here in time, because we're flying above your F-104 and F-105 rapid response altitude. Seems perfectly fair to us.
Come down here and fight us fair. No.
Did we mention your cities are now ash?
You're forgetting the best one, Dragon. The Vulcans that were a part of the 4 bird squadrons, whose entire job, they didn't have bombs, whose entire job was scream into the void loud enough they can't track you.
BCM ones.
Yes. So not only were you having to harshly climb to intercept them, you couldn't lock or see them.
And then don't forget, then there was also one which I wish we got to see where, yes, let's just strap, like 8 anti-air missiles or cruise missiles onto this thing. It'll be fine. Make this, the air superiority version of the
So
the heavy escort.
What you're saying is that the Buccaneers never got higher than when they were doing air-to-air refueling.
Yes, effectively.
Yeah, they used to find that annoying. They get altitude sickness.
Correction, Foxer, it wasn't 8. It was 12.
Is it 12?
12 aim 54 Phoenix.
Yes.
Right.
I think, because there's a bunch of pictures of Vulcans flying through the Grand Canyon in Red Flag operations. Not over it, in it. But anyway, next question.
Richard Gross, during your decisions of attacking Pearl, you mentioned a fact-finding mission of 1940-41. The Japanese used to find out about Spitfires and Hurricanes. Why were they allowed to do this? Because Britain was still hoping for peace with Japan, and one of the methodologies of making peace was show them, look how good our technology is. Look at how good at fighting we are. Look how prepared we are to fight. Don't do this. So that's one of the reasons why that's going on. They're basically allowing them. Plus, they're part of diplomatic missions and diplomatic relations anyway, and so you can't really say no without causing issues. Without causing issues. And they would be very big issues.
It's the whole, we're technically friends until we sign a piece of paper or exchange a piece of paper saying we're not friends. But until then,
Really,
we are
it's-
friends.
Really, it's until we start exchanging live rounds with intent to kill each other.
Well, from a diplomatic point of view, it's kind of it's the bit of paper. You can be exchanging gunfire. That's not an issue. It's the piece of paper.
Yeah. That is the issue. Piece of papers matter. Now,
Did we ever actually declare war against North Korea in the late 40s?
no. It was a UN action.
Has the US actually gone to war since World War II?
Yes. 745. Ramal. Do you think the Tiger class cruisers can be converted to be like the Cleveland class CLG conversion? Do you think the Tigers are more viable design for CLG than Cleveland? Technically, yes, you could. Or are they more viable for it? Well, they're newer hulls.
But they're smaller hulls.
Not by much.
Cut price town.
The Tigers?
Yeah, they're based on the
They
Crown
are
Colony
based on
class.
a Crown Colony and towns, but they aren't cut price. They aren't cut price towns at that point. They are.
Rather have a town.
Yes, I know you'd rather have a town, but I'd rather have a town with the Tigers' weaponry on it.
Oh, we're on this question. I have opinions.
I was new.
But you always have opinions.
Just as long as they don't involve the hulls, we're fine.
The problem with converting the Tigers to a CLG, like the Clevelands, is that the UK doesn't have an equivalent missile to Talos and Terrier, aka proper dual use weapons. So basically, like with the Cleveland conversions, they could carry a twin-arm Talos launcher, and that covers them for basically any target threat. Incoming air, incoming missile, incoming ship.
Yeah.
Whereas the UK doesn't have an equivalent missile. Sea Slug is nice for air defense, but in an anti-surface role, it can't even reach out to just beyond the horizon if you've got the directors up on the mast.
Fleet, can you not even mention that as an occurrence? Just say it can't do it. Do not talk about it, okay? I have seen the exercise footage and the things where they have tried to do it. Please don't bring that back to my mind.
Okay. Sea Slug
Don't
can't do
torment me,
anti-surface. I thought you're the one who always says we have to say what they technically could do. You said this to me on Monday.
But technically speaking, Hosh can give people blindness, but you don't like mentioning that, do you?
That's not true, Striker.
Yes, it is.
No. Technically speaking, Hosh is an abomination of naval architecture.
Bloody
It
one rule
cannot technically give people blindness. It merely makes people wish they were blind.
One rule for me, another rule for thee. That's what I'm hearing. Ooh, honestly,
Yes,
sometimes.
if needed.
Yes. You are correct. But it's not for you. It's another rule for Hosh. Because it's Hosh's abomination.
Also,
Yeah,
because in
you're-
the nicest way, Sea Slug, there are enough people alive and in this chat who had to use Sea Slug at various points that they do not wish to be reminded about what using it was like.
Anyway, so okay. So to get back to my point. To get back to my point, yeah. So basically, there's no missile in inventory at the time you would consider a conversion for the Tigers that would make it worthwhile.
Yeah.
If you need Sea Slug in the fleet, you're building the counties.
Yeah.
So and at that point, if you're not putting Sea Slug on, you wouldn't put. There's no other missile that's available if you're not putting Sea Slug on. And why would you put Sea Slug on? Like, the conversion the Tiger's got into relatively effective ASW flagships was honestly the best use of the hull. It gave you a fairly effective ASW flagship.
Just to answer
With
a
a
question.
decent...
Sorry, there's a question that's come up, and you're quite right, Fleet, but answer a question which has come just quite urgent in the chat. Basically, to put questions into this, just flag down one of the mods. The bot we normally have is not working at the moment. There have been all sorts of updates on OBS and all sorts of other things, and basically, Streamer bot is just not working. And we've been trying to get it to work, and we will try and work out. Runon, who's live here, has been writing and rewriting and writing and rewriting code. Desperately, she's been working away on it, and at some point we will get all this stuff working. But at the moment, the very nice mods, I think it's Paul and Steve, have been taking a lead, but I think Runon and Leslie have also been joining in terms of taking in the questions and put them in. And just put question or something or Q next to it so that they realise it's a question, they can spot it quite easily. Okay? Q&A seems to be quite popular. Exclamation mark, Q&A, exclamation mark, question. Right. We've answered that one. Montana. What if HMS Renown or Repulse were laid down as admirals?
Well, that I assume...
Well, you get admirals early? Question mark?
The thing is, if they're going to be laid down... The thing is, are they being laid down as Admirals Hood as we know her, or are they being laid down as Admirals original flavour?
Well, also, if they are laid down as admirals, if there's an admiral-class battlecruiser built in that period, they'd be a follow-on from the Tigers, from Tigers' development, not necessarily Jackie Fisher's ideas, wouldn't they?
Yeah, so they'd be Admiral...
They'd be 8 15-inch gun, admiral-scale Tigers.
Would they stick with the... Yeah, because they'd stick with the arrangement of the turrets the way Tiger was arranged if they were just following on Tiger.
In that scenario, they'd be wonderful ships. They'd be far better than anything. But let's be honest, Tiger is a very, very good, very solid battlecruiser design. And remember, she displaces more than Renown and Repulse do, because she is far more solidly built.
It is worth pointing out, however, that when we say admirals, and in particular, in this particular question, in particular, where we're having them as follow-ons from Tiger,
and as you can tell, Fleet is being very particular in his answer.
Yes,
they're not gonna be as fast as Hood was. They're going to be faster. They're going to do what the big cats were doing. You get slightly faster, you get slightly better protected, you get better armed. So that's how it was going. So they're going to probably be 28.5, 29, possibly 30 knot ships.
Well, no,
with 8 15-inch guns.
If you're building them at that period, they're going to get small tube boilers, so they could be 32 knot ships. Because remember, Tiger's a 28 knot ship. So you've got a full small tube boilers. You've scaled up the length, etc. You could well be talking about a 32 knot ship.
Possibly.
You could well be talking about a 32 knot ship.
It's going to depend on. It's basically going to depend on, is that choice made? Do they go in for small tube? If they do, 32 knot ships, absolutely. But
US, this is Montana's question, right?
Yeah.
He has put a clarification in the chat saying Hood as we know her.
Hood as we know her.
They're getting two.
So
they're getting two
post Jutland Hood, and they're getting laid down and built before Jutland.
Okay, that's
they're useful, but it means you end up with basically a group of 3 ships, which are,
very weird until Jutland happens, and then all of a sudden, a lot of their design choices make sense.
Yeah. Of course, you've got you've also got the weird thing of a chicken and the egg scenario, because you reversed it. Now it's these 2 ships feeding into the design of Hood rather than the other way around. So So not the other way around. You get what I mean.
So you get Hood Plus essentially
Yes.
when the Admiralty does decide to cut steel on the admirals. Pun not intended.
Well, yeah, I would suppose if these ships are being laid down as they are, if these ships are laid down instead of written on a repulse, that means that what is that? Oh god, that really, with them now being Hood as we know her, that really messes up procurement following this procedure. At that point, then what
No.
do?
N3s and G3s get laid down.
No, that's
Or-
not. No, that's not. That's. We've brought the designs forward, not the rationale behind why they are the way they are.
Yeah, so you've completely mucked things around. And also, if you're building them, it's going to sound strange, but Hood wouldn't have been built like she is if you were building her from scratch. It's because they evolved the design while she's under construction that she ends up with some of the compromises and some of the issues she does.
Yeah.
You don't build a ship like that. You evolve a ship's design because you suddenly are going, hang on, the ship we're building now no longer fits with the paradigm we're fighting in. We need to change this drastically.
Wait, what? Okay, sorry for my outburst there, but I'm looking at a question that Bone Meal Boy has just put in over on YouTube, and I am deeply concerned about what the answer is going to be when we get to it.
Right. Okay. I haven't seen it yet.
Let's see if
I haven't.
Oh.
Oh boy.
We'll get to it when we get to it. We'll get to it when we get to it. But
I'm
my
gonna do some
dear
research.
God, am I concerned?
I don't think they
Okay.
got pods, did they?
Question, did the British ever invade Singapore before the end of World War II like the US did? The British were planning on invading Singapore, but they didn't get there before the Japanese had surrendered. The British were moving the resources and getting everything together for it, but the British the British hadn't done it yet. They had everything in place, and that's why they were so quick to to occupy Singapore, to get back into Singapore and release Singapore when the war was over, because all the forces were there waiting to go to Singapore as part of an invasion operation, and then they didn't need to go for an invasion operation, so they could just rush there at high speed.
Just on the thing about Hood being built for the original design being for a different kind of paradigm.
Yeah.
So quite a lot of that is to do with the realization that speed is not armor. Armor is armor, and speed is speed, and they are different things.
It's mainly to do with the fall of Jackie Fisher again, because the Royal Navy had realised it before World War One, had only managed after they got rid of him to start changing the battle cruisers, which is why you have the big cats and those ships start to come in like they are. Then he comes back. You get Renowned Repulse, and then you get the Admirals, which are another thing, and he's talking about Incomparable and all these other things, which are basically glass jaws. They get rid of him again, and then they have to start fixing things. And this is why the changes on Hood, which are traditionally attributed to post-Jutland, actually begin pre-Jutland, because the moment Jackie Fisher is gone, people start trying to change things on those ideas, those systems.
So I'm just wondering how much because a lot of that would be possible before Jutland. So I'm just wondering whether you could kind of make the argument that you might end up building something like Hood. You know, if they'd just been a couple of months ahead.
No, it wouldn't have been.
They were scheduled to lay down.
It would have been a continuation. If they'd been building anything, it'd been a continuation of the Tiger line. And you only have to look at the difference between Tiger and Hood. Tigers and the Admirals. Tiger is far denser construction. Tiger is, if in nicest way, when people make accusations of Hood being a fast battleship, I laugh, because If there's any vessel on the Royal Navy battlecruisers which could be argued to be heading towards fast battleship, it's Tiger, because of its density and subdivision and armor coverage. Hood doesn't come anywhere close to that. Once you look at the metrics, Hood doesn't come anywhere close. So they're looking at the wrong one. And it's the classic thing of they're going because of its size, it's the biggest, it's the best, but actually it's not the one which is closest to being a fast battleship. That's Tiger. And again, any battle cruiser which had been continued on, which had been if there had been a battle cruiser design laid down alongside the Queen Elizabeth and the R-class, that would have been a continuation of the Tigers with 15-inch guns. An evolution of them. You're probably talking about something which would have been probably 35,000 tons, roughly. Probably 30 to 31 knot, 30 to 32 knots, with how small tube boilers, and 8 15-inch guns.
It sounds very pretty.
Basically, it would be a Tiger with 15-inch guns.
Wahahaha.
And scaled
Also
up
completely
appropriately.
mucks up the Washington.
And
Completely
oil, not
mucks
coal.
up. Also completely mucks up the Washington Naval Treaty.
Oh yeah.
Kind
Anything-
of, but
I'm not a particular fan of Wilson, so I'm perfectly happy with that. Mainly because,
Look-
from what I can tell, he seems to have introduced a lot of the worst race discrimination rules in the US
Oh yeah.
for federal employees and things.
and resegregating the army. Don't
Yeah,
forget
he is
Yeah.
a fun one. Next question, to move on to next question.
I want to dunk on Wilson.
Is
All right, you get
Admiral-
one dunk.
You can get it after the question. Admiral Kuznetsov
I'm
class
not gonna let
aircraft
the
carrier.
American
The Admiral.
dunk on the-
Okay, next question. The Admiral. This is from 9681. The Admiral Kuznetsov class aircraft carrier, Admiral Kuznetsov, is finally going to be put out of her misery. Thoughts?
It means one of you first.
Look, in nicest way for Russia, this is going to be a problem because, especially if they haven't got especially as they haven't got the Mistral class LHDs, anything like that online, they are now, and none of their large Kirov class are actually viable at the moment. It means they're without a flagship and a state flagship, and they need that status. They need that status for their power, their ego.
Didn't one of the Kirovs just going through being working up after a rebuild right now?
It's been going through our rebuild and working up for the last 2.5 years.
No, isn't it's actually on sea trials right now. It's out. It's not in port as far as I'm aware.
No, this is the 4th set of sea trials. They keep having to be tugged back in.
It is a true heir to the Kuznetsov.
Yeah, it's let's put it this way. It's gone through 4 chief designers in the last 2 years.
I'm sure that's a perfectly normal, healthy, and non-problematic design development.
In contrast, the Royal Navy has managed to have the same controller of the Navy for last 4 years. He's just finished. That's Rear Admiral James Parkin has just finished his 4 years as the 78th Controller of the Royal Navy, and literally today is handed over to his successor. And you sit there and go, one of these speaks of stability. One of these speaks of, oh my lord.
Yeah. Dearie me. But yes, so to me, this means one of 2 possible scenarios. And whichever one is more likely, we're going to have to wait and see, because this is one of those things we can only go, time will tell. This means one of 2 things. A, it means the Russian Navy is actually willing to let go of fixed-wing aviation in their fleet, and that's just something they're willing to let go. And they're going to move over to being a rotary wing / drone force for aviation based around the 2 new helicopter warfare combatant / amphibious assault ships they're building in Crimea right now, which are, well, they'll get there when they get there. I'm not going to make any comment on when they're finished. It's Russia. They could be finished on time in 2028. They could be finished in 2040. Or, alternatively, option number 2, the Russians are going to leverage the experience they've been gaining building these 2 new helicopter combatants, and they're going to use that to build 1 or 2 small carriers of around the 40 to 50,000 ton range, based around experience that they might slip the Indians some rubles for backhand information on how Vikrant's been built and constructed, because she's about the size I would expect them to do. Because they don't have the yards to deal with constructing something the size of Kuznetsov to replace her, but they do have the yards and the experience building aviation ships of that 40 to 50,000 ton range. Whichever of the 2 outcomes, aka letting fixed-wing aviation go, or getting 1 or 2 or 3, depending on whatever they decide, no way to know, carriers to replace her. That's my take on it. And I know I know what Dr. Clarke's going to say. He's going to say Putin is going to want the biggest thing. And I get that, but I would also point out that there are occasions where Russia doesn't have the biggest thing, and Putin is happy to have that be the thing.
I would say the problem is that whilst there is the former commander of the Pacific Fleet, Sergei Arvyantkes, has said getting rid of Kuznetsov is absolutely the right move, and it's a very expensive and ineffective naval weapon system, and that future of naval warfare lies with uncrewed aircraft and robotic systems, not traditional aircraft carriers. That is the guy who was kicked out for incompetence by Russia.
As in, he failed to accept the bribes properly?
No, he was... Yeah. The Pacific, you have to remember, me and Fleet have discussed this before, traditionally, Northern Fleet gets the coldly competent officers, Pacific Fleet gets the competent but no political connection officers, and the Black Sea gets the very politically collected officers, right?
Yes.
And the Baltic gets the people who no one likes and they hope will die in any war.
Pretty much.
Yeah. He was commander of the Pacific Fleet and he gets kicked out for incompetence. That means he was expected to be, broadly speaking, competent with some political connections.
Yes. Now, here's, the reason that I have these 2 options rather than just one or the other is that I can see both. I can see both as something that could theoretically come of this decision. They're the only 2 options that I could consider them being on the table for the Russians, that they would make an announcement like this.
They haven't
They've
made
either
the
got to
formal
be...
announcement. This is trouble. This is a lot, at the moment, this is paper talk. There's a lot of discussions, a lot of people talking about it being done. But there has been no official announcement. And I am wondering if they are seeing how it goes unofficially, and then they're going to announce. And depending on the press and the amount of people and whether people have been laughing at Russia or all these things, is what they're going to announce next. Because, again, these systems, when you're talking about capital assets, they're not just procured as warfighting tools. They're procured as assets of statehood. And if Russia feels that they're going to be perceived as weak because they no longer have this capability, they will react.
There are some northern yards that are in need of work.
Yes, there are.
Some Northern Fleet yards. And also, that would also mean they could build a carrier, not a carrier with guided missiles on it.
Yeah.
Because it's not going to be built in the Black Sea. They're able to build their new helicopter amphibious ships in the Black Sea because they're not carriers, they're helicopter amphibious ships.
And honestly, in the Black Sea, that's what you want in the Black Sea.
Yeah.
But honestly, for the Pacific, etc., and you have to remember also, there's been quite a lot of worry recently about Russia, about their relationship with China, and whether they're slipping to second place. They imagine themselves still as equals.
Yeah, and I will point out that one of the major hurdles to this whole smaller 40,000-ton carrier concept was removed recently with the Russian acceptance slash official policy being changed that they are not going to operate whatever variant of naval flanker they have anymore on their carriers. They're going to operate MiG-29K, which frees you up to have a smaller hull with an acceptable air wing. It does mean you lose naval strike capability that naval flanker offered, but you can still do the fleet air defense role acceptably with MiG-29K.
I think it's probably if anything, they're going to have a conversation with the Indians, but they're probably going to want to scale up what the Indians are offering. So I know you say 40 to 45,000 tons. I have a feeling it'll be 55 to 60.
Yeah, it's.
Yeah,
I suppose
they will want
this
it
is one of those
just
things.
big enough, and in nicest way. I wouldn't be surprised if they also try and make sure it's longer than the Queen Elizabeth class.
Yeah,
They want it just big
there's
enough.
also-
It's status. There's going to be a lot of politics in it.
but it's one of those things where literally we can ruminate, we can discuss, but you kind of have to. It's one of those that you have to pull your things up and go. Time will tell. That's all we can say.
Yeah.
We do have the option to extend the Queen Elizabeth class just to be snooty, don't we?
No need. No
Big
need.
little
We have
hole on the front.
no need. We have a pair. We have a pair of somewhat operational carriers that actually go to sea multiple times a year and carry aircraft. The Russians don't.
We just need more aircraft. People have just discovered that actually, I did love it. I think the Daily Mail has once again discovered that aircraft fleets, they're not 100% available 100% of the time. That they go through maintenance cycles. Because they just said
Oh, wait, hold on,
only a third of the of the F-35 fleets are available for operations, and everyone else was going.
Hold up. Whoa. Hold on. The Daily Mail actually discovered something truthful and factual, and not only that, they then printed it. We are talking about the same.
They discovered about these things, but then they printed that this is a huge disaster because this means 2/3 of the F-35s aren't available in service, and therefore everything's terrible.
There we go. There's the spin. There we go.
No. It's not even spin. When you read it, it's just they don't even know what they're talking about, let alone questions. They're not spinning it. They're just being stupid.
Well, that's just the Daily Mail in a nutshell. Were you expecting competence from the Idiot Brigade?
No, but if you're going to make it your front page storyline, I'd expect you to at least do a Wikipedia search on it.
It's the Daily Mail. They couldn't do a Wikipedia search for a wet
At
crumpet.
least it's not the Sun. At least it's not the Sun.
No, in the Sun, it would be the nicest way. The page 3 girl would have the most insightful comment of the entire thing. We always know that.
You know what? The Sun's the Idiot Brigade, but at least it knows what it is. It doesn't try to be smart. The Daily Mail tries to be smart, and that makes it worse.
Hey, look, no. I will. There are things about the papers. I will accept that some of the papers really do not inform their readership properly, and do not. But I don't like phrases like the Idiot Brigade around it because that's usually used to slag off the people who read the Sun. And the thing is, quite a lot of people read the Sun because it's got the footy news, it's got the balance of news which they're interested about in the world.
I have no problem with the Sun. The Sun's actually fine. It's the Daily Mail I have issues with.
Yeah, I just have a problem with phrases like Idiot Brigade because it's used to attack the readers of the papers, and it shouldn't be. It's the papers which are the problem. And in nicest way, in my experience, the biggest problem with the modern newspapers, the system, is because they don't give they don't have the specialist journalists they used to have. If you can consider it used to be the Daily Mail, the Telegraph, the Guardian, the Times, they all had specialist naval reporters who literally just existed to report on what the Royal Navy was doing around the world. They had an entire defence team who would have a specialist Navy guy.
Royal Navy were reporting on.
Yes, that was the thing. But, they had specialists. Nowadays, they're all generalists. They are crewed about 1/10 of the number they need, and they have about 20 minutes to write an article.
And they pull an awful lot of it from places like AP, Associated Press and things. And their journalists are actually able to do very little journalism.
Yes.
And instead end up just having to kind of put just enough of their own rewriting of a story they've cadged off somebody else. So it's not completely vagrant.
The most disappointed students I ever deal with when they come out of university after they get a job in their chosen field are journalism students.
That doesn't
The
surprise me.
most disappointed, because what they end up doing is not what they're trained to do in university. In university, they're trained to do journalism. When they get into employment, it's not journalism that they believe they were being trained for.
That's I mean, that's true of a lot of professions. That the high-minded bits. You know, think about all the lawyers. They don't go to law school to go and kind of prop up dodgy businesses and suppress them from having reports about the dodginess of their chief executives, whether in their personal or professional lives. That's not what they've gone into the law to do, but it's what they end up doing because that's what they're paid to do.
Rafael Garcia,
money.
and nice way, Rafael Garcia, you're writing a sort of minor testimony in the comment, which is always fun to read and to go through, but, what I would say is, you are, again, you're picking up at a time we say, yes, F-35 eyes, actually, the vast majority are boom receptors. There were some originally worked on with probes, I noticed from working with various people who were involved in various projects to do with the F-35, and there have been other systems. I don't know why you decided to have a big, long discussion about that in the chat, but thank you for your points. But yeah, there are... It's one of the things you realise once you get into the F-35 is there's a huge number of programs attached to it and a huge number of things being involved in it. There have been and there's all sorts of little programs and projects around it. It's been a very, very big program. It's had a lot of interesting stuff.
No, it's not. It's just one airplane with ever so slightly cosmetic differences between the three types.
No,
come on, you must.
Oh, no, seriously, it's one of the most labyrinthine. I remember once I had a briefing from Lockheed Martin UK one day. Next day I was in a briefing with Lockheed Martin from the US, and next day after that I was in a briefing from Lockheed Martin in another country, and I was told 3 different arrangements for their refueling types over those 3 days, and they were all theoretically for the same type of aircraft.
Only 3.
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
And it's the weird. Well, it depends. Once you get over to different, I'm just talking about the fact they all talk to me about one variant of the aircraft. I heard about. Let's put it this way: each day I heard about 2 variants of the aircraft, but it wasn't the same 2 variants each day. And again, it all interlapped and intermixed and was quite sort of. It's the F-35 is one of those programs which has had more interesting variations than anyone really wants to go into. And I would say this, the F-35I, the Israeli version, has had some of the most interesting in-depth work done on some of the most varied things, because they were looking at it from all sorts of different options and different possibilities. But, Raphael, just a small point in future. If you're going to write a massive long multi-comment list, can you please number them so I can know to check which ones they are? Because that was the main thing I was trying to get at when you were writing a long one, is that you've written, and I think it's 3 comments long, but if it was 4 or 5, I wouldn't have any idea because there are no numbers on the comments, and you've written this very long comment. It's also not quite what we do, because we tend to put in questions here. You put in questions and it gets picked up by the admins, and especially if it's a multi-comment where you wanted to come in as one question. I saw you weren't doing that, so but I thought I'd respond as you're putting in quite so much effort. But yeah. Stephen Rutherford, question: if the Royal Navy decided to build 8 SSGNs in the late 70s, what would they look like, and how would the Royal Navy fit them into doctrine? This might be a question for next week. We to extent we can. Oh, no need to apologise, Raphael. I'm just explaining the situation to make it easier if you've got questions in future. And also, I have to say things like number things because it also makes it easier for the poor when the bot's not working for the poor admins who are kindly picking the stuff up. So it's me and Fleet. We have to sometimes when we're running these things like I do on Bruships on Sunday and Fleet does in Ramblings. We have to say these things because otherwise our poor admins look like the bad people and they sound like they're turning people off, and we're going, no, it's not turning. We want their lives made easy, so we definitely get the right question and we get it in the right order and the right way, and that's why we enforce these rules. We do these rules. It's to make sure that we answer the question correctly. As for the SSGNs, basically they look like R class. R-class SSBNs adapted. That would be it, and they would fit into Royal Navy doctrine. Would literally be probably you'd have continuous at sea. You basically the Royal Navy would go continuous at sea, conventional deterrence, and continuous at sea strategic deterrence. Because I've actually, it's going to sound strange, but this was actually some papers were done at the time I'm drawing from. The Royal Navy did put forward a theory of continuous at sea conventional deterrence. And it was based on the carriers, and it was based on having SSGNs. And they decided, actually, no, you don't need them. You've got the SSBNs, you've got the carriers, you don't need the SSGNs as well. And then they got rid of the carriers, and so you only have continuous at sea strategic deterrence. That's why it's called and that's why it's not called continuous at sea deterrence. It's called continuous at sea strategic deterrence, because there was continuous at sea conventional deterrence as well planned. It wasn't implemented. Fleet, carry on.
I'd like to offer an alternative to my colleague. I do totally understand where he's coming from, and having the resolutions as a basis for an SSGN is a logical and sound proposal, as would be bringing forward something of a mix between resolution and the R's and the Vanguards, some sort of halfway house between the two SSBN platforms as an SSGN platform.
Late 70s. So it's too early.
Yeah, late 70s. The
Vanguards are late 70s.
I said something between the two submarines.
Well,
which you're way too early for the Vanguards.
I didn't say the Vanguards. I said something between the two submarines. But again, that wasn't even the main point I was going to make. That wasn't even the main point I'm making here. That was just part of the spiel that was leading to my primary point.
Yeah.
Either way, it doesn't matter what form the subs look like. Some form of SSBN derived SSGN is one option here.
Mm-hmm.
But the other option would be a stretched attack submarine, basically trying to do the bare minimum to get something you could politely call an SSGN, something more on the lines of a British equivalent to Charlie, rather than a SSBN derived SSGN. Which would technically be cheaper to build in terms of the raw steel you would have to cut and the size of the ship. Size of the boat, compared to an SSBN-derived SSGN. That's the other option. Although what submarine you would alter would be an interesting choice, because at that point...
Well,
let me see, late 70s.
There's a reason, actually, I didn't go for that option, and you've now sort of had it. The dreadnoughts and the other vessels, they all had a very different. The other submarines around that time had a very much a whale-shaped hull and various other things going on them. The Swiftsure is the first design based on the skipjack and albacore development of the Americans combined with some of the British research, and that gave the Swiftsures an even shorter, fuller form, and gave them other things with their systems, which means that actually they are, if you were talking later than the late 70s, then I suppose potentially you could go for the Trafalgar's T-boats and try and stretch them out. But again, the British hulls aren't that well designed for that sort of scenario.
I mean, the thing I would say is that if we're looking at building 8 RN SSGNs, the Trafalgar's design starts in the late 70s.
Yeah.
And we would only need to build one more boat of that class to get to the 8 required. So in theory,
No, I
you
think the
could
8
have
SSGNs
you
are
could-
in play are in addition to other boats built.
No, I know, but like I was getting to that. Like in addition to the Trafalgars, you could have a program that goes, okay, this is our new fleet boat. How do we change this to get an SSGN based off it? Basically. So you take the Trafalgars as your starting point, and you alter them to... Given the shape of the hull, you could make a... It depends. Do you go with American practice like they did with the Los Angeleses and put VLS tubes forward of the conning tower? Or do you go with VLS cells aft of the conning tower? That would be my thinking here. Judging by the way the Trafalgar's hull shape is, I'd think you would have to go with a compartment aft rather than a compartment forward
Yeah, you would.
in this hypothetical.
You would.
Even
have
so,
to
that would
go
still
compartment
give-
aft.
On the plus side, though, if you go this way, it gives you... Yes, they're not as capable as SSGNs, but you can... Oh, God. No. Well, okay. Well, technically, yes, you could do what the Russians do and have their SSGNs that are SSGNs, but in a pinch you can use them as attack subs, and the Russians did at times. Like things like the Charlies. But again, that runs into the problem of, the whole thing of it's an SSGN, why are you using it as an attack sub? But I can see, but let's face it, it's the Royal Navy, it's the MOD. That concept's going to appeal to them excessively highly. We've got 8 more boats, and they can be both SSGNs and attack subs.
I have a question, and
Yes.
I mean this in the nicest way. What is it with people's obsession with SSGNs? Because maybe, just maybe, I've been poisoned by cold waters, and therefore fiction. But I don't genuinely understand the lust of a concept of a SSGN craft.
Okay, actually, they are pretty darn useful, and for a medium power like Britain, it would be a very sensible addition to actually have to our force structure, as it would be something we could offer NATO, and it would be incredibly useful, because it's a conventional strike weapon, and so it's part of conventional deterrence, and it's basically a D1 carrier strike. So it carries enough missile loads, basically it's enough Tomahawks or cruise missiles, that it's able to basically equivalent of a carrier has suddenly appeared and has struck you from somewhere completely unexpected and unknown. And that is it. It is that it's enabling. So it is a sheer amount of firepower that suddenly comes from somewhere unexpected. And this was actually this was actually part of the Royal Navy suite of proposals, and this is again where you have the continuous at sea conventional deterrence thing that Britain was considering, instead of going down the whole British Army of the Rhine route, where Britain would guarantee a carrier at sea as part of conventional deterrence, a carrier battle group at sea, and at least 2 of these submarines at sea. Well, it's debated 1 or 2 submarines, and various things going around that route. And so you'd have, Britain would go, we have a nuclear submarine guaranteed at sea with ballistic missiles. We have 2 we have 2 cruise missile, and we have a carrier battle group guaranteed at sea at all times. And that means that in the nicest way, if you attack anyone, we have got a whole range of conventional deterrents to come at you and hit you. And it was decided that politically it was better to go with the British Army of the Rhine.
There's also the Russian style of SSGN, which is a way to get a lot of very potent anti-ship missiles within range of a NATO task force, be it a merchant convoy, a carrier strike group, or a surface action group, and then you unleash... Basically, you mag dump. You unleash the entire boat salvo of missiles at once, and then you get out of Dodge. This escalated until you finally got the Oscar 1s and 2s.
Fleet is to an extent correct there, but actually what you do is you don't just mag dump, you combine it, so you have aircraft attacking, launching all their missiles, and multiple submarines launching their missiles from different directions, and you basically overwhelm and saturate defenses. It's basically an anti-Aegis system. So you have so many missiles coming from so many different directions around a task group, it gets overwhelmed, can't deal with them all, and basically that's how you get your kill. And it's specifically designed around killing the carrier battle groups heading towards the northern bastions. And the Russians do a whole lot of effort in terms of dividing these things and trying to work out how to coordinate them, how to have the communication systems coordinate them. And actually, that was the biggest problem for them, because for the SSGNs, they had to be quite close to the surface or even on the surface to communicate to time this out, which is what which was what NATO was tending to focus in on to try and take them out before they could launch it.
Yeah, they basically didn't. You basically have to get to Oscar until you can get a boat that, in theory, if it's against some of the weaker groups, can, in theory, if it salvos all of its tubes, possibly get a missile through and get a hit.
Yeah,
But you've got to get to Oscar for that to happen. But against those groups, Oscar's a terrifying threat, because the first thing you know is when you pick up the missiles on radar, and they may be sea skimmers. And at that point, if you don't have something like airborne early warning up or patrols up, and you don't catch that salvo early enough, that is a horrible prospect.
I just need to explain the behavior of someone in my chat and why they are appearing to lose it. I'm playing Dune Awakening while I eat what is arguably breakfast, because I can't eat breakfast and paint miniatures, so I figured I'd just do this to fill time. And yeah, that's what Paul is going on about. So he hasn't lost his mind. I haven't become a cannibal. Yeah, our mod team is great, but also somewhat special.
Actually, Runon's just become a vampire of corn and more blood for the blood god.
that is actually
like that
true.
would
That
be
is
more
Runon
Slaanesh.
is Runon is no. You're not Slaanesh. Sorry, Runon. You are far too prudish to be anything for Slaanesh. You're corn.
I didn't say I was Slaanesh. I said drinking blood was Slaanesh.
No, that was
no,
corn.
not necessarily.
Corn, definitely.
That's also a corn thing.
Yeah.
That is.
Like, remember how you...
Slanesh's other
Blood
fluids.
Drinkers Space Moon chapter are in fact cornate.
I was about to say blood drinkers exist.
Yeah.
But though technically speaking, they are loyalist currently.
Yes,
Yeah.
but so are Marines Malevolence. So you know.
Yeah, but there were some that were actually deemed traitorous for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a whole weird thing.
Yeah, we're not going to get... if we get too far into discussion of Oscars, though, then I have to start talking about their reactors and how noisy they are. And that gets into it.
Yeah. The Oscars are. That's the rub, isn't it?
The Oscars were these theoretically really quiet submarines, but if they have to go anything above steerage speed, their reactor makes enough noise that the nearest Los Angeles or Trafalgar will hear them from so far away, they will be massacred.
Yeah,
And
like if the Russians can get the Oscars into a position where they can launch, they're terrifying. But that's the rub.
Getting them into position.
Yeah. Now the thing is, the Russians do have an out in this position. They basically can, quote unquote, brute force it, aka escort an Oscar with an attack boat or two. But again, that demands that the attack boats exist, and it's going to be a heck of a getting them in, because those attack boats are going to have to play keep away with the British and American boats coming.
Are in any way quieter or more viable at those speeds than the Oscar.
If it's a cooler and up, they're pretty quiet up to about 10 knots. So if an Oscar's going 10 knots, trying to limit its noise but failing, the Akula will be able to keep up with it without aggressively making its presence known.
And how
obviously.
And the thing is, the Akulas are the designated killing subs, which are also supposed to defend the bastions quite critically. And they only built 15 fully, of which most of those are completed uncommissioned after 1990.
Yeah.
In fact, the last one was commissioned in 2009 and was given to India. So, yeah, they didn't exactly have a lot of those around to do it. They had Akula herself was commissioned in 84, but then Bars is only commissioned in 88 and Barnaul in 87. Karshot is 88. And then Pantera was 1990, Voik 1991, Braxton was 1989, then Leopard was 1992, Tiger 1993, Magdan 1990, Viper 1995, Tiger 1993, Viper 1995,
I am
Kuzbas
genuinely
1992,
shocked.
Jeopard 2001, Samara 1995. Samara is actually one of the best
I am
boats in the Russian Navy. She was actually modernized in 2023 and is actually in pretty good condition, but she's in their Pacific Fleet.
I am surprised that the Russian fleet has shrunk as much as it has. Like all of the Victors have gone.
Yeah.
Even Victor 3 have gone.
Yeah.
They've apparently got 4 of the Sierras, but I'll believe that when I see it.
I'm sure they
Sierras
do
are somewhat
have them.
special.
I do remember. I'm sure they have them tied pierside. I just don't believe they're viable.
That basically leaves you with, for nuke boats, Yasen and Akula, and the fleet numbers are not big enough where I retract my statement. They don't have the boats. They don't have the boats to spare them for that escort duty.
No.
They don't have the boats.
No.
And basically diesel boats can't do it.
Oh no. And their diesel boats haven't been getting the diesel boats used to be a strength for the Soviet Navy. The diesel boats of the Russian Navy. How do I put this? They haven't had a good time recently.
Their kilo replacement has gone abysmal. The Larder class is an abject failure.
Well, that's why they restarted the kilos.
I know it's a sad thing. I mean, they should consider themselves very lucky that the improved Kilo is even today a passable diesel electric attack boat and is still a fairly quiet boat.
Because basically
They
their
shout themselves
Baltic
lucky.
fleet depends on them.
Yeah, because they're the only parts of the Baltic fleet that will be left after day 1 of a hot war.
And
Are you telling me that the Russian Navy is not the best pound-for-pound navy in the entire world?
it
Yes,
gets worse when you
that's
consider not only has the Larder failed, but Project Kalina, which was the successor to the Larder, which was going to fix it and give them a modern vessel, that ceased to have funding as of 2021.
So
Next, you're going to tell me that their sailors are not the most manly and masculine and secure in those qualities.
Of course they are. That's why they've been sent to the front line.
Yeah,
Next,
Yeah,
you'll tell me
basically.
that the Nords have underwater speakers, which just shout this way if you're gay, and it scares the Russians off because they're so insecure.
Well, it gets
But yeah,
worse when you
so
consider that the people who do most of the design of Russian submarines, the Rubin Design Bureau, has basically been bought by China because it was going bankrupt because of lack of funding.
I can't tell if I should feel more sorry for Moscow or more sorry for Beijing.
And let's put it this way: the fact that China considered them an upgrade on their own people worries me.
Yeah. Well, at least improved Kilo does have basic missile launch capability, which other Kilos lacked.
Yeah,
Improved Kilo 2 can fire cruise missiles now, for what that's worth.
it has something. It has something.
It means they might do something useful before they die.
And
Yes.
I will admit, it does at least mean that improved Kilo 2, given what I've read about it, it does at least enable the Russians to keep bringing solid, dependable diesel boats into all their fleets to rebuild the mass they've lost. Which, you know what, that's probably the best they can hope for.
The only problem I can see with this is they keep sending their submarine crews to die on the front line as barely trained infantry.
Yeah, the less said about that particular endeavor, the better.
That really doesn't help you rebuild your mass. But leaving that to
No,
one
it
side,
doesn't.
and a nicest way, the only other force which usually makes that strategic error is Starfleet in Star Trek. And again, there is
Get the red shirts.
I should
Not
say at some point
really?
soon there is going to be a whole video, not on this channel, on another channel, of me complaining about the many things Starfleet does wrong. And that they
Well,
might
which
have allowed
era
me
of
to be-
Starfleet?
There are so many errors. And the person who, you know, this is the thing is, this video, and I will only say this: A, it's been a lot of the project's a lot of fun to record. And B, it started off as this will be one video. It's now turned into a multi-part series when we're getting together on multiple occasions to record. It's kind of like me and Drax's next video when we're announcing all the stuff for Japan. It was supposed to be a one-part video. It's turned into a 2, possibly a 3-part video. Each one roughly 90 minutes and 2 hours long. Of us talking about, in the case of me and Drac, it's talking about Dreadnought battleship design and all the ships which weren't built. It includes our discussion over HMS Agincourt of the Queen Elizabeth class and what she might have been.
Again?
You've heard it many times, Dan, because you've flown with us. And
Yeah, I was about to say, we've
You've been-
never heard
yeah,
this
and-
conversation in the wild.
And the fact is, Dan, has been driven to drink by this conversation. And when I say drink, I mean literally look at the air stewardess with plaintive eyes and go, please? And they've gone, yes, you can have as much as you require, sir.
Here,
More
here
than
it
because-
is.
It's like the whole debate between Clarke and Drac over basically what defines battle cruisers and fast battleships. And then we haven't had that full discussion of that, which could also be fun.
That's also coming in this video series.
Good.
And what people are going to be disturbed as A, there's a lot that we agree between us, and B, the bits we we're arguing on are very finite, neurotic bits of it, and that's going to probably cause people more trouble because people have been imagining there was chasms and differences, and actually, no, it's more we're arguing over minutiae.
But isn't that normally the
Behold,
most fun things to argue about?
Behold,
Yes.
two neurodivergent people with slightly divergent opinions,
Yeah, we can argue about it for hours.
both of whom are very well researched on their opinions.
Yeah.
I may or may not have, I think, recorded some of that. Oh, I'm trying to remember which discussion it was I recorded when we were in Botha's country. Nobel's place.
Yeah.
Denmark, or was it Norway? Either one.
But no, it'd be Sweden because it's Beaufort's home country. It can only be Sweden.
Yes.
And
See,
in answer
I didn't
to
hear that bit.
Knight's question,
he's-
in answer to Knight's question, who's worried about how can you plan to go to Japan given you could be bankrupt by Thursday, it's because I'll be paid at some point, and whilst I theoretically could be bankrupt on Thursday, if necessary, I do always have, this is the one thing of having a large family, if I really don't like doing it, but I do have the option of going to probably my uncle or another relative and going, I will get paid at some point this week. Do you mind spotting me for a couple of days? And they will probably go, here's the money for a couple of days, and then I pay them back after a couple of days. I've done the same thing for my family. We don't like doing this because we don't like sharing, loaning money between family because it causes issues. It always could cause issues. But it's a very short-term couple of days loan. It's it's okay to do. I just don't like doing it because it's never a good feeling when you have to do that. The other option is I go to the bank and I explain to the bank and they extend my overdraft by a bit. I don't like having the size of overdraft I do, but the fact is the bank have just extended humongous lines of credit for me based on based on various things and the reliability of me, the fact I've paid back all my bills and all my things in the past. So they might well extend it a bit more for me as well. Again, not something I like to do, but it's an option. So yeah, the thing is, this is the point is, I am one of those people who make sure I have spreadsheets and everything works out my finances greatly. So this is why I can say, I know if the paycheck doesn't arrive as it's scheduled to on Tuesday, then on Thursday when the bill goes out, I will be technically over my overdraft, and therefore I would be in trouble. So I have options, and I have a whole lot of time to sort it out because I know that. This is this kind of personality I am, in that I will work these things out and will have it in place and plan. And theoretically, that paycheck should come in on Tuesday. But it's just I know that payer has a habit and has been late 2 out of 3 times on the last 12 payments. They've always paid within a week of the requirement of the pay date, but they've been late 2 out of 3 times.
Oh, I hate that. I really do.
Yeah.
You know, since I stopped working for my father, I don't think I've ever had a late paycheck that wasn't caused by a federal holiday.
In this case, it's because this particular employer, they, how to put this, I do the reports and do some stuff through them, and they are transitioning between being run by the parents to being run by the son, and sometimes the son seems to forget to pay people. And then you end up calling the parents, and it takes them time to sort it out and push it through. And
the son does realize that's a great way to very quickly, absolutely snooker a business, right?
This is the reason why I'm looking at setting up my own Signal and putting up my own website and going and doing consultancy by myself and setting myself up as an independent consultant. Because whilst I have great loyalty to the parents, because I've worked with them for roughly 15 years, but they are now retiring and passing it over to the son, and I'm not saying anything which is frankly talky out of, because it's happened so often and I've got the evidence, and I'm not saying the company name, but it's just he keeps doing this, and it's becoming a problem.
See, that's the reason why I don't and never will run my own business, because I know that I am bad at that.
Yeah, this is the thing is, I sit there and go, how is it I can chart all my costs and expenses and how to run it through an Excel spreadsheet? I don't have any QuickBooks or anything like that. I just have an Excel spreadsheet, and I can run it, and I don't. And you have all sorts of things, and you are forgetting to pay people.
Do you not have an accountant? Does he not have an accountant?
They do have an accountant, but the trouble is, I think they've moved to an accountant who happens to be his wife, rather than from an external firm who was the accountant, and yeah.
Might I suggest that you look into making sure that your current Rolodex gets your new contact information when you hang your own shingle?
The parents officially retire at the end of end of August. I have officially a rule where I'm not supposed to take on jobs for anyone else or do anything else for at least 2 months after I cease working for them. We are technically, if everything goes to plan, going to be in Japan, September, October. I'm going to come back in November. I'm going to do the Historiathon of this year, which is going to be 96 hours of streaming, 5 12-hour streams, and then a 36-hour stream in 1 week. And then the following week, I'm probably going to be putting up my website suddenly going to appear, advertising, and putting all these things together. Again,
check your taxes.
It's not as if I'm the type of person who plans things and organizes them. I'm not some kind of obsessive planner who writes down details and sort of starts coordinating and researching things. I honestly wasn't having debates with people coming around here for this house for putting up solar panels and explaining to them where they were actually interpreting the laws wrong. Until I found one who was actually able to tell me it correctly. It was a fun time.
I still need to email my accountant too.
Boy me oh boy, the Minecraft server during the Historiathon depends upon my good friend Runon. Anyway.
And that depends upon me getting paid about £10,000, and I'm happy to run it for a year. I feel £10,000 for a year's worth of part-time work is quite fair, don't you?
I don't think so.
But so far, no one has decided to cut me that check yet. So
I should warn you, there has been threats that it might be, because there was someone who suggested it should be run by someone else, and that someone else might have told that person who suggested that they would actually be they would be cutting a check from the person who suggested its account to pay you for the year, possibly as much as 2 years in advance, because they weren't going to do it themselves. I'm not naming names. I am sure Dan knows exactly who I'm talking about, because he knows exactly who would make that suggestion and who would then respond that way. But yeah.
Hey, if you want to cut me a check, I will do the thing that I hate.
It wasn't
because
me.
I am getting paid.
No one's trying to get that much amount of money out of my account.
But I insist on getting paid.
Mm-hmm. If I had that much money, all of a sudden people I know would be getting Titans.
I don't want a Titan. I want a work visa.
Right. Colin Cameron, how effective do you think the Royal Navy Pacific Squadron would have been if the boats had not been drawn off for use in Europe? Well, operating from Singapore, given half a chance, they're going to be pretty darn nasty, because one of the interesting things is if you look at where the Japanese landed and you look at where the Royal Navy submarine operational areas were supposed to be, the Japanese would have been, their route would have taken them through 3 T-class boat operational areas, where they should have been waiting, and would have also seen them trying to land in an area where there would have also been a couple of T-boats nearby. So that could have been painful. And that's based on pre-war operation ideas, not what the wartime ones once Vietnam was occupied would have been.
I mean,
so,
that's only 50 torpedoes
in the first salvos.
Plus 6 tubes, each with, I think, have 2 reloads per tube. I can't remember.
Officially 1. Unofficially, if they wanted a hot bunk, they could carry more.
I mean, they're going to be in the South China Sea. It's going to be, how shall I put this, very hot.
Yep.
Tanith, it somehow does not surprise me that you are into EDM, or at least electronic music, synthetic wave music.
I'm still not sure how Walter Brothers is getting $5,000 from Elon, but good luck. If you're getting that out of Elon, that's good for you.
Oh, that was his totally not election interference bribe campaign that he had for the 2024 election.
Okay, Runon, do you think we're re-evolving single-role or limited-role airframes with drone development? Now, this is a fun one, because I think we're going through the exact same development cycle as we did with crewed aircraft, just maybe slightly faster. In that we've gone from very limited use drones to drones which have single functions but are getting more useful, to drones which are growing bigger, and therefore to justify their expense need to take on multiple roles, and they're getting bigger and bigger still to take on more and more roles and getting more expensive. And you only have to look at the new drones which are entering Royal Navy service, which are going to be rolled as capable of doing airborne early warning, long-range maritime patrol for ASW duties, and also possibly air-to-air refueling. And the fact that one drone squadron on a carrier is going to be able to assist in all those roles is quite a fun thing.
And then they're going to be shocked and horrified when they find that that platform costs almost as much as a F-35, but is not quite as reliably capable.
It's not that expensive. It's how do I put this politely? Do you want to know what it's based on?
The Reaper, isn't it?
Yep. It is a modified Reaper. It doesn't cost quite that much, but it's already... The thing is, though, there is a difference between a Reaper drone and the cost that you keep hearing about drones. Oh, drones are going to cost $50, and you're going to be able to order thousands of them, and they're going to annihilate everyone. You sit there and go, well, actually, no. The drone capabilities you're talking about, that's something like a Reaper. And,
MQs are something in the 10 to 20 million category, aren't they?
Yes.
It's also pretty old tech.
Yeah, they've been flying for 24 years.
Yeah, but the one benefit to the drone is that you don't have a large module called the cockpit that has to be in a certain place and has to be a certain size envelope.
Have you not looked at the Mojave, which is the version of the Reaper which is going to operate from the carriers, aka the Grey Eagle?
Is that a me question?
Yeah.
Yeah, they have a beluga hump, but notionally you can move stuff. You have a little bit more freedom to move stuff around inside the airframe, which makes it slightly easier to upgrade.
Yeah, I do love the it is it's the demonstration that's the demonstration from the Egg-Kim U9B Stoll. The various Guardian variants, the Sea Guardian and all sorts of things. It's something which the Royal Navy is really quite keen on the idea of, and it's I think the next thing you're going to see is you're probably going to see a Royal Navy squadron stood up. I know the Royal Air Force currently have, I think it's about 4 or 5 squadrons operating them. Operating various aircraft, etc. But yeah, I think the Royal Navy are going to start operating some shortly as well for Royal Navy Fleet Air Arm Squadrons, because they are a pretty useful asset. But the Stoll variant are very interesting, and how that's going to have an impact on fleet operations and capabilities. It is.
Just think about the original question.
Yeah?
Couldn't you make the argument that, as if you discount the original sort of Queen Bee style training drones,
Yeah?
haven't drones gone in the other direction than how aircraft developed? Where you had the big multi-purpose strike drones, and you've sort of evolved into the smaller single-use airframes with quadcopters.
Not really. You've added in these things of these systems, and you keep adding in more of these systems in terms of little micro drones, etc. And they are fulfilling different individual roles. But every time you start off with them, they start growing bigger and bigger and bigger, and you only have to look at the original nano drones, the really tiny ones, and now look at the size of the drones they're now planning to use for individual unit reconnaissance. Because it used to be they were small enough they'd fit on the palm of my hand. And now the new ones, you'd have to carry, if you were going to hold, you'd be supporting like that, with both hands. So that's the thing that it's really changing. Because again, people go, oh, this is a really good idea. It's got this form of camera, this thing on it as well. Oh, we'd really like it to have this kind of sensor. And we'd like to have it to have the ability to track the room around it so it doesn't smash into things.
Oh.
We'd like it to have this and this and this and this. And those all add weight and size. And as you add weight, you need to have more power to lift it. You need to be slightly... And it just inevitably grows in size. And F-16 drones already exist, Zukov. F-16 drones already exist. And questions will be open in a bit as well, so then open again in a bit. So then we'll take questions.
Your Twitch had a
drones
glitch,
exist?
so... Oh, good, it didn't drop that. Good, awesome.
Because I thought they still used the old Delta Darts as training drones.
They use all sorts of things as training drones. They just aren't. They aren't actually going to be. That they are slowly transitioning out of them, because usually the thing is with the drones, especially in the drone technology and drone skill set, is that you can train on someone on an older drone, and as long as the control systems work, it's very easy to transition them across, and you wouldn't be amazed. You know, the sheer amount of drones which are destroyed in the first rounds of training because people smashed them into things is almost cruelty to drones.
Right, should we probably move forwards?
Yeah.
I think we hammered that one into the ground pretty hard,
Yeah.
as we usually do.
Ramol, question 3. What is your opinion on the USA and fitting hypersonic missiles onto the Zumwalts? Do you think it's meaningless and the ship class is a failure, and Aizen won't survive a naval engagement?
The whole point of that is to take advantage of. The whole point of that is to take advantage of what the Zumwalts are and make use of them in a practical way. It's transitioning their role as well. The fitting of the hypersonic weapons they're actually getting changes them from a tactical asset to a strategic one. Those missiles.
Also, go ahead, please.
Go on.
Sorry.
Yeah, those missiles enable a Zumwalt to service a target incredibly rapidly from hundreds, if not thousands, of miles away. And seeing as they are very valuable assets in terms of cost per shot, they're putting them on the only surface platform that is survivable enough in terms of you can't see me, that the US has that could realistically take them, and has the power generation and space to actually fit the tubes, is the Zumwalt. So at that point, when the US wanted a surface asset to fit those hypersonics to, the choice was fairly obvious. And it's going to turn a class of, well, I will admit, somewhat interesting destroyers into a class of ships that will actually be very, very useful to the United States Navy.
Also,
in this new
I
role.
would like to push back at the assertion that the Zumwalts are a failure. They're not a failure. The Zumwalts, as a class, if you want to call the class a failure, okay, there's arguments there, but that I would say those best arguments are formulated in the fact that we didn't actually get a class, because the American Treasury, i.e., congressional budget hawks, got their knickers in a twist over how much it was costing, the program was costing, and axed the program. The Zumwalt has largely, until what's-his-face, Rumsfeld decided to tack on the railgun project, delivered what it was supposed to deliver.
Yeah.
The ship does what it says on the tin. The LCS class is a failure. Again, I blame Rumsfeld,
Yes.
because there is no need for vessels that have helicopter capabilities to go over 35, 38 knots. And the LCSs are pushing 45, 50 knots. And I think that's what they say. They tell the public they push. So they probably go faster than that.
Yeah.
Or can go faster than that when everything's working. Surprisingly, that hull is very fragile and that driveline is very finicky. Who would have guessed? Oh, anybody who's ever looked at physics.
It's the joy. Rumsfeld course. In the nicest way, if I wanted to get Drax's blood pressure to rise in bilge pumps, all I'd have to do is mention Rumsfeld. It's brilliant.
It's all you have to do to get
If
my
I
blood
want to-
pressure to rise.
if I
And I'm
want
not
to
even
make-
on bilge
but-
pumps.
Okay, here's the thing. Okay, next time Sal Merculagus is discussing naval procurement in any way, shape, or form, bring up Rumsfeld. Okay? Just start asking questions about how is Rumsfeld involved in this. Just do that for me,
Yep.
okay? I won't tell you what's going to happen. I'll just tell you, please start asking those questions. Just ask him. What's Rumsfeld got to do with this? Because, yeah. Anyway, next question from
You're
Carl
very
Gasberg.
cruel to your friends.
This is how they know I love them. Are you aware? This is from Dan. This is for Dan Freeman. Are you aware that Tokaj wine usage in Medieval, especially Arctic expeditions? Tokaj? Tokai?
Tokai. I mean, I'm not aware of it specifically from that, but I mean, it's lovely stuff.
Oh,
I'm
Dan.
concerned that that's Dan's answer.
Please note, Foxo reckons she could outdrink you and the other Dan.
Yeah, I'm a lightweight.
Yes, this is the man who describes himself as lightweight. Yeah, just don't.
Yeah, I don't need much. I don't need to drink much to get myself drunk, but I do enjoy it.
Yeah.
We only got through 2 bottles of wine between 4 of us yesterday lunchtime. Me, Tash, and my parents.
Yeah.
Perfectly respectful.
Only 2 bottles.
Sounds like a very nice light reading between the lines.
To be fair,
No,
2
that was a
bottles
light
between
lunch.
4 people, that's not too hard.
That's a light lunch.
Yeah.
That is a light lunch.
Yeah.
And how many do you have for dinner?
I didn't need dinner. Yeah, I mean, they'd often take spirits. The problem with spirits is that, or alcohol in general, is it lowers your body temperature. So it makes you feel less cold, but equally it does that by making you more prone to getting hypothermia.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not a good thing. But equally, at the points when they were doing the Arctic expeditions, I don't think they cared. I mean, I think they probably knew that. I think they just didn't care.
What the heck?
But yeah, Tokai is really nice, really good.
Oh.
I'm disturbed to discover apparently some of my ancestors may have had Hungarian passports. Very odd.
All right, I think it might have been my fault this time, but yep, there you go. Thank you.
Mm.
Twitch is
Twitchy.
being
Twitchy.
with the shared chat. If you close the shared chat window, it actually breaks the shared chat connection.
That's
Yeah.
silly.
An interesting design. Whatever.
Anyway, Black Horse. Could the US have gotten British torpedoes in the beginning of World War II and made them work for the submarines? The answer I'd give is technically it's quite the different firing control computers, etc., would have made that kind of difficult to do. However, it's also one of those scenarios which is best described as if you have British torpedoes and they work and you don't have other options. A chief engineer and your chief weapons NCO of the boats will probably work it out pretty darn quickly how to use it and how to get it to work and how to get them to talk to each other.
It's also quite possibly one of those conversation chains that goes to Royal Navy Commodore and his British equivalent have a conversation that totals out as the Royal Navy has plenty of torpedoes, but we just don't have enough boats to fire them. And then the American Rear Admiral has a conversation with one of his boat captains, and then that gets mentioned to a chief engineering officer and either a warrant or chief petty, and then all of a sudden, no one asks how, but the Royal Navy doesn't have a lot of torpedoes, and the Americans have a lot of very funny-looking Mark 14s.
I think the only
What,
problem you have there is
that all of a sudden are working.
the only problem in that scenario is you've gone several ranks too high. I think it probably never goes past the 4-ring captain level for either service. The local flotilla commanders of the local squadrons of the local submarine flotillas probably just it never goes past them, or the chiefs. If they are senior officers, if there are rear admirals, etc., there, it probably never goes past their chief of staff level, because you go anything higher than that, you've got to start involving people like the Bureau of Ordnance, etc., and that will cause issues. So you want it to be dealt with as it's. Most of the times when you have these situations dealt with by the US Navy and the Royal Navy and they're working together and sorting things out, they know what level it has to go to be agreed, and what level, if it goes to, it's going to involve people back in London and Washington, and that causes issues.
Oh, I wasn't saying that the pennant or the flag would be aware of the modification activities. I was just saying that the one side would inform the other side that they had a lot of torpedoes laying around.
No, they wouldn't even. Those two would never actually even have that discussion. Their captains, chief of staff, would have maybe that discussion off at the side in a pub over drinks, quietly. And no one would officially ever have that, and it would never be brought up or discussed. Because the moment senior officers have that discussion, even informally, they have staff. Can they trust all their staff to not report it back, and all the hangers-on around their staff to not report it back up the chain? Because there are people on your staff, who you have on your staff, who you know are good at their job, but you also know serve two masters. And you can't be seen to exclude them from discussions, because that's going to cause their other master to get twitchy and investigate you.
Fair enough. I can see.
I anticipate it would be something like, Chief? Yes, sir? We have a lot of torpedoes and not very much ice cream. I believe the Americans are the other way round. Should we do something about this? What about the beer and the rum, sir? Not counting any of that. I appear to have put on the wrong glasses this morning and forgot my notebook, which tells me how much we're supposed to have of any of those. Very good, sir. And then something similar on the American side.
Again, the British, the scenario would typically go as the American officer would just go to their senior weapons officer and engineer. We don't have enough torpedoes, do we? We better solve that. And the British officer would probably just go to the senior NCO. We don't have enough ice cream. Or there are other things the British quite liked to nick off their American boat counterparts. The American boats had some very interesting pieces of tech which the Royal Navy submarines quite liked. Because again, as is the normal thing, the British developed some things, the Americans developed other things, because neither side had an infinite budget in the 20s and 30s. I know that's heresy to say, because there are people who honestly believe that, as far as technology concerns, the Germans are leaps and bounds ahead of everyone else. They're not. They've got some areas of tech advantage. The others, most of the tech advantage later in the war comes from the Dutch, not the Germans. And the Americans have some area advantages. The Brits have some area advantages. The Japanese have some area advantages, depending on where they focus their spending, because no one has had that infinite budget. And
well, yeah, obviously the Germans have the universally superior tech. That's why they hid in the fjords for the bulk of the war, because it wouldn't be a fair fight.
Yeah,
if they came out and faced the Royal Navy.
I think we've already answered the replacing the Kuznetsov question, Montana 67.
Yeah, but just to very, very quickly repeat, so that it's here when under your question. If there is something to replace it, it'll be a Stobar carrier of somewhere between. Dr. Clarke thinks it'll be 55 to 60,000 tons. I think it'll be 40 to 50,000 tons. Those are the options.
Rip them for sticking with Stobar if that's what they wind up doing.
It's what they're set up for.
It's good for air defense. It's good for air defense. It allows you to rapidly launch aircraft and recover heavy airframes, which can take larger missile loads up. There are advantages to Stobar. I don't like it. It's a terrible system for every other version of carrier operations, and you don't want it overall. But for air defense, it's one area where it can shine. Black Horse, have you seen the underwater footage of the ships that were sunk in Guadalcanal that has recently come out? I have watched some, but not all of the footage. It's been pretty darn cool. Malaga, what would you say is the biggest example of leadership failure in a navy? Oh, good lord. The trouble is, I've just spent the last few weeks doing all sorts of leadership videos, and for almost every example, good example I've used, there's bad examples. And I usually tend to focus on the good examples, because I prefer to give people positive examples of leadership to take, rather than just showing them the bad stuff. But, you know, I've got one video coming out Tuesday, which is on the CSS Arkansas, and what happens to her. And that's just terrible leadership the whole way around. The only person in that who moderately comes out of that with any respect as a leader is Brown. Is Isaac Brown. And he, as is quite normal with the Confederates, he has abhorrent politics, but we'll leave that to one side. And, you know, you start looking for... There are so many issues. The biggest example leadership failure in a navy, there's just so many. Navies suffer from bad leadership. They really do. At certain points. They have good leadership, they can have bad leadership. I'd say, usually when I'm looking at it, the worst leadership in naval affairs usually comes from leadership on a strategic level. Because usually the very fact of surviving the sea and operating at sea requires you actually be, broadly speaking, competent, because the sea will kill you. That is the one advantage navies have in history, is that the sea kills them. The sea does kill bad leaders. Very effectively.
If I have to pick any one, I'm gonna pick the various admirals and captains in the Mark 14 kerfuffle on the side of the Mark 14 and the Mark 6.
Yeah, quite a few people are picking Prince Carl of Sweden, but as I said before, he was either an idiot in that, or somehow every time he was being directly observed by his brother, he suddenly was a competent naval commander. But every time he wasn't being observed by his brother, it had accidents, which meant he lost, and his brilliant plan on paper failed dramatically in ways you could ultimately predict it would have failed. And that, of course, added up to his brother losing the war, and eventually him getting the crown after destabilizing his nephew. So yeah.
It's one of the things.
Yeah, the Swedish royal family scenario is suspicious to the nth degree.
I think the biggest problem with those things is are you looking at somebody who's made a sustained series of errors or just a one-off error?
Yeah.
Because there's plenty of people who've made a one-off bad judgment, catastrophe, various descriptions for it, sort of, and then you have other people who are just always a bit wrong, and so they end up being your kind of C-team leaders. Like, there was the person who Suffren beat in the East Indies.
Yes.
Kind of stuff. You know, you get people like that who, on paper, they're not bad, but they're just not good, and they just end up outclassed because they go up against people who are really good.
Yes.
And that just completely throws everything for them. So I think that's the problem, is which one of those are you looking at? Because in some ways,
trust me, and Draken Red has just said, is it possible to make Halsey look competent? Trust me, there are far, far worse than Halsey out there. Far, far worse than Halsey.
I'm sorry. Have you seen the leadership involved in the 2nd Pacific Squadron? Not counting. What's his face? Yeah.
I mean, I was going to say MacArthur.
He's not a naval officer. Seneca Nero.
He was commanding naval operations.
That's
very controversial.
Who is the naval equivalent of MacArthur? Self-marketing genius with 0 brain cells behind it.
Well, let's not Well, let's not do MacArthur an injustice here. The man, whilst his strategic competence leaves a lot to be desired, he could be tactically brilliant at times. He just didn't know his limits.
This is the man who had warning that the Philippines were going to be attacked in the immediate future, and still mucked up the retreat to Bataan.
Yeah, like I said, strategically, he's not the smartest cookie.
Fleet. That's tactics. That's at best for your argument operations.
I was going to go with BT.
No, BT has brain cells. Look at how he masterminded the Royal Navy's administrative side and dealing with the political side during the 20s and 30s.
Yes, but MacArthur managed to administer Japan pretty well after the invasion and did other things perfectly competently. But at times when, under pressure and in the decisive moment when they were in a position to make or break things through their decision making, because in their leadership position, you would rather have a slightly used cabbage because they actively made things worse rather than.
Can I just say something? I think Dan might have been spending too much time with me and Drac.
I was going to say, don't. Why are we bringing Liz Truss into this? But okay.
Okay, let's carry on.
I was trying to think of something polite that I could say as a description of slightly used something.
Next question, Ramol. In your video on the Sea F-14, do you think if the UK has a Cadavar carrier, they would get the F-14 with better engines, missiles, radar, and also better avionics than the F-14? Nope. Because if they have a Cadavar carrier, they're buying the CVA-1, and that's not going to take something the size and weight of the F-14. They're just not.
It's too much aircraft. And also, politely, if they're buying, if they're buying CVA-1, they'll be getting, they'll be keeping F4 and upgrading it.
No.
We talked about this a while back.
Yeah.
Me and Clarke, and it was a case of they're going to have to replace Buccaneer early because of its wing ripping issues, which means that they're going to get a replacement for F4 and Buccaneer earlier than they can get F14.
And probably to save national status, they go for the Superbuck. Because, in a nice way, the other option is to wait for the F-18. That's going to be too late for that scenario. And the F4 is, at a certain point, is going to be problematic. So probably they replace the regular Buccaneers first, and then they replace the F-14s with Superbucks. So it'll be slowly they'll transition to a single aircraft type. But it'll be that's the sort of scenario. Yeah. Now, Bowman Boy, what happens if in 1900 every human on Earth gains the ability to breathe but not eat or drink underwater at any depth that the human body can survive? How does this affect the world wars?
Submarine development gets way easier.
Yeah, you've basically...
No, it doesn't.
No, it actually, because the submarine's engines also need to breathe, and you can't have the batteries getting wet.
Yes, but you don't have to have the internal volume you need to house the crew be a pressure vessel.
And also, it's going to sound strange. They can sleep underwater, and they can. Well, I suppose that could actually make them quite cold. But we'll leave it on one side. The thing is, you wouldn't. You could have the controls top for the submarine could be open water, so you could see your opponent.
I'm now
They
having
would literally be
visions
building
of submarines
They would be building
each other.
submarines would be literally destroyer bridges on top of the submarine.
And I mean, you've also got the horrific thought that a lot of these shallower straits, you now have to watch a lot more closely because they could just walk underwater to get to you. That makes the English Channel a lot less secure.
Well, yeah, but in a nice way, doesn't really. It's infantry. And the English Channel is quite deep and fast current, so they could still they could try walk. It's more like it's the more you're going to have to worry about is commando raids.
So, to be fair, please, have you tried walking underwater?
Yes, I know it sucks, but just look, I have to have.
Now do that across the entire English Channel.
Yeah, but
with a rock.
it's like there's like several meters of sill on that's basically
Yeah.
quicksand on the English Channel.
Mm-hmm.
There are so many problems. Also,
You're going to
your
basically
gun
need
will now be full of
snowshoes.
water. Well, you're also going to have to find a way to protect all your equipment if you're trying to send them underwater. Unless you're basically putting them on a dinghy.
It isn't straight. It's how does that affect river crossings?
I would say
River
though
crossings
that
become
is.
more interesting.
I am going to say though that's a what if question, and what ifs are next week. So we're not going to give too much time to it because we literally do have the third Sunday in every month is the what if naval history questions, because I know how much people like the what if and alternate histories questions. So we basically say the third Bruships of every month, the third Sunday of every month is what ifs. So, this is the thing is we're sort of not going to give that too much time because there's a specific Sunday for them. There is a specific Sunday.
There's a time and a place for everything, but
I
not
know
now.
it's the Sunday which Dragon and Foxo look forward to most in the month.
Provided my schedule's free, which it might not be.
And the thing is, at some point, there's going to be every 2 months. There's going to be a sci-fi Bruships at some point once I've managed to get that organised with, and that's going to be even more fun. So every 2 months there's going to be a sci-fi Bruships on the second Sunday of the month, and that sort of thing. And so it's going to mean people are going to know this will be the sci-fi one, this will be the regular one, JM25, if battleship guns were designed today, how would they be designed differently? Not that much, actually, differently.
When you're building a gun of that size, there's only so many ways you can go about it. Like, if we want to talk about how they'd be mounted and that sort of thing, like the turrets and mountings for the
The interesting
battleship
question
gun
is
today
we might actually, probably, considering the way people develop today, we would probably be looking at single turrets, single gun turrets.
yeah,
but,
with as much automation as physically possible.
Yeah.
I actually want to say probably more look at twin. I would want to say.
I would love
Well,
to
the thing
say,
is, if we go with this,
but Dragon, the thing is, and the point I will make of this is, twins make sense on so many levels when you're looking at actual war fighting. But look at what most turrets are designed at today.
Yes, and I don't like that, but
because it's more efficient for maintenance.
Mm-hmm. And you don't need a twin 5-inch nowadays. A single's fine.
This is something I've been up for debate in a lot of places.
No, I will stick by my guns here. The amount of dagger you can take out from a single 5-inch mount. Like, the benefits of the single mount outweigh the loss in rate of fire.
Do they? What benefit?
What's the benefit?
Lack of dex.
Also, it's more than just rate of fire you can get from twins.
What's the benefit?
It's weight of fire.
What is the
in
benefit?
What circumstance do you need?
What is the benefit of a single mount? A single mount. Well, first I'm checking if he knows what the actual benefits are before we get into this.
I mean, Dr. Clarke has already said one.
He's a maintenance.
He's a maintenance.
Yeah.
Yes. What's the next one?
You've also got deck footprint and the ability to put that mount in more places on a warship, even though they usually put them fore and aft, depending on what warships we're talking about. But it does mean that they're not taking up as much space on the ship as the twin and the magazines for the twin. And also,
can I just shoot one of those down quickly?
Can I take a stab at it first?
Please do.
A twin 5-inch 38 turret's only about 30% more footprint than a single.
It's
twice the gun.
And I would point out most of the twin mounts today, including the twin 3-inch guns that the Otto Malaire, etc. produce, take up less than 15 to 20% more for twice the gun in terms of space.
In what scenario is having two 5-inch guns in a mount beneficial over having the one? What's your threat axis? What are we dealing with here? What are we using
Mass
the mount
swarm
for?
drone attacks.
You don't need the twins for that. The single
In
will
that
do
case, well,
fine.
then in that case, Fleet, why did most AA guns that were mobile use twin barrel systems?
Because those are using 35mm autocannon or 50mm autocannon or 37mm
Right,
autocannon.
but so if your point then is that a single can theoretically do the same,
a single 5-inch gun can do the job. That is a 5-inch proximity fuse
not
shell,
necessarily.
not a 35mm round. Please do not argue that 35mm guns are the same as 5-inch guns.
Okay, I'm just going to take a stab at one of the reasons why you'd want a two-gun set of one. Because can't you have asymmetric belts and loading systems?
You could.
Load on them.
Yeah, but can I just point out...
You'd want to fire different rounds at the same time.
Okay, first of all, I'm going to correct Fleet as to what the arguments are in favour of a single mount, because there are actually arguments which are recognised arguments put forward by navies and various things, and the arguments just go forward. They don't go on the size footprint, because really the size footprint of these guns is negligible over the whole ship. When you're talking about having a 10,000-ton ship and you're talking about a single gun, even if you're talking about a double magazine, etc., and these things, it's negligible over the size of the ship. But what they usually bring up is, corrected, is the maintenance. The other one they usually bring up is, and this is the one that's being focused on, is accuracy, because if you're firing with two guns, there's a worry that the vibration and movement can be caused by firing one barrel, can throw the other barrel off its accuracy, and so that induces a wobble. That's been shown not to be the case, but it was a worry a few years ago, and it was the argument first used to downgrade from twin mounts to twin turrets to singles. There's also the fact that the twin 4.5-inch the British were using on the Darings and used for quite a few actually used up roughly about the same amount of space as the modern 4.5. The main argument actually for it, and this comes when you're dealing with hypersonic drones or mass drone swarms, etc., is when you want to, what you're using a 5-inch for. You're not, whilst you're using a 5-inch and or a 4.5-inch, you'll be using it with a smart shell, so it could be used in proximity status, it can be used in barrage status, etc., is if you're putting down a screen of shrapnel. So you want to put out a dozen shells as quickly as possible, as closely as possible together, so that they can form a wall of shrapnel in front of an incoming attack. That could be a drone swarm, that could be a hypersonic missile. You're putting at something as quickly as you can downrange to build a wall of flak between you and what's coming in. Now, these systems, this is again where you start talking about the double mounts. The other scenario you'd be talking about is if you're doing fire support, because if you consider the number of ships we have, and this is the other argument which was originally given, which is now the problem, is that the argument was you'd have enough ships that they wouldn't need to be doing multiple taskings for units, so that therefore they could afford to be a single gun, because they'd be able to be dedicated ship to support individual units in operations and amphibious operations. We now no longer have enough ships for that. And whilst I would love to change that, basically the argument goes, well, if you increase the rate of fire, then a ship is more flexibly able to deliver the fire volume, i.e. we want 12 shells on this area now, boom, 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 then we need 12 shells on there, then we need 12 shells on there, and they because of the increased rate of fire, in fact they're firing two barrels, it's quicker to get it through.
At that point...
That's the sort of the scenario we start talking
Let him
through.
finish.
But, Fleet, I let you finish.
Sorry,
I'm
shutting up. I've shut up. Carry on.
Now, once you start working through that, there is also various scenarios when we've got going on. And this is one of the reasons why double guns are coming back, especially in the 3-inch category, but also they are looking in the larger category, is because of the fact that as we're looking in these things and the speed and pace of engagement, and this is where it comes up when we talk about the pace of engagement, it's time to actually targeting information, time, and the number of shells you need to put up to accurately take something out. And the thing is, whilst there's been a lot of reliance and a lot of marketing put around the idea of one shot, one kill sort of thing, the lesson of Ukraine and the lesson of a lot of recent conflicts, and people go back to Falklands, but also World War II, is that basically the weapons salespeople lie, and one shot, one kills are very, very rare. Very, very rare. They work a lot in exercise. In exercise, if you're doing a controlled exercise, they don't work a lot in reality. In reality, it gets messy. And that is the thing. That is where you start looking at, well, how do we maximize our chances of kills? And the very easiest way to do that from a warfighting perspective is right then. So we have one unit to coordinate, one unit to target, one unit to control. Okay, we just give it an extra. We double its firepower. Now, the other option you can go with, and this is the debate that's coming through, is you include multiple guns. So you have a second 5-inch mount, a single 5-inch mount. That does start to take up a lot more space in terms of the ship and operating, coordinating them, and computers and systems to act as fire control. So that is the problem you've got at the moment. That's the reason why the double mount is looking more attractive than it is, because the option people are considering is, well, it's either we've got to have twin guns, or we've either got to have twin guns, or we've got to have twin mounts.
I think the ideal would be 2 mounts, because that gives you 2 flexible 5-inch guns you can task to different things. But of course, I can see also the pragmatism of the cheap option is just 2 barrels. But me personally, I still maintain that. Okay, let me lay my case on the table. Ideally, if you want to increase the firepower of your ship, you would add another independent single mount, because that gives you the most flexibility with having 2 guns, and it's the best way to guarantee the availability of those guns. However, that's the ideal world if everyone's designing ships ideally, and that's not always what you get to do as a naval designer and procurement officer. Sometimes you've got to make sacrifices. If you want the ability to put more rounds down range faster, but you aren't willing to do the ideal thing and put a second single mount on, then given everything that you've said, the option would then be you then basically have to go for that dual mount. The one thing I will say, however, and this is me stating my case for the record, I suppose. I do maintain that, yes, we do need to upgun our ships. Again, that's either bringing in 3-inch or adding another 4.5 or 5-inch, because the threats we are seeing emerge, the combat environments we're seeing emerge, are putting a real strain on magazine depth for missiles.
Yeah.
And they really need to be retained for peer or high-tier threats only. So we do need to see the upgunning return. And I think the optimal way to do it is to have another single mount. The second most optimal way to do it would be to have 2 or 3 dual or single 3-inch mounts, and the least optimal way to do it would be to have a twin 5-inch.
Why would the twin be the least optimal?
Because again, the 3-inch mounts would be independent mounts you can task to different things. They're extra firepower with independence of action and independence of targeting, rather than another barrel on a turret.
But why is that coming up? Because you can do that anyway, in a lot of regards.
No,
you're always going to. A lot of ships already have a 20 or 30 mil system as an extra as well.
Dragon, that's.
There's a big difference between the 30 mil and the Sony 6 mil. I'm just going to finish this question off, and then we're going to move on to a different topic. I would say Fleet's sort of right in that having the extra mount is the best option, but I would say having 2 twin mounts will be best for the 5-inch or the 6-inch, and lots of twin 3-inch mounts. But that's because, and I know where Fleet's coming from, and I do agree with what he's putting forward. But the reason I like the twin mount is because when you have a single mount, you achieve usually 85% operational availability of the gun, And when you have a twin mount, you usually achieve 90-something% operational availability of a gun. And that just means at least one gun is operational on that mount. And I like that level of redundancy in my designs, but that's because I'm a paranoid person when it comes to ship design. I am paranoid. Yes, I realize the twin, but also you have to remember most modern twin turret systems, they are literally entirely independent of each other. The two turrets, they share the module of the turret, but they're all the weapon system inside, the gun systems inside are entirely independent gun systems. And so basically, if one goes down, it has no impact on the other. They just are co-located in that turret. Right, next question. Black Horse. How realistic was it for the US or Britain to pull in older ships for a quick engine overhaul before World War II, or would they also need hull fixes? It depends on the ships, because it depends on how well they've kept them maintained, how well the ships have been kept going, and how often they've been refitted. In the US Navy and the Royal Navy, they tend to be quite thorough and quite regular, especially in the 20s and 30s with their refit schedule, because they have enough mass to be able to do so. So most of the hulls are in fairly good order. So honestly, they could have done a quick engine overhaul without needing to do too much to the hulls. They probably would have had to do something to the hulls, but it wouldn't have been a massive amount of work to the hulls, if that makes sense. Anyone want to add to that? No. Okay.
Nope.
Moment boy, what if the Tennessee class cruisers were modernized in 1928? How does that affect World War II? Okay. The Tennessee cruisers, if they are modernized in 28...
That is... I do love the Tennessees.
They are... Yeah, I love them. I just wouldn't want to be another than World War II.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking, like what realistic modernization? And they use that word. That qualifier is important. Realistic modernization, because if you were prepared to throw money at a hull the size of a Tennessee, you could do interesting things with it. But that's why I'm putting that qualifier in there. Realistic modernization.
But they are...
I was going to say, if you were playing UAD, I could probably make these into a pretty reasonable convoy escort.
They are...
But that's the thing. That's UAD.
Yeah.
In real life, why would I bother spending that much money on this refit?
Yeah,
They are...
Because you could probably stick some 5-inch 38s on and use them as a convoy escort, I guess, but...
Well, in 1928, the 38 is well, it's there, but it's not a capital ship secondary at that point.
No, I'm meaning this is a primary fleet. Because where else are you going to stick it?
Can I just say no? Can I just say no? Yes, in UAV, etc., I would probably use them. But it's got 4 10-inch guns, lovely. It's got 16 6-inch guns, lovely, but it's got vertical triple expansion engines, a top speed of 22 knots with a good breeze behind it and a flowing current, 16 Babcock Wilsons, and they're all launched about the same time as HMS Dreadnought is. In a nicest way, why am I modernizing them when they are 23, 22-year-old hulls in 1920, and they are that... And also...
You know what? If you want to get away with this, the only thing I can really think of is we cheat, claim they're experimental, and got them and refit them as slow escort carriers. They've got the length for it.
Yeah.
We can replace the engines while we're at it.
But at that point, it's probably cheaper just to build a new escort carrier.
It is. Look, I was told to modernize, and I have to work with the hull. That's the only thing I can think of to make them somewhat viable.
Why are you making a VTE carrier?
I'm not. If you're cutting them down for carrier conversion, you'd replace the engines while you're doing it. But again, that's me. That's me clutching at straws at this point. There's not much I can see.
What I'm reading, apparently, there were plans to. From what I'm reading, there were plans to completely cover up all of the casemate guns. In 1922, a consideration was given them to modernize them to give them power plants to put them to 27 knots.
Such blistering speed. How will the crew cope?
The plan was to swap them out to 8-inch guns in triple turrets.
The Tennessees don't have a bad hull form.
interesting.
The Tennessees don't have a bad hull form.
No.
Anti-aircraft
Please,
battery,
no.
oil-fired boilers, full torpedo bulkhead. Estimated cost of $6 million.
I
does not
feel like the
include
panel has
engine.
decided to torture our host.
Look,
On the other hand,
look-
the main issue was political, with the war plans concerned that the reconstruction might disrupt the building of new cruisers, and doubts if they would compare to modern ships, even with superior tonnage. Costs had escalated to $17 million. It was not seen profitable to modernize ships between 25 and 28 years old. For once, they're being logical.
No, they're just taking an excuse to not spend money.
Well, also Bjor decided that, what if we just left them with the 10-inch guns?
Then they'd count as capital ships.
That it was not
under-
practical. If they were kept in service for even 15 years after modernization, they might face weapons 40 years more advanced than their own.
Yeah,
The rules don't. The rules of the treaty don't care if you have guns bigger than 8-inch. Your capital ship.
Tennessee's were grandfathered in.
One final design was planned with a 58,000 shaft horsepower design similar to USS Ranger.
They weren't in the 1922 commit.
Weren't they?
No.
No, they were
So-
not.
Wait. So one of the plans was using 58,000 shaft horsepower found from Ranger on the original
put it
shaft.
For them to have had this done in 1928, you have to change the treaty system to allow cruisers up to 15,000 tons. And then then it's quite possible the US Navy keeps hold of them because they're allowed them and the US Senate won't supply them. But they're also now in a world where the counties are being designed at 15,000 tons. And where capital ships are limited to 40,000 tons and carriers are probably 33,000 tons limit. So your 5 carrier limit would be 165,000 rather than 135,000 tons, which means to get the 6, broadly speaking, carriers you need, your limit is going to be 27,000 tons, which gets you the carrier design the British would have liked to have got. And the Americans would have liked to have got. So it's a nice world. But it also means that those ships are even worse in comparison, because in a world where there's a 15,000 ton county wandering around, and whatever the Japanese are building in terms of 15,000 ton 8-inch cruiser, there is no scenario where I would like to be aboard that vessel. And goodness knows what the Italians are building, because if they are built, they'll be building again something that can claim to be 15,000 tons. We all know how their vessels claimed to be 10,000 tons. Just think of how big their vessels which claim to be 15,000 tons would be.
That's cruel, and the fact that it can't actually quite fit into a capital ship sized dry dock is just because your dry dock is too small.
Yeah, just remember that the limited to the same size limits they had from the Versailles Treaty, so that means the Deutschland class would probably still be about the same size as they were historically.
Well, they're just going to get gobbled up and die quickly.
And at 15,000 tons, you can build a very convincing 8-inch cruiser. You're probably talking about having 12 8-inch guns in terms of the county class. It'd be a 12 8-inch gun, 12 8-inch gun in 4 triple turrets.
And of course, even at 15,000 tons, the counties will ride very oddly high in the water. For seakeeping, of course, they don't want to take too much water over the bow. That's why they ride so high.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they learned their lessons from Hood, and the sailors don't like being wet. Don't worry about it.
It's just for seakeeping. It's not because we haven't actually fitted the armor to the hull. It's
Ramul, why?
And don't ask why in wartime they'll all of a sudden ride lower.
It was just
All right.
it was a task just to keep the the armor manufacturers in business that they haven't. We commission them to just make random bits of armor. The fact that it fits perfectly onto our county class cruisers and brings them to the perfect kind of displacement and everything for their hull shape is just. I mean, just who would have thought it?
Can I just
Not
say,
all of the
Outside the Directorate of Naval Constructors.
Can I just say something which is going to be completely strange to you all, but then we'll go on to Ramol's question because it's a CV91, so it's a fun one. But currently, according to this restream setup which I've got, which is allowing me to just watch streams on both both Twitch and YouTube, I currently have 30 people watching on Twitch. It's gone up and down to 22, down to 9, up to 30. All sorts of things because Twitch keeps doing weird things, but it's hovering around 30 for restream is figure, and that's usually more accurate. And for YouTube, it's measuring at about 90. So we're being watched live by 120 people. Hello, everyone.
Hello,
Don't
100.
forget 4 or 5 people on my stream.
Yeah.
Hello, 4 or 5 people on Rune on stream.
Yeah.
I
Ignore
have
the
very
fact I'm
few,
one
but
of
they're
them.
all mine.
Now, Ramon,
Mine.
why didn't the US Army adapt the CV90 as the Bradley replacement since Sweden joined NATO now, and would it be better for universal equipment? The CV90, whilst it has been modernized, is still quite an old design now. And honestly, we do need to start working on something new. And the fact that the people haven't got anything new. The CV90 is 1994. The other one I keep seeing brought up to me recently, people keep bringing up and going, we really need to be investing in this, is the Puma, which was designed between 1995 and 2009 and entered service in 2015. So it is by far the most recent one, but it is still 10 years old.
Additionally, there is one major flaw in the CV90 that trumps all other flaws when it comes to being a Bradley replacement for the United States Army.
It's not American.
It's not an American design. Or
That's
an American
not-
manufacturer.
That's not strictly a problem in this particular case, given that while General Dynamics is one of the people selected for the final phase in 2023, which is still ongoing, the other is the links from Rheinmetall. So
Yeah, but they had to set up Rheinmetall USA for it to be working. Remember what I had the conversation?
Yeah.
It's like to sell the F-35 to the UK and to make it so it's British. There's Lockheed Martin UK who sold it to the UK. So technically what happens is Lockheed Martin US builds the F-35s. They sell them to Lockheed Martin UK, who then sell them to the British government.
But yeah, this is the thing. First of all, as Dr. Clarke says, CV90 is an old platform.
Yeah,
Secondly,
as much as I love it.
Secondly, it carries more troops, but the US doesn't want it carrying more troops. It wants it carrying the standard Bradley component they've centered their IFB force around, which is 6.
Can I just say this? The
using that-
CV90 has a really cool party trick in that you can skid it.
Yeah.
You can skid steer it.
and-
It's brilliant.
And of course, the fact that the CV90 can't carry a 50mm automatic, which is one of the requirements for the Bradley replacement, whereas Lynx and the Griffin 3 can.
Yeah. Although the
they
CV90
could probably make
comes
some
in,
variant
the
with
CV90 comes in a massive range of variants.
Yeah.
There's even
I'm sure if you throw enough money at the CV90, you could get it to do anything.
you have to remember the CV90 is built by BAE, whose basic motto is, if you're prepared to pay us money, we'll produce a variant for you.
Like, CV90 is a mature platform, and it is, and it's a good platform, it is, but it's just not.
Tank.
But it's just not what the US Army wants.
Listen, are you telling me that an Israeli Sherman is not the ideal armored fighting vehicle for the modern era?
Yes.
Nah,
that's exactly
you
what
just
I'm
need
telling
some of
you.
the Afghanistan T-34s.
Yeah.
Please don't. Okay,
One where they have to stand outside the tank.
Black Horse. New question. What effect would the US not deciding to move the Pacific Fleet to Pearl Harbor for World War II have on the Japanese planned attack? They probably don't attack Pearl Harbor. They probably go for the Philippines, because honestly, they're not getting to San Diego. Or if they do get to San Diego, it is literally going to be a raid with a single carrier. They're not going to get a mass carrier force to San Diego. You can't support to sustain them that far.
To sit off San Diego with some sort of depot ship to keep them supplied.
You probably
So
would
they could
have.
be-
You would probably have to build something like the I-400s to sustain operations. But honestly, the thing is, if they haven't moved, because you have to remember when the Americans do move to Pearl Harbor, it's not 1940 or 41. It is way back in the 1930s, and it gives the Japanese plenty of heads up to coming. And the Japanese had a plans. Bruno?
Twitch has accused me of ending a shared chat with Dr. Clarke 6 minutes ago. I did not end a shared chat. I entered no such command to enter a shared chat.
Okay, so it's not me that Runon was correcting. She was correcting. She wasn't correcting me. She was correcting Twitch.
Apologies.
That's fine. I was going. Hang on. Did I get my dates wrong? No. Runon's just having a fight with Twitch.
I thought because the Pacific Fleet only made the big move though. In what was it, 1940?
Nope.
Because it was FDR, and it was why they binned Richardson and installed Kimmel.
Yes, but Richardson was out there for a while. I've got a
Only
video.
a year or
I've got a video from. Basically, you have to remember Pearl Harbor is being built as the base, and they've got increasingly large elements based there. For earlier than that, okay. When Richardson goes out there, he is Commander-in-Chief United States Fleet. He's not Pacific Fleet Commander, he's United States Fleet. And so the fleet is being based out there. They basically switch things round to an extent, because they had the scouting group and the battle fleet, right? And traditionally, one was in one ocean and one was in the other ocean. But in January 1940, it is switched. And the United States Fleet is put in command of the battle force in the Pacific Fleet, and the Atlantic Fleet, which is the scouting force. And it's all put under the command of Richardson, who's put out there to the command from Pearl Harbor, and to coordinate from there. But other ships have already been there; they've already been deployed out there, and this is the point. This is the issue they're having with. But yeah, so it's a fun thing. It's a fun scenario. Pearl Harbor is the most clearly telegraphed, least supported move ever made by any country. In that the Americans have been telegraphing they're going to move their fleet there for about the previous 15 years. And hang on, was that a light? Did a light bulb just go? Because I just heard a sort of flash over my head. I think a bulb might have gone or something. Ah, well. I think it was the one. I think it was the one old bulb which I hadn't replaced. And then you sort of look at Pearl Harbor and go, why haven't you put more defense in there? Why haven't you invested more if you're doing this? And yeah.
I mean, Britain has a long and storied history of this kind of thing. I am sure we have done something worse than that.
Singapore?
In our
Hey, we were telegraphing that move for 30 years, and look at how well defended Singapore was.
I mean, I'm thinking stuff like the 100 Years' War.
Oh, in the 100 Years' War, we're even more pretty, but we'll leave that to one side. Calais,
I mean,
Calais.
There it took a couple of years. It's like we landed in the Low Countries with our king, and then hung around for a couple of years whilst he tried to raise enough money, which is why we ended up with John of Gaunt, because he was born in Ghent.
Yes.
Whilst I think his mum, i.e. the Queen, was acting as a bit of a hostage for the loans to pay for the army.
Yes. Nice way, my family will not fight unless we're paid.
By surprise.
If you're not paying us, my family ain't fighting for you. It's quite simple. You pay, then we fight. You don't pay, we go find other sources of income. Steve, Alex.
This is all very...
Yes, carry on, Fleet.
So all I was going to say was this is true.
Yes. In your video on high pressure boilers, you look at the major advantages. What about reliability and maintenance systems and intervals for advanced machinery? There are issues, but there's also the fact that it's going to sound strange, but we usually, that when people point it out, they're pointing to the German systems, which are incredibly, how do I put this, they are very specialist pieces of machinery. The Americans have the mass-produced 600 psi boilers. The Germans have the works of art, which can occasionally go higher. The British would be a combination of the two. It would be mass-produced, but supposed to go higher. There are probably some things, and I didn't put this in the video because honestly it would have added the complexity. But honestly, my suspicion, and if I'd been doing another video on the topic as a part 2, I'd probably include this, is my suspicion is if you have 850 psi boilers for the Royal Navy, the Royal Navy very quickly go, right then, we're going to have that's going to be, each boiler is going to be co-located with a turbine, which is going to immediately drive a generator, a power system, so we can keep the tubing as short as possible between the two, and we can avoid having, how to put this, having as many, as limits the number of corners as possible. Because the problem with high pressure steam, it isn't the tubing. It isn't the piping itself. The piping is fun, but it isn't the piping itself. No, it's when you have to have joins in the piping, or when you have to have the piping go round a corner for whatever reason. That's when you have problems. So ideally, you want to try and set up a system which avoids that. If you're using, and this is why usually when you're looking at very high pressure steam, you're looking at steam engines, which will often have the things very neatly, very closely located.
I had one thought from that, and it was from, oh god, goodness, I can't remember. I was reading something because I've been reading something else about the Yamato class and the development of them.
Mm-hmm.
And until relatively late on, it sounded like the Japanese had been looking at diesels, but then had a disappointing trials ship operating diesels at a crucial point, so kind of dropped it. But it made me wonder whether, because you were saying what would the Japanese do to get the power density, and it made me wonder if they'd actually go more diesel.
No.
No?
Diesels won't give you... Diesels will give you the range at this point, but they are really not giving you the speed. I know the Germans have lots of plans later on in the early 1940s in World War II for high-speed diesels and all sorts of things they want to introduce, but they're really not in the 1930s. They're not yet at that density. And if we think about how diesels have evolved and how they're used, they're often about providing the base load, providing the constant, providing these sort of things, and it's gas turbines which provide you the speed on modern ships, and it's our systems which provide you the speed, because diesels are very good at providing a constant base load. They're not necessarily very good at providing with the speed you want. Take care, KVG.
Even today, I would argue that they're not great at speed for that type of application.
Yeah.
Until you start getting into diesel-electric drive, and then
there's a reason why the Germans themselves were looking at diesel, and it's again they find the theory. They've got lots of theory of great ideas, but the practice doesn't work. And I think we've lost Foxo.
We have.
Hopefully she's getting some
she appears
snooze.
to have stepped away for at least a while, at least a little bit.
But it's a case of high speed. You get high. If you want higher speed, at this point you need steam machinery. That's what you're going to get it from. Because the Germans looked at diesels for their Scharnhorst. They looked at diesels for the Bismarck and Tirpitz. They looked at all these things. And yeah, it just wasn't a sensible option for them.
Yeah, I was just wondering if it would be the alternative way they might go as a divergence.
If you go for an electric drive system and your supply, you've got diesel generators to provide your base power and hotel load, and then you're using other systems to provide the booster power you need for high speed, potentially. And that is a potential option. But as said, my suspicion with the 850 psi engines is because they are so much the power density from those boilers will be so great that actually it makes sense to turn them into these single unit units, which actually have the boiler, the turbine, and the generator all together, and then you have another room which has another boiler, turbine, generator combination. You may be on a capital ship, you have 3 or 4 of these different rooms, each of these sort of set up, and so each one's individual, because they generate so much power and they can run so sustainably. And then you could basically, you'd have a case of, right then, oh, we only need to have one boiler running to be able to make our base speed or something like that. And one set running, and we can therefore do maintenance on it. Because that's fitting with the British, and the British were looking at, the British were continually interested in electric drives because, again, this is a sort of legacy of World War One, but isn't really a legacy of World War One in that they realised the Americans were ahead of them in electric drives when they were looking at the information they were getting on Lexington class, and that made the British a bit paranoid. Hello, Foxo, you have returned.
Yep.
Did you go off and get something to eat?
No, I've been trying to fix Forza 5. It decided to open 27 instances of itself that's got a memory leak. The gearbox refused to patch.
Annoying times.
Perhaps go and get something to eat.
Black Horse.
I've had a Domino's.
That's good. You had your weekly Domino's.
Yes.
I'm
I
mildly
now
jealous.
eat for 3 days straight.
I'm mildly jealous. I haven't had my weekly Domino's at the moment because I'm being healthy, and I feel sad. I miss
Oh,
my
I won't let
Domino's.
you do that, Foxo.
And Foxo, you do need to eat. You do need to eat. What you should probably get the chicken dippers to go with the pizza, and then you have the chicken dippers the next day, and that's a lovely, that's a nice meal. A nice box of 14 chicken dippers. Black Horse, nice box of 14. Black Horse. Pull over forces and resources, pull out force, I'm guessing, and resources from Europe into the Pacific for the planned invasion of Japan. And would British troops have been involved? Yes, British troops were going to be involved, and they were already doing it. Their forces were already being moved across and sorted out for it. And again, Twitch has gone down for some reason for me. And
It's also kind of got to bear in mind that by the time the Allies are looking at the invasion of Japan, they're sitting on the largest build-up of ability to move stuff basically in human history, and it's all in place at that point. So it's not so hard. It's not about hard. It's just we just got to get them there. Give us a couple of months, we'll get them there. You just got to give us a couple of months, like a few massive convoys, and we'll get them there.
Yeah.
It's not a question. Is there a way? Is there the will?
And there was the will.
The invasion of Japan would have been, the invasion of Japan is going to be hell.
Linguistics, but yes.
Don't worry, Flay. I'm sure you defending the beaches of Taiwan will be better than that, at least. I can't wait to get conscripted.
That's gonna be fun. Black Horse. Was it possible for the Pacific to be more of a joint base starting off from the beginning of World War II between the US and Britain? Basically, if Singapore hadn't fallen, it would have been far more joint. But the moment you lose Singapore, you end up with the Indian Ocean and the Pacific War. And this is what a lot of American history seems to forget is the war going on in the Indian Ocean and Southeast Asia in terms of Burma, etc., and the wars that are going on there and the fighting that's going on there. This is the fun thing I often find, is that there's a lot of factors in that area which affects the war in the Pacific, especially the availability of the Imperial Japanese Army, etc., that are not fighting in China. But it doesn't get a lot of coverage in American telling of the story. I have found.
I mean, if you want,
it doesn't
if you want
get,
a good,
to be fair, it doesn't get a lot of coverage in the British telling of the story either for the war at World War II.
if you want,
There's a reason it's called the Forgotten Army.
yeah,
Carry
if you
on,
want a
please.
good deep dive into the naval side of things, Drax's video on the Indian Ocean in that theatre is quite good. And if you want a good video series about the Forgotten War on land, Lord Hearthrasher is doing a fantastic series on the entire campaign in Burma from the start of the war up until the end of it. And he's just done the video on the aftermath of Kohima
Mm-hmm.
and what comes after that.
What effect did Kojima have on?
Next question.
Ay, caramba. Yeah, it is fun. It is fun. Now, next question. This is from Sonic Canary. Which admiral would be more useful in latrine cleaning duty than command?
Oh, what's his name? Hang on, I'll get him. Where is he? Come here, I know who I'm going to suggest. Where are you, you cheeky son
So
of a
instead
gun?
of making noise, which fleet would you like to let perhaps Clarke or Runon or Fox everything's while you're searching for them?
I've got him, but yes, yes, you guys first, but I've got my man.
Carry on, fleet. After all that, carry on.
Hyacinth Laurent Theophile Aubé, the Frenchman who paused capital ship construction and was the chief architect of the implementation of Je ne Cole in the French Navy.
I'm going to go for Admiral Turner, who was the guy who caused pretty much all the trouble for the US Navy at the beginning of World War II. And who was basically moved away from Washington because it was the only way to keep him alive in the face of what King would probably have done to him if he'd been left with him too long. That's why he gets command of the amphibious forces in the Pacific War, quite literally to keep him a safe distance away from Admiral King.
I'm going to assume you're being partially hyperbole there, but not completely.
Bold of you to assume it's hyperbole when you're talking about Admiral King and committing Harry Kiri on someone. Jacob Burnett.
Listen, of all the American admirals that have ever existed, I feel like King is the most likely to uninstall someone's free trial of life.
Basically, I think it was when King heard that someone had thought it was a 50-50 chance of them hitting Pearl Harbor or the Philippines, but of course they didn't decided that it still wasn't a good enough reason to inform the Pearl Harbor they might be about to be hit by a carrier strike, and the Japanese might be going to hit them. I think that was enough. Let's just wait. We're talking about a man who literally did chuck something through a wall when he heard about the Nelrods and the way they got round the whole water as armor thing. That is the level of violence which the world is not prepared for. What would have come at that point if King Turner had been that close?
Quick question: is the apocalypse starting?
Why?
Not yet.
Why?
The blood moon rose a
Because
couple of
the
days ago.
clouds outside of my house have just gone bright red.
That's just the sun reflecting off the moon and probably some sand from the Sahara. I wouldn't worry about it.
Fleet, it's 20 to 11.
I wouldn't
Sun's-
worry about it.
Sun's set at like 9:30.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that'll be reflections. I wouldn't worry about it, Fox.
Yeah,
So
but
it's
it's-
fine.
Listen,
Bright red?
I'm just saying it's not the gay apocalypse right now. That's
It's-
not penciled in for at least another 6 months.
It's fine, Fox. So I wouldn't worry about it.
Actually, no, it's not penciled in for about another year because the gay
I was gonna say
apocalypse
11
is
months.
always scheduled for June.
I
but
need to know if
never
it's the
actually-
apocalypse because I need to show God my Glock.
It's not the apocalypse.
I think you had a gloss.
Let's move
I thought it
on
was
to
different.
Jacob, the next question. On the Project
Hmm,
23-900s, Ivan Roganov class amphibs, is it a little wrong investments with the current state of the surface fleet, or can they put together enough escorts to protect them? Theoretically, they have enough frigates of the Gorshkov class, they could, to an extent, protect them. Realistically, it's nice to have them. No, they're not going to be doing any offensive amphibious operations with them.
Yeah, but if in terms of wrong investments and just getting around that little issue, the opening stages of the war in Ukraine basically showed exactly why they are needed in the Russian way of war. Like if the Russians had the Mistrals or ships equivalent to these, they might have been able to pull off the landings around Odessa that were in the full scope of the plan that they didn't have the assets to pull off. These ships are absolutely the amphibious capability Russia needs, especially in the Black Sea. Whether or even regardless of whether or not they have the escorts, in terms of capability to do those sort of landings, yeah, they are basically required.
I'd say that they're more than that. They create dilemmas and problems for Western powers in the Northern Fleet and the Baltic Fleet. If they are there. No, just they create problems because you have to push them up your priority hierarchy to stop them from either doing unpleasant things to bits of northern Norway or doing things either in the Baltic offensively or kind of helping you to bring reloads or whatever to Kaliningrad.
Problem you have now with that is they are building two. One is building the Pacific Fleet and one is building in the Black Sea.
Yes, they are going to have problems with that. But
there is not going to be any one of them. They're not building any more than those two. And they've been building them for quite a while. This is the thing. They are going to be complete apparently in 2028 and 2029. They were both laid down in July 2020.
I will point out these are the first ships of this size the Russians have built in a long, long time. So that build-out time isn't really surprising.
Also, you might want to look at who was supposed to be supplying their gas turbines and who was supposed to be supplying their diesel engines originally.
Yeah, that's probably going to lead to some delays.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll just carry on. It's look. These are interesting options, and we'll see what happens. They are going to be armed with 100mm gun, 3 Kashdans, and 2 Pantsirs. They've got 30 helicopters. They've got a nice hangar deck. There's a whole debate as to whether they're going to have a well deck on them. And there's a whole discussion of that one, potentially, because they should theoretically have a well deck, but yeah. We'll leave that to one side. Those ships are interesting vessels. And I will, when I see them in service, I will watch them with sincerity.
Indeed, same as I'm interested to see exactly what emerges from the shipyards, if they emerge at all.
Well, considering that we've got about 3 to 4 years to see before we have to see that, so
yeah.
Start
your stopwatches, folks. On your marks, get set, build.
Yeah. This is why when people turn around to me and tell me, "Oh, Russia does these construction these things far better than the West does," I go, "Really?
No.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay." This is for Dragon and Fleet Dragon and Foxo. When you look at media-based Navy military force, what are you most looking at to decide if the writers and directors are making it consistent with structure?
Can I get a little bit of an explanation of that? I don't quite understand the question.
You're torturing my poor people, so...
Right, so I would assume... Basically, so take science fiction as an example, fleet as a media-based one, like the Imperial Navy from Star Wars, or Starfleet from Star Trek.
Yeah.
Basically, what are you most looking at when you're looking at these things to decide if the writers and directors are making it consistent within their own universe.
Right.
Or are they
Okay.
just pulling
I
stuff
think
up from nowhere?
I think I understand. If you want to boil it down to the barest nub, you look at the Force. Basically, that if you want to boil it down, you basically look at the Force.
Mm.
If you look at it and it changes every 5 minutes, and capabilities appear and vanish at will, and there's no real standardization / consistency in design style, procurement, uniforms. Basically, that's what it boils down to.
Uniforms.
No, I'm giving examples.
I know. I'm just going to say because of all things, I know Star Trek's probably one of the worst ones, but I know between TNG, DS9, and Voyager, they go through 3 different uniform designs.
Star Trek's not. Star Trek's not the problem. Like I would expect that sort of variation on
Discovery
anything
is
like
the
that.
biggest offender of Star Trek.
Oh
uniforms.
God, don't remind me.
I
No,
take
it's not even just that. Discovery's biggest problem in Star Trek. Period, basically. But
Well, it's not
to the degree as we said though. I guess one other point is are they? Give me a sec, Fox, just so I can measure this. Are they actually written by the same person?
Yes, that as well. But again, that ties into what I was saying. Our capabilities vanishing and appearing at will. Is the Force consistent in what it can and can't do? But again, as Dragon says, the behind that usually is different people writing.
Go on, Foxo.
Because the biggest thing I tend to look for is the context of like, does this force actually change how it's fighting for the position it's in? Because too many, this is much more for fantasy versus sci-fi. A writer will have a fixed, this is how the army works, this is how much is in X, these are the ranks, and no matter what type of conflict they're fighting, that won't change. Which sort of tells me that it's not really the author doesn't really have an idea of internal consistency because they're more going for it just doesn't change. When anyone who's knows a thing about the armed forces know that even a division's makeup can change pretty quickly depending on the situation, the context, and the war it's going in to fight.
Yep.
I think the biggest one is I was reading a fictionalized version of 8th century Byzantine politics. And the guy was sending cataphracts into Bulgaria. And it's like...
What?
Yeah!
You don't send cataphracts into Bulgaria?
For me, it's
Not unless you hate your cavalry.
Yeah, and because the author had looked at how did the Byzantines fight, and they looked at how they fought the Turks. And going, oh, they must fight everyone in that method. Not realizing they had an entirely different army set up in the west to the east because of how terrain differed.
Yes. Okay, right. Black Horse, next question.
Wait, can I?
Okay, Ronan. Quickly. Okay, Ronan. Yes, go on.
Does the fleet structure and the ships that make up that structure make sense given the science rules that the author has established?
Mm-hmm.
So, if you have a fleet that relies on a lot of integrated defense, why don't you have small escort vessels?
Yeah.
If you have a fleet in which time and space is the main line of their defense, why don't you have a lot of standoff weapons? So on and so forth.
Paul, this is Black Horse's question. Was it possible for the British to replace all their ships' boilers to high pressure before the historic start of World War II? Not really, but also they don't need to. There are vessels you would need to replace, and there are vessels you'd be building new ones of, but there are also lots of vessels you wouldn't bother. So, for example, you're probably not going to go and rip open your destroyers from the early 1930s prior to the boilers coming in, or the late 1920s, and start ripping them over and putting in new boilers. It's the same with your VNW class destroyers. You're not going to do that when they're being converted to ASW escorts. You're not going to need high pressure boilers for things like Flag class corvettes, or even probably for Hunt class escort destroyers. You're just not. You don't need that level of power for them, so you're not going to. And that's one of the things you'd probably see, is that the British would go, right then, what do we need? What do these boilers make sense to be fitted into? And I'd argue they'd make sense for fleet destroyers, they make sense for cruisers, they make sense for carriers, and they make sense for capital ships. They don't make sense for a lot of other things. You're not going to, with the C-class conversions to AA cruisers, go, you know what, we're going to put these in that. They're not. They're not going to. They don't need them. They're not going to be required to operate in that scenario where they need them. It's not going to be beneficial for them. So that's the thing. You're going to what you're going to see get them is going to be not be the full fleet, because it doesn't need to be. I hope that makes sense. I did explain that, didn't I? Anyone else want to add to that?
Not particularly.
No. Castanet,
No.
would it be possible for the Canadians to build a tribal with a power plant from Fletcher class in 1940? And how useful the ship would be? Well, the trouble is, if it's operating in the UK, in the European theatre, no one has spares for it. And that's the problem. If it's operating where the Royal Canadian class tribals were often operating, they don't have the spare parts to support and sustain that. However, if you consider it's a 60,000 shaft horsepower for boiler unit versus the tribals, if you could in theory do it, and you get a nice power, you get a nice shaft horsepower bump, because you go from 44,000 shaft horsepower and 3 Admiralty boilers to 60,000 shaft horsepower and 4 boilers. So, and honestly, the boilers that they've got and the Admiralty free drum boilers, space-wise, you could make it work. The extra 16,000 shaft horsepower, what's that going to get you? Well, the tribals do 36 knots. The Fletcher does 36.5 knots. An extra 16,000 shaft horsepower on a tribal, which is a 2,500 ton design versus a 2,500 ton design full load, you're probably not again going to see a massive increase in speed. It's got a slightly better hull form than a Fletcher. It's a slightly more efficient hull form, so it might be getting 37, 38 knots, but you're really not going to be delivering a lot of extra advantages or anything for that extra shaft horsepower and extra complication in terms of logistics to support and sustain it. So it's possible in theory. In practice, I don't think anyone's going to do it. Anyone else?
No.
I just don't see the point in it, really.
There's no point. You're changing
Unless-
the design for no real benefit.
Unless somehow you've got a situation where you've effectively got most of a tribal, and all of a sudden you don't have the engines for whatever reason, and you can quickly nab some from the US. There's literally 0 point in doing so.
Yeah.
Or the timeline is such that
Yeah, it's not
we need
feasible.
we need this class now. We'll design them so that their midlife refit, they have enough wiggle room to fit the enhanced spoilers.
Yep. And then it's another Kuznetsov question, and it's about with nuclear propulsion and Katabar. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if they did go for nuclear power. But that's because honestly, the Russians actually have better odds on getting nuclear power into service than they do conventional power at the moment, because they have their ability to produce that entirely themselves. And the status of having a nuclear carrier might attract them. Despite, I think, again, this is why I go for the 50 to 60,000 ton model and nuclear power. But I, again, don't think it's going to be Katabar. I think it'll be Stobar. And Fleet's probably going to rightly go, but it doesn't make sense. And I'm going to go, but its status is like the French. They are building one carrier. It's going to be nuclear powered. Why?
I've always-
entirely for
I-
status. It's entirely.
I always err on the side of caution and will always make a cautious assessment when predicting build-outs.
Yeah.
That's just who I am. I will not begrudge Dr. Clarke his opinion either, because again, we are both guessing at what a nation may or may not
I
do.
understand why. I actually agree with Fleet's logic. If they're looking at it logically, sensibly, Fleet is right. But I don't think they'll be logical or
when do they look at it
sensible.
logically?
and that's the difference. As I always say,
And
Fleet is a nicer person than me. I always tell people this. And they don't understand why I'm saying. He looks at things logically and goes, this is what a sensible person would do. And I go, but I don't think they're sensible, so that's why I don't think they'll do it.
And honestly, it's logic kind of gets crap canned when you are dealing with one of one or one of four status assets. With the U.S. can afford to have more logic in its status assets because it has so many of them.
Yes.
Yeah, but I don't think it's a logic issue. I just think Fleet does statistics. You do logic. Because humans run on their own logics, that's not numerical.
And hello, Celebon. Hello, everyone who's watching around, popping around in various things. Richard Goss, should the Royal Air Force look for a replacement of Vulcan? The only options at the moment would be to go with a B-21, because that's the only heavy bomber aircraft program in actual existence at the moment that the Royal Air Force would have access to. And I don't think, A, the US would give us access to it, and B, the RAF has the budget for it, or will ever get the budget for it. Saying that, and this is going to sound terrible, I wouldn't say no to Britain actually having a squadron of such aircraft. Because, again, I think the thing Britain should be offering NATO is a strong navy and a strong air force with the ability to reach out and touch things and affect things around the world, and less thinking about necessarily deploying the ground forces or building up a large army. Because I honestly don't think we have the population or peacetime mass in our armed forces and would tolerate it necessarily to be able to be useful in contrast to the powers who do have those things. And those nations really would rather, like Britain's economy and its industry, etc., could support providing the high-tech aviation and high-tech shipping assets which can support those nations. So that's the thing.
Yeah,
I think in a scenario where you have the Polish, the Turkish, the German armies, as well as the Finnish, the Swedish, and the French, and the sort of armies, and the Greek as well, and all these other quite large ground forces in NATO, and far closer and far more able to project their power into that area, I think the utility for Britain is deploying some tripwire forces, which are going to be high-tech troops again, yes, and good quality troops, but there'll be tripwire forces to an extent to reinforce allies in the area, but is providing the naval strength and providing the aerial strength. And in that case, then, having carriers, having SSGNs, having heavy bombers would be of use. And now, Fleet, please.
I agree with pretty much everything.
And I'm
Dr.
not being
Clarke
rude,
has said,
but I'm going to go grab a can of Iron Brew. So I'm listening, but I'm run out of Iron Brew. So it's not being rude.
I agree with everything Dr. Clarke has just said, although I do have a few caveats for my personal preference. One of the things that Britain currently offers to NATO and should continue to offer is the core and command staff, experienced command staff for a division.
The rapid reaction force. Yes.
Yeah, we're one of very few countries that still know and train for operations and command at divisional level. So that is something we should continue to offer NATO.
I think there
on
are
the ground.
The number of nations which are stretching up to that is rapidly increasing. But yes, carry
on. Secondly, I do think that while a long-range bomber is a good idea, I think if we want to be realistic as an asset, it needs to be capable of. It needs to be a quasi not maritime patrol, but it needs to be capable of maritime strike. Not quite something like a backfire, where it very much leans into that role as its niche, but something more, something with the ability to do that role.
That depends more on the weapons that you put on it.
worked into
Again, the
it.
B-21 can do that. There are missiles fits which the B-21 can take. Which can
Yeah,
do that
this
role.
is. Yeah, but I would have our bomber lean more into it, not to the
Good
exclusion
Lord.
of
You're not
other
suggesting
roles.
we develop a whole bomber ourselves, are you?
No. But I am suggesting that whatever asset we procure for that role should lean more into.
Well, that'd be the weapons.
Naval
That's down to the weapons procurement. But yeah, we can do that. Let's be honest.
That would be my only caveat.
The B-21 is basically a general purpose asset, which can, it's in the nicest way. The greatest suggestion I heard for the B-21 is it's supposed to be a stealth version of the B-52, and I went, no, yeah, I still bet the B-52 still outlasts it in service.
Yeah, I was about to
My
say,
suggestion for
isn't the 21 supposed to be B2 but mass produced?
yes, that's literally the whole thing. It's the mature version of the B2, which is mass producible. And
No,
is
it's
brought
the
to-
cheap and mass producible version of the B52 or the B2.
No, yeah,
No,
ruin on that. Yeah, ruin on that's why
It's the B2, but it doesn't take the GDP of a small nation to keep running.
exactly because it's mature. That's the whole point. That's the reason
It's
why
not mature,
cheaper.
it's how immature the B2 is.
Yes, but that
It's taking the lessons
They-
learned from the B2,
which
that
is
was an immature system,
yes,
and-
this,
and still technically is an immature system, and putting it into a new system that could be seen as a mature version of it.
Although
you.
that,
Just-
although that currently is
which
in
is what-
LRIP.
Yeah.
but anyway, I do have one more point to make. If Britain does choose to procure such an asset, my thought process would be not to buy B-21. My thought process would be to do an Anglo-French program, because the French.
Go on, keep
Haven't
going.
those worked out
Keep going.
so swimmingly in the
The
past?
reason that I'm going this way rather than B-21 is the asset that we would want. We would want to. Well, it depends. Well, A, it depends on cost per unit for B-21 by the time we would actually choose to do this. And B, I would probably hope that the French are looking at the way the world is developing and they're going to want that capability themselves, given how effective a long-range bombing fleet has proven to be in this whole we reached out and touched something with these aircraft that none of our other aircraft could do in the Iranian raid. Which is something that, the B-2 has demonstrated that, yes, bombers are still the only platforms capable of doing this. You can't do it with a multi-role aircraft. And France being France, and, the whole, we are the independent nation, we don't need anyone else to do any of our roles, I can see arguments being made in the French military of such a platform. Now, I can see the platform that the French would go for fitting very nicely into something that the UK would also want in terms of a bomber aircraft for that role. And
So-
by doing joint procurement with the French, we can try and bring some of the benefits of that procurement in house, and help with the regeneration of the UK armaments industry, especially in the ability to produce aircraft of this type again. While it does have some downsides compared to procuring B-21,
Can I just ask a small problem? This question, this entire assignment, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you've gone for a joint Anglo-French program. What has been the standout thing for every recent joint program with the French for everyone who's done any work with them? And then tried to do any joint program?
they've usually walked out because
And
they
usually
demanded
it's
something that other people didn't want.
They've usually demanded full integration, it to be fully dependent on French industry and fully fund French industry first. And then you've put this. I was with you up until you said this would help reinvigorate British industry.
Well, here's the thing: it doesn't have to. We don't have to have full joint custody for it to help British arms procurement. The French can take the lead on this if they want.
I also
as they will. Can I? As they will probably demand to do. But even if only 10% of the airframe or 10% of the parts come from British industry, that's still extra money that wasn't going into British arms industry and procurement beforehand. I agree with you, Dr. Clarke. Yes, they are going to demand probably to take most of the lead on this and have most of the leaning beyond French armaments and French industry.
Fleet,
But
are you
even-
suggesting that 90% of the British taxpayers' money that's going to go into this program is going to line the pockets of French multinational corporations?
Yes, I am, but I'm also suggesting that,
Oh,
that
it's
the
even worse.
alternative
What
is
about
a-
the British multinational
and-
corporations?
No, no,
and-
Runon,
but
it's
I would-
French government-owned corporations.
That's
but
even worse.
Yes, but you're also forgetting that I have the cards.
Right,
You're
wait,
also
so let's
forgetting.
finish that.
You're also forgetting that I have the card to play, which is saying the alternative was getting none of the money into British industry and sending 100% of it to the US instead.
So,
Yeah.
right, can I ask
But-
one quick question?
Uh,
Right, Fox,
but-
can I did try to
Yes.
ask this earlier, but because this is a very key thing to this whole point. Are the French even currently interested in a heavy bomber program?
That's why I did preface my whole discussion with there would have to be a set of requirements for this to even take place. A la the French
Yeah.
would probably have to look for a bomber in based on experience they have and conclusions they have drawn in the aftermath of the raid on Iran. As I said, like I said,
That's why I kind of
the
feel
whole
that they're
the
probably
whole
not going to
preface.
go that way.
Yeah, like as I said, Dragon, the whole preface to the discussion was me laying out the groundwork for the situation you would need to make this whole thing viable in the first place. I did preface my point by saying this.
Hear me out. Hear me
But I
out.
think it's, yeah. Go on.
What if we replace France with an actually reliable, semi-stable country that doesn't change its mind all the time? And would have a reason for this to be a largely maritime patrol aircraft, but also needs it for strike.
Well, not maritime patrol. It's got to be a. It's not. That's the important
Maritime
thing.
strike.
We can't let this bomber get turned into a glorified maritime patrol aircraft with extra steps. It needs to be a bomber with a focus on maritime strike rather than a maritime patrol aircraft that could also bomb.
Yes. Why not work with Japan?
That would make more sense.
Or,
That
or
could
to a
work.
degree, even
Because-
Germany and Italy do have interest in both of those regards.
Yeah, no. The
Germany again
the
will
Italians,
go. It has to be built in Germany. The Germans and the French are both. This is why most of the European projects break down, because Germany and France disagree over how much gets built in which country. This is why every time
So-
Germany and France announce a joint program, we're all watching a ticking bomb of when it's going to collapse. It's like the next
I thought
generation
Germany was
fighter
slightly
program.
better with it, though.
No,
From what I
they've been
recall.
getting worse now. They're getting really, really much worse. There's actually an
Go on.
argument going on that they think all the ones which are all the European built F-35 should be built in the plant that's being a production line that's been set up in Germany. And the British are going, but we're buying B variants which are being built in America because that's where they build the Bs. And the Germans are going, no. But you'll only literally be building Bs for us, and you're otherwise not. And it's causing it's fun times. It's fun times had by all. And I would say the easiest thing is, considering the B-21 is first of all going to replace the B-1s, and then the B-2s, and then potentially replace the B-52s after that's done. This is the thing, the B-21 is replacing the B-1s and then the B-2s, and then it might replace the B-52s. Please note that. The B-2s will be gone from service, the B-1s will be gone from service long before the B-52s.
That's honestly unsurprising.
Also,
And
I
Given
kind
the
of
words
agree
onto
with
them.
yeah, and that's going to be by. It's only supposed to replace the B2s by 2040. So we're talking 15 years.
Also, as Steve Clarke's pointed out, would you rather to spend 20 to 25 years on trying to develop this with the French, where they'll probably inevitably walk out halfway through, and you're left with nothing, or in, say, 10, 15 years, just go with B-21?
You could just order off the
the
shelf
issue is-
just to go buy it. Just go, we'd like to buy this, please, if they'll let us.
Because my work is gonna be that
Let's walk them. Let's walk them.
like, especially with how cagey the Americans have been about B2 and F-22. Would the Americans even be willing to sell B-21 before
was
it's obsolete?
That was what.
It was-
That
So building a
It's-
new aircraft from scratch might be the only option
What
because the contemporary is the B-21, which you probably won't be able to get your hands on.
Fox, so to answer that
was-
question, there is actually 2 other nations which have a high enough clearance and are on the list that could potentially buy the B-21. Those are Britain and Australia under the AUKUS agreement. Because the AUKUS agreement covers
And-
not just submarine tech. So it is literally that is we are the there are only 2 other nations, and this is the interesting thing when you look at America's security and what their weapons they're prepared to sell. There's the actual discussion of whilst everyone else just gets to know automatically. When the Australians were considering F-22, there was actually a discussion about it. It wasn't a straight up no. Under the AUKUS agreement, pretty much submarines, maritime patrol, all these things are open source between those 3 powers. No,
It was
Israel, believe it or not, my boy, Israel gets a lot of things, but they don't get the same blanket support, blanket allowance that Britain and Australia do.
In the nicest way, the Tel Aviv is a little too comfortable with Russia. It was my understanding, which reading between the lines in this conversation seems to be malformed, was that the B-21 was the Virginia to the B-2's Seawolf.
No,
kind of is.
Okay.
no. It's more you're talking the B-21, the B-2 is last generation Los Angeles to the B-21's last generation Virginia.
Okay. That clears things up because I'm looking at the whole time I've known about the B-21, I've understood it as the B-2, but actually affordable with a minor capability hit for that affordability.
No, it's basically it's nicknamed the Raider, and it's built with whereas the B-2 was built with a Cold War Soviet threat in mind, the B-21 is built with a Pacific global conflict in mind. Okay.
Here's hoping Congress cuts enough checks for him.
And with
yeah, fleets
I have
don't need
noticed-
to go.
yes, unfortunately, yes. I sadly have to love you and leave you. Goodbye, folks.
Take care.
You didn't even buy me a drink first.
Oh, you know
No
what I
manners.
mean.
No manners in the Zoomers. these
Honestly,
days.
sometimes you try to be nice. And good night, everybody.
Take care.
Do what I do and don't bother being nice.
Says the nicest person on this panel. Black Horse, how long
Thank you.
Black Horse, how long have the Straits of Gibraltar been held by Britain or its allies?
17, something.
Yeah, it's coming up for roughly 300 years. Your silliest comment of this week, please. Oh, good lord, I've had so many this week. So many. Yeah, someone has commented that the War of 1812 was the draw. It is fun to suggest these things.
I mean, the War of 1812 is a draw when you compare the American willingness to fight versus the British willingness to fight.
Yes. If the British had been
It's
as
a
willing,
loss in all other aspects, but in those two, yeah, it's a
if the
draw.
British had been as willing to fight as the Americans, then there would have been other problems for the Americans. Someone this week
It
asked
wouldn't have
me.
gone. Yeah.
Someone this week asked me had I read Admiral to Cabin Boy and said described it as a very interesting insight into World War II. It's not it's a widely discredited insight into World War II, and it's a interesting reading, but it is also one of those texts you do go and read because it was someone's perspective at the time. The fact that that person turns out to be woefully uninformed of what was going on around them at the time and made some very poor decisions because of it, we'll leave to one side. But honestly, it's been an interesting week for comments. It really has been. There's been quite a few interesting ones, because there's been quite a few interesting videos, and I do enjoy the comments which come in. I have to say, sometimes I look at them and I do go, okay, where do you think this is coming from? Mainly those questions, though, when they come in, I mainly get the idea that I think people have the quality of wider circulation of information, which I consider almost standard, because of where I work and how and who I interact with on a daily basis, it's a reminder to me that isn't the case, that it isn't as widely known, that it isn't as been widely spread, that it hasn't permeated beyond as much as it needs to do, and that jigs me. The most fun thing what I've had this week is that okay, and I won't give their name, but I'll read it out, the comment. This is I did a video which I called Suffren, the Royal Navy's 18th century Voldemort. Now, Voldemort, of course, was he who must not be named. And the Royal Navy called him Suffren, the Admiral. They didn't like to use his name, so that's why I was playing on it, because I thought that was quite a good, cool, thing to put in. And then someone wrote...
Did someone call you transphobic?
No. Someone said Voldemort was powerful and gaining fear, was not written as a high professional, particularly skilled as a wizard. And I immediately thought, you haven't read the books. Because in the books, he's repeatedly described as the only person who can possibly beat him is Dumbledore, who is described as the greatest wizard on Earth. And he has all these Horcruxes and all these other things he does, and all the other interesting things he does when he's even Tom Riddle. And I was going, I know I read the books when I was a lot younger, but I think you are someone who has literally just watched the movies, if you are saying this. And to me, that comment was a reminder that some people really... that literally you do have to deal with the fact that sometimes the impression of people get of things comes from the movies, not the books, and not from any further reading. Because they literally said that Voldemort wasn't a skilled wizard, and I was going, this is a history channel, not a literature channel. But yeah, that's wrong. That is wrong. Zacco, skilled wizard, crappy strategist. That I agree with, Zacco. Completely, 100% agree. Skilled wizard, terrible strategist. Terrible politician.
I think you could also argue terrible tactician. He couldn't beat a school full of grade school students.
Be fair, that school is ludicrously warded and defended.
And to be fair, surviving in that school to get to your... considering you've got a whole group of teenage boys who have access to... and teenage girls who have access to wands, which are powerful weapons 24/7, surviving in that school to the point at which you're reaching adulthood is going to be pretty good tactical training.
You remember Merlin was a product of that school... or has been at that school, and is regarded as one of the most annoying students ever there, considering what he kept doing to the castle.
And here's a daily reminder, Hogwarts did not have an ethics class.
No, they didn't!
And magic can be wherever you want it to be.
Yes! And speaking of someone who whilst I went to schools which were day boarders, they didn't have any full boarders, i.e. people who were staying there overnight, etc. As a scholarship boy, I can honestly say those schools were an experience, and that is what Hogwarts is modelled after. And trust me, Rowling tones it down. She tones it down. A lot. On experiences in those schools. Black Horse, can you give some examples of some of the worst British ambassadors in history? Ambassadors. The trouble is, the ambassadors you tend to hear, tend to not hear about, are the ones who are quietly removed. I know some quite good ambassadors, but bad ambassadors. And also, the other thing is, are they a bad ambassador, or is the government giving them the wrong information? Because sometimes people turn around and talk about the British ambassador to Argentina, or the British the various people in Port Stanley, and they go, "Oh, they must have been bad at their job." No, they're telling the government that what's happening, and the government's just not listening to them. The government's not paying any attention to them. So that's the problem. I believe Steve put 35 there as 20 questions, and then there's the 20 questions to go. But we are almost at the 4-hour mark, so we'll see. I'll see how quickly we get through the next questions. How are you doing, Dan? What time do you have work tomorrow?
Usual time, so I will be signing out shortly.
Yeah, usually you sign out about midnight.
Yes, but I aim for 11:30.
Mm-hmm. Well, Rose, how can you really call the water?
I am many things, but punctual is not one of them.
Walter Burroughs, the War of 1812 isn't a win, but the Americans started the war. The British were just starting to commit the real forces to it after they dealt with some of the issues in Europe and were starting deploying major forces over there. And the Americans were starting to get worried, really worried. If you look at the fact that there are parts of the United States which were actually being occupied by the British at this point, specifically northern states, were being occupied, whilst the British had a turnabout on their go after St. Louis. The fact is, the subsequent forces which were being pushed to come on their way when they did their landing would have overwhelmed the defenders of St. Louis. There weren't enough troops for what was coming. And that New Orleans. And well, the British plan was to go for New Orleans and then go for St. Louis.
Go up the river to Missouri. But...
Yeah. So basically, the British plan was not to just take New Orleans; it was to go upriver as well. And the forces which were basically, the Americans turned back what was in many ways an opportunistic reconnaissance in force to try and see if they could lightly seize it, and it didn't work. And the British went, "Oh, that's a problem. Okay,
but I thought that was the cream of the British Army."
No, it wasn't. It was really not. What was coming was going to be another. There was another couple of divisions being organised, plus more troops which were going to come in the next wave, with a lot more ships behind them.
I'm sure we could have taken them just fine.
No.
Now, thankfully, I know your tone of voice, and that isn't purely sarcastic, but still.
My tongue has such a nice little pocket in my cheek. It's really a second home.
What, does have to pay rent for that one too?
Should probably.
Thoughts on the Constellation frigate and the JFK being delayed, and do you think your shipbuilding industry is going down the drain? Not down the drain, but delaying these things is going to cause issues. Delaying them does cause issues.
Much. If that hopefully Taco holds true, because if that 50% copper tariff goes into place on copper and copper ore, oh boy, Congress is going to have a fit at the increased costs of these very electronics-heavy ships that they previously authorized.
That's what you were going to listen through.
What's this?
Nothing. It's about breaking news 3 and 3.
Okay.
You suggesting that this economic strategy is not well thought through.
No, it's going to completely destroy the American construction industry. What more information would you like to know?
Have you stopped winning yet?
No, apparently we're still winning from strength to strength to strength, but a lot of it gets into very not defense, not geopolitics, U.S. domestic politics inside baseball, which this channel generally seeks to avoid. So,
Understandable.
and you already know my opinion on these matters because I have practically popped your eardrums over them. So,
No,
All
mine
I'm
are
saying
pretty
is the
resilient.
the US government has to keep cool and just ice the situation.
Trust me, Runon.
Okay.
Your rants are nothing to when Foxo gets angry.
now that Foxo has ensured that we will all get thoroughly canceled by the Danger Hair people, let's move on, shall we?
I think
Yes, I
Warner
concur.
Bros is going for that because I think it's like he's just put. It's kind of hard to call New Orleans a win of the war. It's definitely a win for the Americans, but it's a we won! Yay! Please don't come back again because they've lost.
We might not be able to handle it if you come
They
back again.
lose so much in that fight. They lose so the British lose more, but the Americans lose so, and the British have a lot more to call upon because, again, this is the trouble. The America in 1812 is not set up to fight the war. They don't have an internalized infrastructure. They don't have a really properly centralized government, and everything's working out. They really aren't set up for the war, and they really didn't think they were going to have to fight one. They thought Napoleon would do the most of the fighting for them in Europe, and they'd just be able to take the spoils, and they'd be greeted as liberators by the Canadians.
Well, there's your problem. Relying on Napoleon to do anything.
Actually,
yeah.
Zacho raises a good question. Have the Canadians formally apologized to the United States for burning down the White House?
No.
No, I thought they threatened they'd do it again.
Yeah. John South.
I was just gonna say it feels like New Orleans is potentially a win, but a bit like the Kriegsmarine approach after they had won the Norway campaign. Please don't ask us to do that ever again. Yes, we can't.
Yeah. John South. Question was, with a needed layered air defense, including guns becoming more common, how likely is a return of 2.5-inch gun, and would a modern equivalent Dido with 25 inches be a viable unit? The answer to the latter is no. The answer to the former is that's otherwise known as 130mm, and the odds are if we go after bigger than 5-inch, we're going to go to 6-inch. And honestly, because once you're getting the rate of fire now we can achieve a 6-inch gun is practically the same as a 5-inch gun, and that, due to the square cube law, offers a lot more advantage in terms of what we can pack into it for a 6-inch. So if we go bigger, it'll be 6-inch.
But you know who is going towards 5.25?
It's Russia and China.
Tanks.
And
They're
tanks.
going from 4.7 to the 130mm.
Yeah.
It's so cute when they talk about having big guns. Oh, it's a big 120mm gun on our tank. Oh, we've got 8 of them, not tribal.
Yes,
Yeah.
but level 2's gun is bigger than a lot of guns on a lot of ships nowadays.
And to be fair, if you want a fun gun, you go back to Conqueror.
See, the trouble is, Foxo, once you start talking about the length of the gun and the size of shell it fires, that's the reason why for the tanks they've had to go that because that's the way to get it a bigger shell, because they can't make it the barrel that massively long and those things because the need to move it around and actually make it practical for getting through spaces and maybe travel on things and logistics. For ships, they have other means, but things are also growing there. The 6-inch gun is coming quickly. Timo, how many crew would be required minimum to operate one Tribal class destroyer. The shipshape crew worked out we could do it with the 4 of us to get Hyder across the Atlantic, if we could get her screws reattached to her shafts.
Now, while I think shipshape could definitely have a good go, 4 crew does seem a little small for it.
We weren't planning on sleeping much, but we were planning on getting across the Atlantic.
I would have thought like 10 crew is probably the absolute bare minimum.
We weren't sure if we could get that many Canadians to side with us.
1 in the engine room, 1 in the boiler room, 1 steering, and 1 working out where you go. Or
Yeah.
sleeping. Because you can't see where you're going from the wheelhouse.
No.
Doesn't she have a exposed bridge?
That's
Yes.
not where the wheelhouse is, though.
Yeah, there's no steering. There's no steering wheel there.
Steering position is below that. It's in.
And you would only have 1 of your 2 boiler rooms active.
Yeah.
I do get the feeling you might get some very confused radio reports if you manage to get her away from Canada.
Well, first of all, we'd have to get her through
Especially
the
once
Great
you get her
Lakes,
into international waters.
and then we'd have to get her across the Atlantic.
Would certainly be worth having a film about.
There was
Can you
also-
imagine? Can you imagine live
Also, the
streaming
thought
the
as to whether we
heist?
go up and torpedo back a signature en route.
Can you imagine the live streaming the heist of a Canadian national artifact? Can
I don't know if
just
someone would
imagine-
actually be telling you to go for it or not. Like,
Do you
Like
do
the
you
people would approve of the piracy.
do you want to even imagine the war crimes the Canadian populace would be willing to commit just because they have the excuse? Not because they feel any sort of way, but just because they have the excuse.
Oh no, I'd claim we were taking it to save it from Parks Canada's keep making cuts to their budget. I'd blame it on the Canadian
Stafford, how-
I'd blame it on the Canadian politicians, and then about half the public would be backing me up.
Yeah, Stafford, can you confirm or deny this assertion? Just make no Lions. No, that's a bad Lions. Listen to me, Lions. If 4 random Brits came in and managed to successfully get Haida underway in its and in an attempt to make a transatlantic voyage back to the British Isles, that might just be the thing that the Canadian national channels might interrupt the hockey stream with a breaking news blurb on. And if they do that,
Well, has anyone
God
here
help
played Left 4
Ship
Dead?
Well, that wouldn't be
uh-oh.
that wouldn't be fair, because if then all the Canadians are going to want to kill us for having had the stream interrupted.
exactly. That's why you don't want to do it during hockey season.
You do it during hockey season,
We did
but
it
you do
during
it.
baseball season.
You do it in hockey season, but you do it after a big game. You do the night of a big game, about 1 a.m. in the morning. You steal it, so that you get underway, so that when everyone is still drinking in the pubs and the game's over, they're not paying any attention to you.
Yeah, but
Hey,
what
did you see that
about
story? Nah, just imagining it.
Yeah. By the time they
what
wake
about
up in the morning,
all the night
we are
shift Canadian?
through.
What about all the night shift Canadians that are catching the rerun?
After the final, they're all drinking as well. Anyway, Castanea, how would a heavily battle damaged HMS Hood limping in Norfolk Naval Yard on July the 1st, 1941 be rebuilt? Would she look like the West Virginia after West Virginia got rebuilt? No. heavily battle damaged. She's going to be damaged in a very different way to the West Virginia, and also she's one of the British retainer. It's a British one to retainer as a fast battleship, etc. And well, not as fast battleship, but as a fast unit. She's a battle cruiser. Very weaker one of that. We'll leave it at one side. As a fast unit. Then they're going to have to do a very different modification to what happens to West Virginias, because West Virginias had all sorts of things done to improve their survivability, but that didn't help their speed. So yeah. Remolt, do you think in the Red Sea the Type 45 can intercept ballistic missiles with more efficiency and less missiles with the ASTA-30 than the Burks with the SM-6? No, you need the ASTA-45 realistically to have full range ability to intercept ballistic missiles. The ASTA-30 is quite capable. The Type 45, the radar system on the Type 45, because of the way it's focused in terms of the Samson system versus the Aegis, does have some advantages in dealing with ballistic missiles. But basically, it's half a dozen one, six of the other. Realistically, if you want the best system, you have a Burke working with a Type 45 and a 2 bouncing off and sharing data. Unfortunately, the British government has invested in the computer system which can allow them to do that sharing of data. So, you know, hey ho.
Are you telling me that the British government found cheap false economies in fitting something for something, but not with it?
No, they didn't even fit it for something. They wrote the specification for it, left the space in the CIC, and didn't actually fit it or fit the electronics for it. John UK, how would you rate Drax's suggested redesign of Bismarck, and how much more effective a naval unit do you think it would have been from a technical viewpoint? On the grounds that this is a major topic of debate, which might be coming up in a future video between me and Drac, I'm going to keep my powder dry, but thank you for the question. I'll let anyone else, if they want to, as open a view on that. Anyone else want to put their views in?
I need to remember what that design looked like again. Was it been a while?
On his bowl.
Can I have a quick reference of it, or?
Yeah, go on.
Not I, said Steve.
So I've been dodging 16-inch shells.
Are you playing Warships?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. I thought I was on mute. I am doing housework before going to bed.
Oh, that's what I was hearing. Okay, that makes so much more sense.
Yeah, no, I was spraying Mr. Muscle.
Is that British Mr. Clean?
I think so. SC Johnson, 100% limescale removal.
Yeah, that's
around the
Mr.
bottom.
Clean.
So I was just reaching to turn the shower on, so I was like, oh, yeah, to wash off. I can't remember. Basically, yes, Drac will do something substantially better.
Yeah, because one is.
I don't know
I'm quickly looking. Oh, sorry, go on. Yeah, because by the looks of it, he swapped out all the secondary battery for the 105s, I believe they are, or just going off the model, they're 105s. Because I'm going to very, very briefly, grab it and take a look. And also swapping it to a 3x3 design, and going more Scharnhorst / Gneisenau now based with having the final secondary battery raised astern where Bismarck's X turret would initially be. Makes sense.
Yeah.
It's definitely better than what they would have got.
Sorry about that disturbance. My sister came in to ask me about Raleigh's food today, because he's gone into back to his bedroom and is going, I haven't been fed at all. And I'm going,
is he lying?
Yes, he is. Because he's had biscuits and he's had an entire pot of food. And
what happens if you give Raleigh or Zebedee a 1-liter bottle of Iron Brew?
They drink it.
Okay, yes. What happens after that?
They zoom around at high speed.
Okay.
Poseidon 7307, how might having the 850 PSI boiler in 1920 have changed things in Britain? How might Nelrod's design have changed? Basically, you get an F3 starship. And if you've got 850 PSI boilers, then you're looking at a 28 knot Nelrod. That's it.
So 28 knots in all weathers and conditions, unless you have Dalrymple Hamilton selected as your captain, in which case it's 38 knots all weathers and conditions.
Yeah, but realistically, the more realistic thing is, and if this is the thing, when is the first British 600 psi marine boiler built and tested?
I have no idea.
Anyone want to guess?
Not sure off the top of my head.
1920 something.
Earlier,
I can imagine them doing tests in the early tens.
1915.
1914.
Yeah, close enough.
Yeah, no.
The Americans are roughly the same time.
Castina. Actually, before I mouth off, I'm going to check Google Maps, but I'm pretty certain I have the room here to mouth off. So let me check Google Maps to see that I can actually mouth off.
What are we mouthing off about?
I don't know yet. I need to go look it up before I. Castina, there's the small matter of this little body of water called the Mississippi River that quite literally bisects St. Louis.
Yeah, and basically the idea was, much as with their operations in China and various other places, the Royal Navy would basically take them up the river, and as they did with Quebec. And basically, St. Louis is as far as the Royal Navy reckoned they could probably get some of their larger ships up to at a time. So I think there's probably plans. I think it's probably planned for a couple of 64 guns to get 64 gun third rates to wander up there.
Yeah, they'll have more trouble supplying Appalachia and more of the Louisiana Purchase Midwest area, but St. Louis is the hardest part's going to be escorting things up the river, and that's not going to be that hard for the Royal Navy.
Lions, are you speaking from experience on Clarke with dogs and Iron Brew? Sadly enough, yes, because I once rushed a dog to the vets after they drunk Iron Brew because they decided to spill, the bottle had fallen over, spilled, they drunk it all up, and took him to the vet, and the vet just went, yeah, they're fine. They're just going to be hyper for the next few hours. It's not good for them, but it's not. If it was an ongoing thing, don't do it. Don't as a rule get. But if it's a one-off, yeah, you're basically going to be hyper, and they're going to possibly pee a lot. Wayne's World of Science and Technology. Replace the engine in the Swordfish with unit design in 1942. Would there be any advantages? Not really, due to the whole design of the Swordfish as an aircraft. But the thing is, if you have the engines from 1942 in 1934, when they are putting together the Swordfish, etc., then you're going to have a very different Swordfish design.
Which engines are we getting?
Engines from 1942, so that'd be Griffin era engines.
Oh. Griffin, but
so you're talking 2,000 horsepower engines.
Yeah, you've got the 2,000 horsepower engines have all come in. So essentially, you're building your Swordfish equivalent, your TSR, with I think it's got about an 800 horsepower engine from memory.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going for 2,000 instead. So it's what?
2.5 times the horsepower?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So 2.5 times the horsepower.
You're probably talking monoplane and twin torpedoes.
Or could you do an airdrop 21-inch torpedo?
No.
Why? You might just need a slightly thicker tension wire.
No, it's the weight of the torpedo and how it affects its impact with the water.
Could we try?
We did.
They did.
Could we try harder?
We tried it for 20 years of breaking torpedoes.
Wait, that suggests we actually test it.
Yes.
This is a secret that Buord has clearly never heard of.
No, the Royal Navy tested a lot of torpedoes in the 20s and 30s. They tested a lot of aviation airdrop torpedoes, a lot of torpedoes. Nice way, they tried to make an airdrop version of the torpedo, which is used on the Nelson and Rodney.
I was going to ask about that.
Short had a lot to do with those torpedo tests, didn't they? If I remember correctly.
Yeah, as did Fairy, as did Blackburn.
Where did the records from all of those go? Because I'm guessing it probably happened at Portland.
It happened all around the country, and they're mostly in the National Archives in Kew, but there's also some personal archive records, and some interesting records at various other company archives. And some of them, I have to admit, it's an interesting one because the British do a lot of testing. And a lot of it has not survived. We have records they did testing, but we don't have the information about it, the testing.
Or that means it's actually potentially still useful information today.
Always potential.
I'm just gathered in the testing around the country. Because if they all did it in one spot, the Europe would account for the UK and would flip over like Guam.
Black Horse, how did your recording with Drac go, and did he move offices? His lives have been different. It's been going well, and it's still ongoing. Was there ever Buccaneer lost to a wave? John Hegg said, no, but there were some which suggested they were submarines.
I was going to ask, was there not? Did any of the Buccaneer crews get their dolphins?
No. And there is one aircraft which it's interesting to say it lost. There was one aircraft which was severely damaged by the wave, but it actually did manage to get home and land, and technically would consider it lost to the landing.
Yes.
Wasn't there also another which was deemed lost in a training exercise to waves?
Yes, that one. There's. For some random reason, they had Buccaneers, especially the twin-spur Rolls Royces, had an issue of water ingress in the engines.
Yeah.
And at least one of them had to be ejected out of because one of the engines failed because of water ingress.
Yeah.
Because as I recall, at least one of them was lost to waves in a trial, or quote unquote lost, because it wasn't actually, was because when they were doing, I think it was against US Navy, they were doing a low attack run, and the actual sensors on the pylons were deemed, we went under waves too many times, therefore you have submerged and crashed your plane.
Yeah.
I seem to recall hearing about at least one incident like that. The plane itself made it back fine, but it would have been deemed technically lost.
The Americans
There's a couple of cases of actual airframes being lost to water, though. There is a couple of instances.
Yes, but it's a case of with the one engine and them ejecting, etc. There was a bit of a debate because the other engine was still fine, and there was a whole debate after that as to whether or not the aircraft was lost due to that or pilot error, because there were quite a few other crew who were going, we could have got that aircraft home. There is let's put it this way: the Buccaneer is an interesting example of there is the theory and there is the practice, and the practice suggests that the theory is not quite as accurate as we'd like it to be. When did ships Black Horse? When did ships were landing infantry charged from actually being a boat? Changed from actually being a boat. No, it's always landing craft, landing ships. It depends on their role in the operation. A landing craft is something which literally carries out the ship-to-shore maneuver, and sometimes the larger ones will carry out a shore-to-shore maneuver. A landing ship will take you from one place on a strategic to another place and then carry out the landing operation. And it might be it doing landing itself. it might carry landing craft. But basically, it's the scope of operations and capability will define whether it's a craft or a ship. And they're very rarely referred to as boats. Because boats are something else as well. Because you have ships, boats, craft. And please note, craft is singular and plural. This is why you don't have crafts. It's aircraft, not aircrafts. Aircrafts is when you're doing lovely jigsaws in the air and doing knitting and things in the air. Aircraft can be one aircraft or a dozen aircraft. It still doesn't have an S on the end. That might be a personal annoyance point. People are saying I'm speedrunning now. I don't feel I'm speedrunning. But yeah, if people do have more questions they want to take in, I'm happy to take in about another 20, I think. Because I'm happy to do a bit longer. If the admins are happy to do that.
Not my call. I'm fighting art.
Drakenred, apart from... Foxy?
I've just got a question for someone in chat. They said, stop playing around with buying Pratt and Whitney. Please don't tell me you're referring to Rolls Royce when you say that.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, Walter seems to be a Pratt and Whitney fan, and whilst I do love him, the thing is, the Pratt and Whitney engines he wants them to buy aren't actually available when he wants to buy them.
Well, that's a small problem.
Yeah, it's the case of Walter has this wonderful idea that you could just go buy the big 2,000 horsepower engines of Pratt and Whitney. They're not available really that much earlier than the British ones, and there is also an argument over who maybe funds their research and development.
Wait, aren't those the 8-cylinder radials?
Yeah.
2,000 horsepower Pratt and Whitneys.
Yes.
The ones that caught fire a lot.
They had all sorts of fun things. There are I think it's one of those things of let's put it this way: Pratt and Whitney do supply some very good engines during World War II, but in the period we're talking about, in the late 1930s, very early 1940, etc., it is. There are lots of options, none of them particularly good, and there is a reason why the Royal Navy's investing in Napier, actually, as well as Rolls-Royce and Bristol. And that's the thing, the British are investing in... The British have about 4 or 5 engineering firms working on the 2,000 horsepower engine, all funded by the Royal Navy.
If only they had invested in British Leyland, the world would be a very different place.
Yeah, they'd have never got
Or
that.
Or Bedford.
No. They'd have never got a
Is
2,000
that meant
horsepower
to
engine.
suggest it would be a better place or a worse place? I can't tell.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, imagine a Bedford-powered aircraft.
A Delta aircraft as an
imagining
aircraft
it.
engine. No, let's just move on.
A Delta in an aircraft? Yes, let's do it. Go.
Okay.
I'm imagining this thing, and I can't see it achieving altitude unless catapulted. In which case, it will achieve altitude for a few yards and then crash and burn horribly.
Okay, so they're worthy
Okay.
challenges for Blackburn.
Yes, let's move on to
move
Dracular's
on.
question. Apart from toilets, what's the most unusual ordnance dropped by naval aircraft? Well, there are some interesting myths about what exactly the Royal Navy at certain points dropped on some of their opponents, okay? There are some interesting things. I don't think the US Navy ever got quite as nasty as the Royal Navy. In some of the things they dropped from naval aircraft.
No, they wouldn't.
No.
They're too.
They were nice people.
Why do you always go for the horrible stuff? Like,
Because the
during the
question
Berlin
says,
airlift.
what is the most unusual ordnance dropped by naval aircraft? By naval aircraft, an unusual ordnance. The Berlin airlift was mostly done by Royal Air Force and Strategic Transport Command aircraft, not naval
The
aircraft.
B-17 and the B-25 were technically naval aircraft, right?
No.
No.
I know exactly what you're thinking, but no.
No.
I'm sure several ships met their end by B-25s.
At least you could have went with like the German four-engined one then, because that was launched by catapult. At least that was amusing.
Mm-hmm.
Or just the Malay crisis. British dropped confectionery on.
Yeah, the British, the British usually like to drop sweets. Sweets is what they like
Didn't you
to.
mention about them dropping types of pie on the Americans once just to prove a point? That's
Yes.
pretty unusual.
As said, yes, and also they've dropped other interesting things to make points.
Yeah.
I think the thing that scares me more is the thought that the Canadians would probably drop sweets, and then the second time they'd drop poisoned sweets.
Yeah. Yeah, they probably would.
No.
War crime.
The main
Or do you
discussion
think they
was
poisoned the
no.
first lot?
The first set was sweets, were plain chocolates, and the next set may have been chocolates which had a white filling. And then there's a discussion of where did they get the white filling from. And I'll leave you with that to move on to Oliver Play's next question. On the rum ration, did serving beer to seamen over all those years lead to alcoholism? No.
Living in those periods led to alcoholism.
Not really, honestly.
But no, because it's not enough.
It's a very
it's a
small
small
portion.
controlled amount.
Yeah.
You to be an alcoholic like that, you'd need to be consuming much more at any given time to create a dependence. It's not enough to create dependence. What it actually is really, really concentrated energy. Because the reason you get a beer belly is because your body just turns alcohol into sugar. It's basically a sugar. So that's why you get fat drinking. And the problem, one of the problems you get as an alcoholic is you get filled up, but you don't get vitamins with it. So you end up with malnourishment. But that's a different issue. Yeah. So it was surprisingly actually kind of a good idea.
Also, it's good for morale.
It was sensible at the time. Also, it was healthier than the water. It's going to stay pure. It's going to be all sorts of things. Wayne's World of Science Technology. Yeah, Wayne's World of Science and Technology. In World War II, which would make the which would make the most useful carrier scout plane? Is there supposed to be a list after this?
Or do we just say the
in the nicest way?
fish?
Just delete Knight 6831. Will the Admiral Kuznetsov class aircraft carrier be renamed by Leolang? Just delete that question because I'm not. That's just a no. Knight, that's a waste of time to answer that question. There's other questions which could be in there, which are, in nicest way, you're asking a question which, frankly, is a loaded one, and also is an answer of in nicest way, it should be because in Lying Lang is so much younger than it. So that's just a waste of a question. I have, I don't usually do this, but with, you put in quite a lot of questions, they're usually quite good ones. That one's a waste of a question slot. When I've said there's 20 more questions we added in, that is a waste of a question spot, and that's almost rude to everyone else. putting that in. But yeah, most useful carrier scout plane, the plane you have. That's it. That's always the most useful scout plane you can have. Is the one you actually have to do the scouting with. Everything else it'd be nice to have. Sort of due to the final countdown shenanigans, in the North Atlantic, a navalized F-104 lands on a US carrier. And how bad is the idea of a navalized F-104? Well, you know how the Seafire like to kill its pilots due to its landing gear and go belly flop? The F-104 will do the same thing, quicker and more painfully. Carry on, Dragon.
What carrier is this even landing on to begin with? Where they're getting the fuel? Oh god, that landing gear. Oh god, the deck crew. Like,
Well.
I think
a
navalized
modern
type-
carrier could probably take it. The issue is that quite famously, as the Luftwaffe found, is it the Luftwaffe now in Germany?
No, I think it is technically still
Yeah.
Luftwaffe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
On a US carrier. Okay, so, which US carrier, I guess, but still, it should be able to do it.
A US
As the
carrier.
Luftwaffe found
In the
hard.
North Atlantic, that's the Ranger.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
No, that's. Oh no.
That 105 isn't landing on that carrier. That
It's going
F-104 is doing its best impression of a Terminal phase of a Talos anti-ship missile to Ranger.
Ranger is dead. You have just sunk Ranger.
Let's put
Yeah,
it this
big-
way. I know that I have made in the past some, glory, glory, what a hell of a way to die jokes about certain situations involving certain people. This is one of those situations where that comes to mind. Because an F-104, if I'm thinking of the correct aircraft, isn't going to land on Ranger. It's going to land on the keel of Ranger.
Yeah, it is. It's the Starfighter.
Yeah.
Yes, the Starfighter, the pocket rocket, the German lawn dart.
Yeah.
To be fair, that's because the Germans
The aircraft
tried
that weighs
to
several
destroy
tons.
their aircraft.
Will the arrestor gears even be able to stop it?
No.
Actually, then
No.
again,
Cicada,
right, then again, if it's navalized, maybe.
In the Cold
Maybe.
War.
Okay, in the
Right.
oh,
was
that's
gonna say,
only
maybe-
better.
So
Because
its
maybe it
final
has a
countdown
parachute attached to the back?
Shenanigans, it goes back in time. So if you consider the carriers that are available, maybe it lands on a midway. Okay. If it's post conversion into an angled flight deck, it doesn't kill the carrier, but it's still not getting up again.
Just to give you some context here, the gross weight of a TBF Avenger is 15,000 pounds. The empty weight of a Starfighter is 14,000 pounds,
Wait, so-
and its max takeoff weight is 29,000 pounds.
No.
No,
A nice way.
its
Run on.
empty weight is over 7 tons.
No.
Yes.
It's more a case of, please look at the landing gear on the 104.
I don't have to. It's 3 spindly little legs.
That thing is not getting off a carrier ever again.
It's also got what, maybe a meter of ground clearance?
Yeah.
Well, A, it's meant to be navalized, right? So, it's got to at least have had some modifications, which probably means its landing gear has been changed.
In
We
other
have
words,
to hope.
You've rebuilt the whole
In
thing.
a nice-
Trying to think how you navalise it without just building an entirely different aeroplane.
That's pretty
But
much it.
my more
Dan.
thought is, this plane's already being introduced in 1958. How much earlier are we really getting this?
You are
Korea?
wrapping essentially at that point, what you're doing is you are wrapping should say, you are stuffing a heavied up airframe and landing gear into an F-104 wrapper. And that means it's not going to be 14,000 pounds empty. It's going to be closer to 15 or 16,000 pounds empty. And realistically, what was the date that this thing went into service, you were saying, Dragon?
58. It first flew in 54, so...
58. So that means you're still putting it in on a World War II spec flight deck, in all likelihood.
Yep.
You're probably getting this off
You
an estimate,
essentially-
realistically.
You can't final countdown this into the Cold War. You're final countdowning this into World War II, because anything in the Cold War is going to be within spitting distance.
Yeah. Even then, even if you do it into the Cold War, so you land on something that could probably take the weight, like anything that operated F4s, maybe. You're still going to have a bunch of incredibly annoying carrier captains.
I have an idea.
You've just parked a starfighter on their deck. A starfighter they cannot get off their deck. That
Yeah.
they can't get into the hangar.
Now, I know this involves ignoring part of the question, but I think there is a way this is doable that it doesn't just immediately pancake and put a big hole in the carrier. It lands on a British carrier with the strengthened armored flight deck. The plane might still pancake unless...
Let's just move on to
the carrier should survive.
Let's move on to
Foxo, sorry. But Foxo, you're talking about the F4 Phantom, yes?
Yep.
The F4 Phantom is introduced 2 years after the 104.
Yeah, but what I was saying is, if a flight deck can take an F4 Phantom landing on it, especially the later F4s that were heavy, much heavier, it can probably take a starfighter's weight.
Oh, it absolutely can, because the Phantom is twice as heavy empty.
Yes.
But, or at least the F4E is twice as heavy.
But the carriers that like the shooting star probably can't.
Right, so again, I would point out this is another what-if question, alternate history question, so technically it is supposed to be next week, so we are going to cut it off here.
Good, we'll beat it into a fine red pulp next week.
Next question is from Deflicon, which is, was the naval battle of Salamis the most monumental naval battle in history of mankind? Nope. It's definitely up there, it's a major battle, but no, it's not the most monumental naval battle in history of mankind. It's just not. It's the one between it's the one between the Greeks and the Persians. It's a very cool battle. It's an important battle, but the trouble is there are a lot of battles. If once you're going for most monumental battle in history of mankind, there's a lot of contenders up there.
There's also a big issue about the downplaying of the Persian influence in Greece, and the fact that they actually pretty much had the Greek city-states running around and just kind of distracted because it was easier than squashing them, and they just played them off against each other. And just they were an existential thing. It's like the Caribbean islands squabbling and the US turning up. It was just slightly ridiculous is the wrong word. It was, but basically, to end the Peloponnesian War, the Persians just gave the Spartans enough money that they could outbuild a fleet than the Athenians.
Mm-hmm.
They just did, with basically pocket change for them, because they were a vast empire against teeny tiny city-states. It was just, yeah. So although it's been built up as a big thing, that's because a lot of people at formative periods for our culture spent an awful lot of time reading Greek accounts of all this stuff, and then Roman accounts of this stuff. So we have a totally biased opinion.
Unfortunately, a lot of Persian records were destroyed by the rise of Islam. A lot of them were in Zoroastrian. Oh, what's the? It's got a special name, but they were like monasteries that did a lot of record keeping. That ended up getting burnt or converted to mosques.
Yeah, there are all sorts of issues with the Persian regime being forgotten. Right.
So you don't actually know a lot about the Persians from the Persians' perspective from that time period. That's what we know from the Armenians.
I was going to sign off now and say good night to everyone between questions. So because that one happens to also be one which I know a reasonable amount about. So
I'd just like
it was a good one for me to
add. Thank you to everyone who's watched for reading. As we are going through all the questions, but just a heads up. We might suddenly start shoving some adverts at you because the system has just asked me, should we turn back on monetization? And I wondered why it wasn't appearing to people, whereas the earlier one was. Apparently, in the reset that happened at the beginning of this video, they turned off monetization for this one, which is why this one wasn't appearing as high up the search terms as the older one, which ran for 5 minutes while it was trying to fix it and then decided to die. So that's now been fixed, but oh, good lord, that's the fun times with YouTube.
can we think we get this one demonetized then?
Huh?
No, that should not be the goal.
No. Because also, in a nicer way, it's always better if they're monetized. It actually, you get more, you actually get to, it gets shown to far more people if it's monetized. This is the thing. And if you want to spread naval history to more people, you need it to be monetized. So, Jonathan Moon. Question: what would it have taken for a multi-class carrier to be laid down or built? There were several laid out, they just weren't built. So that just would take a government making a different decision at the end of World War II. Would that have helped or hurt the Royal Navy? It would have helped the Royal Navy. Me and Drac had discussed this in the alternate carrier program video. We discussed this a lot, so I'd refer you to that video with me and Drac from last Christmas. How would
Last Christmas.
How would Blackburns use their rocket pods? Would they carry them as well, or as instead of bombs? Interestingly enough, Karen Dragon.
I've been looking into what rocket pods.
Well, if Blackburns
I
have
can't
been
really
servicing
find
World War,
anything on the.
if they've been servicing World War II, they would have, of course, had access to rocket pods, and so you would have already carried them instead of bombs. Yeah.
Britain didn't use rocket. Nope, Britain didn't use rocket pods till the 50s. Then we used rocket rails.
Okay,
Not
rocket rails,
until
rocket
after
pods.
Korea.
Yeah.
So until the Korean War, the British was part of the cult of the RP3.
Yeah, it uses the 2-inch RP or the rocket projectile 2-inch they were first developed for the Royal Navy.
Yes, it's a nice rocket.
And that was.
Oh, I don't know.
So
that question made me think: Has this person put down Blackburn instead of Blackburn Buccaneer by accident? Especially with the rocket pods.
But
because the Buccaneer carried both.
They said Blackburn, so we have to go with that.
they definitely say Blackburn. So then, instead of pods, I'm assuming they'd get rails, kind of similar to what the swordfish got. So strengthen the lower wing. And why?
Because it's nice for anti-submarine work. Let's be honest, that's what they were made. That's what the swordfish men use their rockets for.
Yeah, but it's retired in 31, so.
Yeah, the swordfish could carry 6 RP3 with the strengthened aluminium level with the 800 horsepower engine.
But the RP3 is only really coming in mid-war, so we're probably not even getting that.
But if you still had them, you'd probably do it because the nicest way, as the British were doing it during the war, was if we've got it, it's still working. We can adapt it to work. We're gonna keep working out how to adapt it. Would it be my first choice? No. Would it be used? Yes.
But at this point, doesn't don't the British have a glut of swordfishers? Because
yes, but my assumption is if you still have the Blackburns around, you don't have quite the same glut of swordfish, because I can't see the point of you retaining the Blackburns unless you do not have the glut of swordfish.
Even then, would you not? It's just a very, very strange thing because at that point,
okay,
really, you go from Gloucester, you go for the Sea Gladiators over the Blackburn.
Yeah,
at that
you do
point?
anything. I don't want to be rude, but the Blackburn has a horrible power to weight ratio already.
Look,
The reason they get retired in 31.
I think in nicest way, A, we've given this question more time than frankly we needed to. No offense to Bowman Boy, but it is we have. And B, the question is quite simply answered. It would be yes, if they are still there, they would be carrying them, and yes, it would be instead of bombs. But frankly, there's no real reason why they should be there. But the thing is, if they are any circumstance of events, Foxo, which works out where the Blackburn is still there and flying in enough numbers that it's being used for the ASW role from aircraft carriers, then there's been a lot of things which have gone pretty badly wrong. In which case,
only 62
it's going to be
were
used. Yes. So this is the point. Any scenario where they're still there, when they're rocket pods in World War II, they're getting used. Because there's no scenario where they're still there and it's a good scenario. But we're moving on to the next question, which is Sean Martin's,
I mean, maybe,
which is... No.
maybe the Abyssinia crisis, if that leads to war, that might be
No. That's even
the reserve.
Sean Martin, how could the Germans have pulled off Operation Sea Lion if the Luftwaffe had actually achieved their first operational objective of defeating Royal Earth? No. No, in the nicest way, if they achieve their job of defeating the Royal Air Force, will they defeat the RAF for long enough? Does defeating the Royal Air Force look like? Are you stopping the British being able to build aircraft entirely? Put aircraft up in the air? You wiping out the entire Royal Air Force? What have you done?
Right.
So that's the first criteria you have to consider and explain. And then even if you defeated the Royal Air Force, and you want to do your Sea Lion, a Sea Lion operation, you're going to be operating at night when you don't have a lot of air support. In the nicest way, the Royal Navy will quite happily do a death ride at night if they have to blast your landing craft to pieces and your ships to pieces. And you will wake up and find that an R-class battleship has done a couple of R-class battleships and some cruisers and a whole load of destroyers have done basically the equivalent of suicide runs straight through your fleet. And have wiped out whatever you have there. And then you've got your troops trapped in Britain, and then they get annihilated. There is one of the Sea Lion is Sea Lion is one of those operations where, for it to work, you have to rewrite history, including a large chunk of World War II and the period before World War II. Because for starters, the Germans can't afford to have lost all the vessels they lost in Norway. In fact, realistically, they can't afford to have run Norway.
Yeah.
And even if they haven't run Norway and they haven't lost those ships in that, their fleet is not set up to do Sea Lion. It really isn't. And the vessels they're bringing in for the purpose are not going... Let's put it this way. They're talking about using canal boats and river boats, and those are lovely vessels. They're not where you want to launch an amphibious operation in. Not a shore-to-shore manoeuvre as they're planning for them. They don't have the fleet.
Not against the garrison port that has armoured support.
No. Which means they're trying to go for the beaches, which, frankly, the British have got all sorts of nasty things planned for them.
But it gets worse because if you look at the plans put forth by the Luftwaffe and Hermann Goering and his Staffels when they're going into the Battle of Britain. Victory for the Luftwaffe in the Battle of Britain is air superiority over London in the Four Rings, and air superiority south of London.
Mhm.
They didn't go for fighter command in the Midlands because they didn't know it existed. They didn't go for fighter command in the North because they didn't know it existed. And even this happens historically. When the RAF gets beaten too heavily, they pull back into the Midlands and are out of effective range of the Luftwaffe while still being able to intercept.
Mhm.
So it's almost impossible for the RAF to actually be beaten without Downing system failing horribly.
Right.
Which is
Yeah.
the only man who could do that is Lee Mallory. And I can't say his middle name on your server.
No. Why would I want to replace the Blackburn Buccaneers engines with EJ200Ds from Wayne's World of Science?
Say that name again?
EJ200D.
Which is
Eurojet?
the Eurofighter jet. Yeah.
Well then, that would be interesting, but
Well, that's a complete airframe redesign. If I
Yeah,
remember.
that's
Yeah.
basically it. That's no longer a Buccaneer. That's a Super Buccaneer, and it's going to be fast.
Okay. Right, there was a proposal to this was an actual proposal. And on the original Buccaneer airframes, the engines would fit to replace the twin spill Rolls-Royce engine. With a massive asterisk, is that it would change the centre of mass of the aircraft.
that's a
Ah.
big thing.
And in case you aren't aware of the Buccaneer had this issue with its centre of mass. It liked to rip its wings off. Because of flared wingtips. And stress on the airframe, going over 5Gs.
They're fun.
And at this point, at the end of the service life of the Buccaneer, 3 out of the surviving airframes rated to survive 5G maneuvers. Now you want to change the centre of mass of the aircraft with smaller, denser engines, where you're going to have to rebuild the wing roots on an airframe where they don't know what's wrong with the wing roots and why they keep failing.
Yeah.
So by the time the engines come around, like its first run is in 1991. The Blackburn Buccaneer is out of service in 93. I think there's only about, I think by 91 there's literally 2 squadrons still.
There's
There's
24
2
in total.
squadrons operating it, the Buccaneer, because they're being rapidly re-equipped with tornadoes.
Yes. No, you've got to remember that even before 1991, the squadrons
re-equipped.
that still use the Buccaneers are being replaced by tornadoes.
Yeah.
The reason why they're still in the UK and weren't sent out to the Middle East was because they were waiting on tornadoes.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of those cases of the Buccaneer's just too old of an airframe.
All right. Next, go on to the next question. Did anyone consider giving Buccaneers anti-shipping torpedoes? Yes, but they decided against it. But it was one of the earlier concepts was they would still have torpedoes. So Gravden, what if at Denmark, straight after Hood gets blown up, Prince of Wales' next salvo causes a similar detonation of Bismarck? And the camera on Prince Jürgen gets it on film. Well, then it's in the nicest way. Prince Jürgen isn't long for this world. If the Bismarck then blows up, then in the nicest way, Prince Jürgen is either going to experience death by Prince of Wales or death by county class cruiser. She has a choice. It'll be
Kind
the
of
two-
knock the wind out of the sails of propaganda.
I
yeah.
would say that Prince of Wales is probably going to be a much more graceful death.
Yeah, it's 14-inch shells versus 8-inch shells and torpedoes. It's pick your poison. It's Prince Jürgen ain't long for the
At
world.
least,
Um,
at least Renown isn't around to give Prince Eugen the good old, like a deer around the hunting dogs experience.
but basically
Was Renown around?
what that
No.
what that basically causes in terms of ricocheting around the world is, you'll probably see a lot of people going, well, Hood was a World War One ship. Hood was a World War One ship, and yes, she's lost. That's terrible. But again, the Bismarck was annihilated by the Prince of Wales, and that's the Germany's brand new ship. And it's very hard to then claim, you know what, our ship was a super ship. Why? Well, we destroyed the Hood in one shot. Yes, then you were blown up. Well, but we destroyed the Hood. Well, Hood was World War One and a battle cruiser. You were a brand new battleship. It
Dr. Clarke, if you haven't
doesn't
seen
really
it-
work for them, press-wise.
Dr. Clarke, if you haven't seen it, mods are asking for you to close questions.
There you go. Close when it's closed. So yeah.
I'm going to be naughty and have another can of my UK market iron brew, which randomly showed up on my doorstep after getting the North American market iron brew.
Corbyn, if Greece had decisively won the Greco-Turkish War, say because the UK, France actually joined the war, how would having Western Anatolia affect Greek naval planning and procurement? They're probably buying a lot more destroyers and a lot more submarines. Because that's destroyer and submarine area. That's defensive area. They're also probably engaging, and there's probably a lot of artillery that are being built as well in positions. Stafford Thompson. Is there a precedent for having a competitive country build ferries for you with a price tag of a few $1 billion? Let's put it this way: not every country can build everything domestically, and UK make a big thing about trying to build all our warships domestically. Even a few years ago, we didn't build our tankers domestically for the fleet. We built them in the Korean yards, and never again, is the answer from many people. In terms of, it would be nice to have yards capable of doing things, but the trouble is, yards especially are commercial concerns. Unless you have a royal dockyard, they're commercial concerns. And if they have the free capacity and the capability to build those things, they're probably building them already. If not, usually it's cheaper to go and buy them from someone who's already building them. The thing is with ferries, etc., and well, usually you go to people like Ostel, depending on what kind of ferry you want. You might go to the Dutch produce a lot of ferries, as do the Finns. There's a lot of various ferry builders around the world, but you can also go to China, Japan, all sorts of countries. But that's what happens.
I need to find my balls.
Robert Dan Donovan, did you just retract your questions? Was that because they were too late, or because they weren't taken? Or has someone actually picked them up? Oh, someone's picked them up. That's good. Right. Poseidon 737. Both Lord Nelson class semi-dronauts sail into Portsmouth with entirely automated 12-inch and 9.2-inch gun systems, including modern battery and modern electronic suite and new engines. What happens to them? If they sail in and they've got new engines, all those things, entirely modern systems, etc., in nicest way, we would probably find a way to use them, especially with the size of the Royal Navy at the moment.
If you've got, if you've got a ship today with fully automatic 12-inch guns and 9.2-inch guns, I think the Royal Navy is going to literally engage in open warfare with the Treasury to keep those two ships.
I think the only thing you probably do see is that Royal Navy going, right, and we'd like to fit some cam and some radar and various other things to them. But if you've got modern electronic suite and new engines, that might mean you have modern sensors as well. And so if you have the sensors, it just goes, okay, now we need to fit some missiles. We need to fit some cam, at least.
It'd be interesting to see what the actual tactical use would be these days. I guess there'd be excellent fire support platforms and
excellent fire
ships,
support platforms, and the nicest way, we need a present ship sitting in the Gulf to be basically backup for the minesweepers until we get more frigates online.
Yeah.
In a nice way, go have it sit there, do that. We need something to go to the Baltic and be a scary-looking thing in the Baltic.
Because, in the nicest way, the Royal Navy is going to now have unquestionably the biggest guns afloat.
Yeah.
Because I think the closest that comes is Automalera's 8-inch system or the American AGS, and neither one of those are deployed.
Why do I get an awful feeling? This is where you see a stupid statement come out of, yes, should we recommission the Iowas?
Oh, probably the Americans do end up recommissioning an Iowa, and that's all right.
With our current administration, you will at least hear rumbling about it. I don't think it will happen, but you will hear rumbling about it.
Yeah, that's what I would hope
Amazingly,
would occur,
I would just like to say this, and this is entirely surprising me. I turned on the monetization advertising suddenly. I realized it had been turned off and turned it on with the earlier thing.
And all your problems went away?
And suddenly, A, the system is working so much better, and B, do you know what? It's suddenly boosting up and getting spotted by people in their feeds. It's amazing.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah.
I have a gut feeling that if I run 5 minutes of ads, I will be more algorithmically competitive on Twitch, but I just don't have the heart to do it, or the lack thereof to do it.
Yeah, it is incredibly annoying.
It is fun.
Especially since you can't mute the goddamn adverts.
Anyway.
You can mute the tab.
So, next question. What if Dr. Clarke suddenly gained possession of an Imperial II class Star Destroyer named Warspite?
Now, I'm assuming this is modern day, which has me very concerned.
Dr. Clarke becomes the undisputed ruler of the world, and as long as he is willing to support my right to access trans-affirming healthcare, I am more than happy to support him as a Sparky for free.
My view is, if you're an adult, you can make your own frigating decisions on these fronts. That's it. That's my policy will always be the same thing.
Good enough for me.
Yeah. I am basically going many medical opinions below adulthood to check everything's okay, because kids are kids and it's developing, and it's a whole mess which needs medical involvement, not a lot of people with laws and humans get involved. But once you're over 18, you're an adult as far as the law and everyone else is concerned, so you get to decide, it's yours. And that's it. That's my view, is the nicest way. That's the whole thing. So my thing is, below 18, lots of doctors involved. After 18,
So-
you're an adult, you get to choose.
Is it bad to point out that if he's got a fully equipped Star Destroyer, that means Dr. Clarke does actually have the capability to set up fully sufficient colonies in the solar system?
Yes.
Like, they have
And I will do.
atmospherically sealed garrisons with food generators and oxygen and all sorts. So you could have Mars now colonized by Dr. Clarke, and
Yes.
yes, Elon and anyone else who wants to do this, please go away.
Yes.
I'm sorry, it wouldn't be Mars anymore. It would be Clarke's.
Like,
It'd
people-
be-
I know
say,
you, they probably
it'd be
don't
the
underestimate
planet
Imperial Star.
Christine, named for my mother, because, you know, she has rules about naming things.
Her reaction to me finally having a video game character named Christine, which I would like to note is not a name that is highly common in the American human name lexicon, was that just proves that she could have done it at any time.
Yes.
Wait. Are you telling me you wouldn't call Mars New Scotland?
No. Maybe Coverack.
Greater Scotland?
No. Possibly Cornwall.
Yes, things are scary, and genuinely, Clarke could actually go across the world of anywhere I would want. You now listen to me.
Oh!
I don't think Clarke would do that necessarily as much. I don't think he would become a world dictator, just maybe advisor.
Yes.
Writer of the strongly worded letter.
Possibly.
Turbo lasers are very good for orbital bombardment.
Possibly, maybe get rid of the world's nuclear stockpiles. Just to make a point.
Why would you do such a thing? Nuclear weapons are beautiful.
They're beautiful, but I've seen who's in charge of them currently.
And don't hate the art, hate the artist.
I do, which is why I want to take away their ability to paint. With that particular brush.
Hey, I like painting.
All right. Jonathan Moon, part 1, and there's a part 2. What would it have taken for a Malta to be laid down or built?
We've already answered this.
The government deciding to. Yeah, answer that one. And would a
And we've
Malta class of it? Yeah, we answered that one. Yeah, and basically go watch the video of me and Drac from last Christmas, from 2 historian series.
Last Christmas, I gave you my heart.
But the very next day, you spent it anyway.
Well, yeah, the Saturday Night Box came out.
Yeah, I'm
Until
going to be
you
ordering
was
that
true,
shortly.
I'll give it to a destroyer special.
And if I'm feeling very nice, because I know Foxo would like these things, I'll of course leave her, give her free access to the med bay on the Star Destroyer to basically solve all the issues. But the thing is, she'll
Yeah,
also
what
have
about back to
there's a few other friends who will also be joining her. They will have various medical issues. They will go through there and get helped. And I'll start working for
Rule
other
number
people
1,
as well.
never say no to backer.
Please do not tease you the possibility of not being in pain.
Yeah. I wouldn't get rid of nuclear power, Robert Donovan. I wouldn't get rid of that.
Don't worry.
There are
Don't worry,
different reactors.
Foxo. You're on my. Don't worry, Foxo. You're also on my extremist list.
All right.
Yeah, what?
Extremist Marvel Comics. The ability
What?
to completely rewrite the patient's DNA. And rebuild
Please, give me actually black hair then.
Now,
them. We can do that.
no. You need bright, vibrant red hair. It's more fun.
No,
No, red
doesn't need to be-
highlights.
she doesn't need to be able to shut Dan's brain off at 80 paces.
80? I think at least 120. Anyway, YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what if all British battleships in 1915 became Lion-class
That's not going to
battleships?
remake that.
Become lions.
It's still fun. All the pre-dreadnoughts, dreadnoughts, and the super dreadnoughts become Lion-class battleships.
Which
The
lions?
Lion-class
battleships.
battleships. So that's the World War II 16-inch gun variety.
Do we be generous and say the first iteration of the Lions, or the 1945 Lions,
We'll
or any
go
of the
with
ones
the
in
first
between?
iteration because we'll be
Yeah.
that nice. Basically, the High Seas Fleet is
I want my
annihilated by
auto-loading
radar-controlled
6-inch.
gunnery at long range.
Yeah. They are the undisputed rulers of the sea, almost, I would want to say, in terms
I'd
of
actually say
battleships.
possibly 5th Battle Squadron alone accounts for the entire High Seas battle fleet.
Where are my bottles?
'Cause
By
think
the way, I
about
did
it.
find my bulb.
Think about the 5th Battle Squadron. Four of them. That's 36 16-inch guns, radar guided. Their rate of fire.
Also, all these ships do 30 knots.
Yes. So they will literally be doing circles or donuts around the German High Seas Fleet.
If
Japan's
it
going,
comes out
it's
to
a good
bite
thing we're an ally for now.
America's
America's
crying
not-
at this point.
They're looking on of, where did they get these? What sort of black magic was involved?
Robert Den Duven, no, sorry, Dark Star, that would mean that Christine and Karen are orbiting something else, which means they are not the center of whatever system that they are currently involved in. Are you sure you want to tell Mrs. Clarke that? Are you sure? Regardless of the reality of the situation, which I am not making any judgment on one way or the other, I'm just saying, are you sure that you want to tell Mrs. Clarke that she is not the center of whatever system that she is involved in? Are you sure about that?
Basically, terraforming Mars will keep me busy for a few years. Keeping an eye on Earth, terraforming Mars. Occasionally reminding people why I'm in charge. Or rather, why they need to listen to my advice.
Oh no, not again.
It'll be fun. Poseidon 7307, the entire Royal Navy aircraft stockpile gets replaced with Fairey Gannets in June 1939, including necessary support systems. How does this change the war?
Check.
Well, it's going to be interesting operating them from the carriers you have available at the time. It is theoretically possible. You're going to need to uprate the arrestor gear. You suddenly got a very, very good strike aircraft. You've not got enough. You've not got fighter aircraft. That's a problem because the Royal Navy does have fighters, but there again, they'll just buy full Mars. It's June 1939. Basically, what the Royal Navy probably does is at that point is go, we need fighters, but yeah, you've just replaced all their skewers, all their swordfish, all their other aircraft with Fairey Gannets, so they've got a few hundred of them. That's useful.
Well, then you get the Meteor by 42.
Yeah, something. Also, if you think about it, if you've got the parts and all the things for the Fairey Gannet, then you've got the Gannet's engine. And the Gannet engine, if you've got that access to that in June 1939, imagine what you can do in terms of fighter aircraft with that engine. And that engine tech.
British are still looking at twin-engine heavy fighters for their early jet aircraft.
Yeah.
Because believe it or not, the Meteor was designed as a heavy fighter.
Yeah, but if the Royal Navy gets the Gannet in June 1939, I don't see them getting the Meteor as their fighter for their carrier operations anytime soon. As much as the Royal Navy would like it.
You've probably seen improvised Gannet first, because you could probably put 20 mils in the Gannet.
No, Gannet airframe you can't really turn into a fighter. You can take the engines and you can put it into an airframe which is a fighter airframe. Which you probably
Do you
would see.
also do like 20 mil gun pods on it or something?
Yeah, but the trouble is the Fairey Gannet is not designed to be... is really not the type of aircraft you can throw around as a fighter. Even with gun pods added on. and using zoom and boom tactics. It's just not that kind of aircraft. It's a good aircraft
You've
for
already seen the gun pods.
basically because it will take on the bombing role, the torpedo role, the reconnaissance role, everything. The Royal Navy only needs a fighter to round out its aircraft, so it can literally afford for its aircraft to be a pure fighter. And the other thing it needs to come, of course, is with radar, because the Gannet comes with radar. So yeah, that's going to be fun. That's going to have a fun. In nicest way, what the big thing you're probably going to see is the German U-boat arm gets massacred in September 1939. You might well not lose Courageous, because with Gannets out searching using radar and various other things, the moment they're anywhere above water, they've got even their periscopes up, they're going to be detected and have things on them. And, of course, yes, the Gannet was also used for airborne early warning. So there's lots of things, which means that those things would massacre the German U-boat arm in 1939.
Oh, wait, this... He probably...
And that also
Yeah.
probably means that, in nicest way, the German invasion of Norway fails.
You've probably seen earlier meteor.
Honestly, the thing is, the whole war might fail. And then you've got the fact of you've got the Taranto operation, and if you're using Gannets for that, A, they can go just as slow, but B, they can carry more torpedoes and more heavy ordnance and heavier bombs, and so the damage they can do is that much greater.
Good on Mamba engine is the interesting part.
Yeah. Question: if the US now cancels the Constellation class, what does the USN do? Cry. Honestly, cry, because they've got to solve their escort issue. They've got to get an escort into service. The Constellation is the nearest thing to what they need. And if they cancel it now, then they've got to restart everything all over again. And that's just not practicable. It really isn't.
And
So, and if they
well,
want
in the
anything,
nicest,
if they want anything into service quickly, they are literally going to have to copy and paste an existing design, and which means thinking about it from the point of view of an existing design which is capable of doing anti-submarine warfare to the level they want it for. They're basically coming to the UK and copying and taking a Type 26. And they're going to have to copy and paste it, not modify it in any way, shape, or form to get it into service in any time remotely quick enough.
and while I have my own opinions about the long-term efficacy of the current U.S. administration, they haven't really been taking a axe to any of the capstone military programs thus far.
Barring the E7.
Of course, tomorrow we'll wake up. Yeah.
But I do wonder if that's a bit of a play on it, because if it looks like Congress might fund it anyway, in which case Congress has to use its political capital to fund it, which allows them to put their political capital into other things.
I would normally agree with that, except this current administration has shown a wonderful willingness to not spend the money that Congress orders them to. So,
Jonathan, a question: how could a Japanese Zero surrender defect to US carrier Model 2? Try and land on it. Usually, that's the option, and that's been used by various aircraft over the years to try and do it. To try and land on on an enemy carrier or an enemy airbase. That's usually the methodology. They come in and they land, and that's how they defect. Paul, there was a question earlier, 2 hours ago, asking about when you may restart build transfer with Drac and Jamie. This is always thing. It's always on me to organise. I love them dearly, but yes, they do leave the organisation to me. Probably, I'm going to try and get something started over Christmas period. I really am. Question number 2. Could the Royal Navy have studied a Napier Deltic powered as Erector planes? No. Under no circumstances, no. Dragon, Foxo, any disagreement on that one?
What?
No.
Why?
No. I love that engine, but also, no.
No.
Royal Navy, or the British in general, have enough bad ideas. They don't need more.
I just don't know why this would even be a thought. Would we even need an Acrano plan?
Why would you want one?
Yeah. There's not enough funding for the Quarren already. Going into that would be a bad idea.
Yeah.
Well, it's more the Napier. I'm trying to figure out.
This next question is going to be very... Okay, right, now I have tried to...
Oh wait, I'm trying to figure out which engine are we talking about here.
The Napier Deltic is the one that was partially initially designed for torpedo boats, and then they realised, wait, this actually works really well as a train engine.
Is it the opposed piston two-stroke diesel?
It's the opposed piston two-stroke diesel arranged in a delta configuration with six
Yes.
pistons per stack.
Because when it said Acrano plans, I was thinking of
It's
it
where...
being a jet engine.
No, I know this might put you to sleep a tad, but it's where the Class 55 partly gets its name of the Deltic from.
Mm-hmm.
And they
Yes,
were very good locomotives, what they were.
Right. Let's just...
I mean,
before we go down this rabbit hole far too far... There's a more fun rabbit hole for you to guys go down next question.
Yeah, I think the next question...
I'm just going to ask a question. Did the question really suggest that you put an engine which really does not like variable g-force and negative g-force on an aircraft?
No, on an Acrano plan.
A chrono plan, yes, because that's such an improvement of that scenario. Hello, where did you come from?
Don't the chrono plans regularly experience negative?
They experience many things.
I'm not actually sure is the honest answer. All I know is just don't. But yes, the next question is going to be interesting, and I have many in with it.
I was looking for it. This engine would be absolutely useless for a chrono plan.
Yeah.
It's nowhere near high enough power out.
Nope.
Because low altitude, high performance jets that fly at relatively low speed have to have incredible output. What they are. And you want to do that with a piston aircraft. Piston engine.
Back in a second, going to grab a glass of milk. Yeah, it's not going to happen.
It's only 2,500 horsepower. At spike. No. You couldn't even get an aircraft. Couldn't even get a boat aquaplaning without horsepower.
Life is fun. Right, next
Why
question.
would you suggest such a thing?
Next
Why do
question.
you hate me?
What if in the late 1930s the US started producing Lancaster bombers instead of B-17 and B-24, 25? and started selling. Basically, the company
Well-
that built them came on them earlier and started selling them to the US.
So, I have many an issue with this question, to be honest.
Yep, carry on.
First of all, the company that came up with it, Avro, would first mean that actually instead we're getting the Manchester first. Which is going to be very interesting, because why are we getting the Manchester? You have to first figure out why. Because if we're getting Manchester, that means it's designed to replace Hampden and Wellington,
Well, no,
as well as
you've got to
technically
remember, Greg,
Whitley.
that
But-
the Manchester was supposed for the medium bomber, but was a scaled down version of an earlier 4-engine design.
No, it wasn't.
Remember, oh no, sorry, wrong aircraft. Wrong
No.
aircraft.
Very much one thing.
I think you're missing
So-
a bigger flag on this one. You have this thing called the bomber mafia in the UK right now, which very much sees bombers as a top shelf strategic asset.
Mm.
Why
Yeah, but
in
it's-
God's name is the British government allowing a leading edge bomber design to be sold for manufacture in the US?
This is actually something that could be done semi-reasonably, because why did they let the US basically get the top-of-the-line engine? It's more because
Well,
it was insufficient.
it's more because mentioned at this point, Rolls-Royce still has the rights to it, and they
Yeah.
can sell it whenever they want. They're a private entity. The engine's owned privately.
Why also because Avro could sell this privately?
Yeah, Avro can sell it privately. The issue is, with what you just said, Ronan, is the fact that the bomber mafia have just been knocked down quite a lot of pegs in the UK by what would become Fighter Command.
Because, well, I'm still trying to figure out how we get it. Because the whole thing of say it's been built, they say they designed it earlier. So, if they design it earlier, the Manchester must be designed earlier. The Manchester was already was already being manufactured in 1940, designed in the late 30s.
The Manchester is the lessons of the Wellington.
Kind of, yeah, which means the Wellington must be earlier. And Wellington
But the Welling-
already is manufactured 36, designed 32. So basically what we're having to do here is completely change British aerial development of bombers. Thankfully, the Merlin is still around, but the Merlin's going straight to fighters at this point, not to bombers yet. Not to the same level.
Well, Short's getting their hands on them somehow.
Yes, but Short's pretty unique in that. Because
I think
Sure.
you're probably going to see it.
I think the
Pegasus,
big
maybe?
thing you are all missing is the only way this happens
we need to
is
have
if
it.
the Merlin production has been shifted earlier and the Merlin has been available longer. And this means that means that the British are selling this on to the Americans when they're already getting the Griffin.
Yeah. Honestly, ignoring all of the things which makes me want to scream, I have said
saves a lot
multiple
of
times,
American lives.
I am not a fan of the B-17. I'm more of a fan of the B-24, even though in some regards it is worse, but in others it's better. B-25 is actually an okay plane in my opinion, but I'm not a fan of the 17. On the other hand, why would they buy the Lancaster? Because as far as I'm aware, it doesn't have the fuel range that the US would want. It is overall a better plane, in my opinion, but...
Well, you were quite
It
right in
does
suggesting they would
outrange the
pick the
17.
Manchester.
Well, yeah, because they'd have to. But the Manchester is...
It would be have to be Manchester into Lancaster, with the Manchester filling the role of the B-25.
I don't know if it does.
But if we look at it operationally, if the even hand waving how the Americans get them, if the Americans are going into the war in Europe, I think it's 6th Air Force goes into Europe, Lancaster instead of B-17s.
Mm-hmm.
thousands of less Americans die horribly.
Potentially.
No,
Oh.
because the Lancaster's a faster aircraft. It's a much higher altitude aircraft. It can properly navigate in Europe.
Huh?
And it doesn't have to descend to altitude to attack like the 17s had during early part
We'll
of the
correct you
Air
one thing,
Force.
Fox, actually. No, the B-17's actually the higher altitude plane.
Yes, it's a lot of asterisks there though. The Lancaster can get can get to its ceiling with load. The B-17 can't.
As I
Because
said, I don't like
B-17s have
the
have the massive issue of they've got absolutely shite engines. Oh, sorry, they've got absolutely bad engines.
Yeah, terrible
Yes,
engines.
terrible engines. Okay.
So a lot less Americans die.
I still think they probably might
Sixth
die of
Fleet.
the doctrine.
That they're going to die from doctrine, yes. But the fact is, they're going to be hitting from higher. Going to be hitting more effectively.
Right.
And
Let's-
there's going to be a lot less people dying for nothing.
I would say the big thing is this: is if the US starts producing the Lancaster in those period, that mean in the late 1930s, then that means the British have already moved on to the Griffin in the late 1930s. Because they've already got the Merlin to the level that it's A, they've got in their numbers, and B, they've pushed it up that much that they're producing that. So that's the interesting thing, is if you have Griffin engines or 2,000 horsepower engines available in the late 1930s, that's going to have a big impact on the Navy and the single seat fighters. Paul,
I just want to correct something.
yeah.
I just want a comment from chat. You probably wouldn't lose daylight bombing
Oh no, you probably wouldn't, Paul.
because the Lancaster is not any better or worse protected than the B-17 was when it comes to daylight bombing,
Sad enough,
and
no.
that's a doctrinal thing for the Americans. Then it is
Yeah.
a reality of Americans. Poor sick Air Force.
Paul, from High PSA Boy Lecture the other night, did the Royal Navy look into them after the war? Was it considered? Yes, they did. There's a few projects and a few books that do. But also they start looking into gas turbines quite quickly, and that explains a lot of what happens to the Royal Navy. So they start looking into gas turbines pretty darn quickly. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what if in 1916 all the US Standard class become World Warships Vermonts? The US Navy suddenly very, very happy.
Congress is crying and in shambles, and the U.S. Navy gets no additional funding for the rest of its existence.
Very much.
Also, all of a sudden, great, we can't go through the Panama Canal.
Yeah,
So you
you're
have to do two ocean navy, effectively.
Or you're going to have to widen the Panama Canal.
You're going to have to widen it quite a bit, though. Because
Yeah.
the Vermonts are
The
wide
big,
boys.
the bigger trouble for it, and I would say the bigger issue for the Americans with the Vermonts is, yes, we have got something which has got 18-inch guns. Yes, it's got 12 of them. Yes, it weighs in at a colossal weight and a colossal displacement. But the big problem is now everyone's going to want to build to match it. And you're not going to get the budget.
Treaties don't happen.
You're not going to get the budget to do that. And you're not getting the budget to build to match what's built to match them. But, what did the Royal Navy post-World War I build to match it? It's a 23-knot ship with 12 18-inch guns. What are the Royal Navy going to want to match that? It's you don't have a treaty system. The interesting thing is probably going to be the French are going to just collapse and cry The Italians are probably going to build whatever the Italians feel like building. And the Japanese are going to be... Oh, good lord, what the Japanese are going to plan. It's just going to be colossal.
Yamatos absolutely get built.
It won't be Yamato. In nice way, the vessels you're talking about will be the keys and the number 13s. You're not Yamatos. And this is again the fun thing we've been talking about in the video is look at the number 13 battleship designs and then look at the Yamatos and tell me which is the better design. I dare
genuinely put
you.
no argument forward for the number 13.
Hmm?
For the time periods they're being built, I would genuinely put no argument forward for the number 13s.
Castanea, how are ships in Age of Sail protected against lightning?
I don't think they are
They're made
they?
of wood. They're made of
Do-
wood.
They're made of wood.
Yeah, they're made of wood. To an extent, what's going to happen is, so what you do is when you have ships that do get hit by lightning, their mast, the struck mast tends to explode because the lightning flash boils the water, which is soaked into the wood, and rapid expansion, because water is so nasty when it comes to expansion, blows the wood apart into a bomb on deck effectively. When it hits the hull, either one of two things happens. Either that carries all the way down towards the keel blocks where the masts are resting, if my memory is serving me correctly, and it's just able to discharge into the body of water, or it hits the top deck, it travels along the water that is on the outside of the hull, and then grounds down into the water that way. This is technically reversed because the electron flow goes from the Earth to the sky, not the sky to the Earth, but the pathway is similar.
Yeah.
You might have found at the tail end of the Age of Sail, and I think they do this on modern hulls, there is a lightning arrestor system, which is a conductive material with a lightning rod of some way, shape, or form that goes to a similarly conductive material submerged under the hull, the anodes or cathodes.
So, Captain, what I understand isn't a sensible doctrine. How useful would a twin phalanx mount with CRAM on the outer frame in sort of a quad mount be in the world? And if used, what ships would use it? It would be something for carriers and useful. Well, it's going to be engaging with rolling airframe missiles, and then when it gets close with twin phalanx. Basically, you're just designing a super phalanx system. Could be useful, would be complicated, and would be quite heavy for what it would provide.
I feel like if I'm going to pay that weight cost, I want something bigger than, what is it, a 20 millimeter or a 30 millimeter?
20 millimeter.
Phalanx is. Yeah, I want something bigger than a 20 Mike.
Walter Brothers, no, I think you missed a point. The Lancaster bomber is not good for daylight bombing, but neither is the B-17. Neither are good for daylight bombing. The thing is, though, the American doctrine was daylight bombing.
Yeah.
I would also point out that the British also had a daylight bombing doctrine at the beginning of World War II. It quickly got overwritten by the memory of the Royal Navy and the Royal Air Force's Pathfinder Squadron sort of ideas of night bombing. Lots of people did start off World War II, the start involvement in World War II, believing that, with enough machine guns, the bomber will always get through. They were eventually disabused of this topic.
Yeah, but rather interestingly, although daylight raids from strategic bombers died off, they didn't for medium bombers and the fast strike bombers.
No. Because they had the speed.
but I'm just going to put a correction. So, the B-17 didn't stand a greater chance of getting through.
No.
If you look at raids and sorties where they were unescorted, they got turned into channel houses like any other unescorted bombing raid. The amount of 50 cals didn't change anything, except maybe a couple of fighters turned away. It's not until you get the massed box formations where the sky is just a tracer that you start to see effective shootdowns. Even then, that didn't really work. Because you can't really protect the bomber through the bomber's own means.
No.
It's too fast and slow, especially at this time period. Yeah, I mean, Norden's responsible, almost direct. Then again, you can't blame Norden for daylight bombing. You have to blame Billy Mitchell.
With a lot of people
And
you
him.
could blame.
And him massively overselling the lethality of strategic bombing. Then again, he was also in a creative competition match with the Navy for fun.
He was in many, many issues, was Billy Mitchell. Many, many issues.
Yes, I mean, Steve said it perfectly. Replacing one B-17 with 2 Mosquitoes saved the lives of 6 Americans. Because statistically, after 2 sorties, that Mosquito's still flying. Both B-17s are shot down. There's a reason, if you go off anecdotes, being 23 years old in 6th Air Force, you were an old man. Yeah.
Oh.
Next question.
Sometimes maths is not fun for me. Sometimes maths is not fun.
This is fun for anyone.
What if when
Yes,
HMS
actually.
Dreadnought was launched, she suddenly became HMS Prince of Wales from World War II?
Do we want to punt this to next week?
I was about to say, we're getting a few
Yeah,
more
we're getting a
what-ifs
lot
here,
of
then.
what ifs. We'll answer the what ifs that are left because there's not many questions left. But yeah, pretty much this is a what next week question, and pretty much if HMS Prince of Wales becomes the vessel available at the beginning of the Dreadnought race, Lord help everyone else, because you've suddenly gone from 21 knots to 28 knots as being the battleship battleship level, because now it's Dreadnought is a 28 knot ship. And she's got 10 14-inch guns. And radar. Someone is having a panic attack. A lot of someone's are having a panic attack. And the 5.25-inch guns are also going to be causing the Royal Navy to be very intrigued. Basically, you've got a new gun for your cruisers. They're all going to get the 5.25-inch guns. And they're going to start working on the 14-inch guns for everything else.
Vickers are probably salivating at the mouth going, can we have one of those?
Oh, it would be interesting.
No. When Vickers see the labels on those guns, it would just be validation! Validation!
But the trouble
Buy our
is...
14-inch naval guns.
Yeah, but the trouble is the 14-inch is now going to be the entrance level. It won't be 14-inch for long. The question is going to be whether they jump to 15.5-inch or 16-inch. Now, 15.5-inch is a bit weird. It's a bit of a weird gun position. They could jump to 16-inch. They could jump to 16.5-inch next. There is a very real possibility the Royal Navy ends up jumping to 16.5-inch after 14-inch, after going to 14-inch.
Okay, so I'm going to chat with William Anderson. There is a way to ask questions, but questions are currently closed because we're finishing up.
Yeah.
So
Come back next week and we'll
Come
get
back.
you squared away.
They'll be away
Yeah,
then. Yeah,
come back a couple of hours earlier next week, and questions will be open, and hopefully the bot will be working.
hopefully.
That's a big hope.
What are the panel's favourite Imperial German ship? I'm torn between the Flinger and Bayern. Von der Tann.
Oh, gee, I wonder who asked this question.
Minecraft Watcher.
Yes, I'm not surprised.
I'll have to inquire about that later. I probably actually would lean towards Bayern myself. I know Foxer will probably hate me for that, but...
She won't hate you, Dragon. She'll judge you. Far, far worse.
No.
Trust me from experience with girlfriends. When they are judging you, that is far worse than hating you. Hate has passion in it. Judgment doesn't. Passion is a useful thing in a relationship.
No, I do like Bayerns. Just going off purely visuals, I do like the look of the Bayerns a lot.
Honestly, I like Mulk. I like the Mulk.
Moltka?
Yes, the Mulk.
Moltka.
Wait, wasn't there two of them? No.
Right?
Which one was given to the Turks?
The Gerben.
Goban, that's it. Goban, yes. Just because it was given to the Turks.
Oh, what was the armored? What was the sort of last German heavily armored cruiser? The one
Blucher.
which is basically discount Nassau. Was it? It was
Blucher.
Blucher.
Yeah.
I do also quite like that one. I have to. She's
But,
weird and kind of silly, but also amusing to me.
Okay. So then we're on to Stafford Thompson's question.
Wait. Wait, could my favourite German ship be Yavuz?
No. If you were to build a modern PT boat, what would you build it out of and power it with? I would find the smallest thing I can turn into an uncrewed asset that can honestly carry torpedoes and all the required sensors I want to have it, and then I would use that. So basically, I would probably turn around to some of the people who produce fast little motorboats and go, produce me something which is an uncrewed uncrewed asset which I can control for this role.
This kind.
There's quite a lot of motorboat builders in the UK. There's including one down in Falmouth who does very, very nice, very fast boats. And so I would probably go to them because they make them out of fiberglass.
This kind of
So,
sounds like what's called the Scandinavian, the really small corvette, the stealth corvettes and such. Just
Yeah.
make that.
That's basically what I'm doing.
I think you're all thinking too big. Like, if I'm going to be real, if I have to design, I'm just remote controlling a jet ski that's full of high explosive.
No, Fox. So I'm
Not really
thinking
a PT boat.
that's not really a PT boat. That's not going to give me the range I need. If I want something which I can remote control and put some torpedoes in you and possibly ram you with its high explosive itself, at a range of about 1,000 to 2,000 nautical miles away from my base. I want you to be scared to move because I will have these assets somewhere nearby you, and you better have a lot of firepower to deal them. Because if you don't, they're going to get in close.
Ex-Submariner, might I suggest you develop a better taste in partners if you've had marriages shorter than these live streams? I feel like that says far more about you than it does about the quality or length of these live streams.
It's only nearly 6 hours long. It's short, Ex-Submariner. It's short. I'm going to be doing a
Just wait till Historia
96-hour
on.
live stream
Also-
in November.
No one's keeping you here unless Foxo needs to tell me something.
It's not. That's right.
Look, all I'm going to say is, have you ever played Fallout New Vegas?
Okay.
Yes, never finished it, but I have
You
played it.
might be pulling a little Yangtze on a rod again.
Moving swiftly onwards.
Swiftly on, there's another question. Ramal. Question 10. Opinions on the Royal Navy sending a carrier strike group across the world. Do you think they can operate in longer range? And don't even need to reach ports like the US Carrier Strike Group, even though the Queen Elizabeth isn't a nuclear carrier. They do use ports. The Fleet Auxiliary goes into them, and it's a fairly good thing sending it out there. I just wish we hadn't been quite so short-sighted in the 1990s and 2000s in our ship construction. Well, I think I just got back from a night out and you're still going, and I left at 8 p.m. Yes, we're only like 18 minutes off 6 hours. Next week will be a what if question. Basically, we'll have to tell Dan and Fleet that they're not going to bed till we finish all the what if questions.
Do you think we can push for 7 hours next week?
If me and Foxo have our way, poor Dragon will be complaining to us.
Hey, you and I both have an advantage because you're an insomniac and I'm 5 hours behind.
Oh
Yeah.
no, trust me. If I'm correct, this week's technically worse, because next week I think I've got work until around 10 o'clock on Sunday. I need
Yeah.
to double check. But no, tonight's far worse, because I've got work at 8:30 in the morning tomorrow.
Uh-huh.
Look, all I'm going to
You
say is
offload
I'm
the targeting to
currently
another
unemployed,
vessel.
And
you know
a
that?
crate of 16 half-a-litre cans of Red Bull.
Oh no, correction. Next week I'm doomed. Nope,
Hey,
that shift
Dragon,
is,
do you
that
want
shift
heart
is 10
palpitations?
That shift is 10 till 6, which means I'll get back with plenty of time to spare. And then next next Monday is also a 8:30 start. Let me just increase the number of alarms.
William Anderson, 12-hour live streams are totally normal. In the nicest way, this is the thing. I did a 36-hour live stream in November last year. And this year, November, I'm planning to do 5 12-hour streams, each of which will be raising money for a different charity. And a 36-hour stream, which will be for the channel. So basically, my plan is to do Monday through to Friday. It'll be each of the 12-hour streams will be for a different charity. All the money raised will go to that charity. Whether it's £5 or £500, that'll go to that. It'll go to that charity. And then the 36-hour live stream will be for my channel to fund things through next year. Hopefully, by that point, the book will be out. The second book will be out. But literally, it's a case of I am not trusting my ability with editing necessary to check the spelling of my work at the moment while I'm dealing with all the mortgage stuff, because Microsoft and its AI keep managing to cause me trouble in frigging PowerPoint. I do not want a book going out with those issues. Because as nice as the messages from people are, and as nice as the way they phrase them, and this is no critique of the people who did put it, there is nothing more frustrating than getting a message when you've read it, 2 other people have read it, and someone sent you a message going, by the way, you spelt dessert wrong. As in, you spelt desert as dessert. And you're going...
Foxo, by any chance did you type that?
No.
Okay, right. Funny story. You'll notice that my original Discord name was Desert Foxo. Because I made that exact mistake.
Yeah, and that's why. And the thing is, I went and checked it on the PowerPoint, and I found the note and there's a note system on the system saying this was corrected by the AI because it presumed I meant dessert, as in rather than desert, and I'm just going. Look, in a nice way, Clippy used to be annoying, but the thing was you could shut it off and it wouldn't do anything without your permission. This modern AI system, which Microsoft is implementing, I would gladly walk around Microsoft with a gun loaded with, well, not a gun, but something, those paintball things you can have loaded with pepper balls. and start randomly shooting that into the computer cases of the people working on that.
Wait. Are you telling me that you would join me in declaring a Butlerian jihad?
At this point, against that frigging AI from Microsoft, yes. There are many things I would declare against that AI. Now, Poseidon 7307, what are your thoughts on the relaunching of the Hector replica in Nova Scotia? Well, it's a roll. It's what can I say? It's a nice thing to have. It is a nice thing to have, and it's something. It's one of the many things which I would like to go to see and have a look around. But I would also say I'm not quite certain why they keep insisting on putting it in the water. I know it's a replica, but considering it's Nova Scotia and the weather, etc. there, surely the maintenance and everything would have been easier to keep it on land if they kept it on land. But yeah, they're putting it in the water, and it does allow them to bring all sorts of interesting things there. And it's a fun thing which I'd love to go see. It's on my list of things which I would like to go see. And it is a lovely fleet. It is a lovely vessel, but it's a case of, again, yeah. No, Steve, I will not actually. No. ChatGPT has a redeeming feature. I can do chibi pictures on it. Microsoft AI has no redeeming features.
I grumble loudly.
No, ChatGPT also has a very useful feature coming out. That's come out in its latest edition.
What?
You can put an essay into it, and it will tell you whether it made that essay.
That is a very useful feature. Robert,
So what you're saying is that they not only did they make Mecha Hitler, they also made Mecha Snitch.
Yeah.
Yes.
Robert then Donovan, if Fletcher doesn't attack Tulugi on May the 4th of 1942, does Yorktown Lexington have better chance of surprising the Japanese carriers at Coral Sea? Not really. Not really. It's going to have an impact, but I don't think it necessarily improves their chances because I think I don't think his attack necessarily causes enough of a stuff to come around. You know, he carries out his operation. I don't think that the Japanese, how do I put this? Yeah, as much as there is things which you do have ire on Fletcher, I don't think him not doing the attack on the 4th of May 1942 improves Yorktown and Lexington's chances. I think the only thing that really improves Yorktown and Lexington's chances is if you have some more escorts in the area. Realistically, this is going to sound strange. It's early in the war where the Americas really needed a flood of Atlantas. If you have a couple of Atlantas per carrier, The amount of the losses in those in Coral Sea and Midway you present would be immense. It'd be truly enormous. The losses you would prevent. That you would prevent. It would be. But it's an interesting
They
scenario.
are both interesting pieces of software.
Anyway, with that being said, we've got about 5 minutes before the end, because then we'll have done the full 6 hours, and I don't see the point of ending at 5 hours and 50 minutes when we can get 5 minutes more when we get to 6 hours. So I will say to everyone, any more questions?
Quick, flood it.
Yes, I've got a question for God.
I'll take a
let's
couple.
make it.
I'll take a
let's-
couple of questions.
Let's make this
Two
twice
questions,
the
Matt.
length.
Two
of
questions.
Submariners.
2 questions.
Twice,
We're
twice the length.
We're
Twice the length of
torturing Ex-Submariner
Submariner's
that much.
longest marriage. And no, you will never live that down.
Questions,
Yes, I've got a question.
Because I know you said you had a couple of questions you wanted to ask, but
Now I've forgotten them.
I figured you were going to say that.
You know, really, you should start writing down questions like Knight 6831 does, because Knight 6831 comes prepared. Which is why I tell Knight 6831 on off when they ask bad questions. Because I expect a certain standard of questions from them, because they do come prepared. Cavadon, can you mount a harpoon on a PT boat like a modernized Elco? Yes, but why would you? We've got naval strike missile, and there's so many better things coming in than a harpoon. Harpoon is very old tech. Right now, harpoon is, but you could, but you wouldn't really want to. Naval strike missile is better. Whatever. There's a few other projects coming down the road which are even better, but they're not yet really in service properly.
That's the question I've got for you.
So, Anderson, that you have put in a multi-part question, which is massive, and I think the admins are trying to put it all together. Considering the Royal Navy did successfully try 500 to 700 psi in Akron with success, all sources I have point to the fact that the boilers worked well enough and were in fact lighter than their immediate successor, I believe due to forged construction. And the issue was only with the 8-turbine 2-shaft design of Parsons, alongside vibration in shaft being unsuccessful. Why didn't they continue with the higher steam conditions while reverting to traditional Parsons turbines? Or alternatively, use American turbines, which they should have access to via Curtis, or at least until 1935. Honestly, it's because of the funding gap and because of a guy called BT. There is a funding problem immediately in that after the Acheron comes into service and getting the things funded. And if you'd had Henderson as Third Sea Lord or someone like Henderson, you probably would have had it pushed through. It probably would have been the British would have ended up trying to go for a 700 psi boiler, because that was what seems to be aiming for. And the interesting thing is Parsons do have some better turbine designs, but the turbine design they chose for it was supposed to be particularly efficient, but it weren't. And if they had, you have a very interesting scenario coming on. It's basically, if you take that as your point of development, and you do have them work with Brown Curtis and on boilers and turbines, as well as Parsons and and other manufacturers, there is a very real possibility with consistent funding, instead of saving money post the Washington Treaty and post a few other things, that the Royal Navy ends up with some very, very very, very flexible assets. No idea where the butt came from. Apologies. And then the thing is, though, especially is if you get that developed in about the mid 1920s, then by the time you get to 1939, the British will have been working on it and using it for about 15 odd years in peacetime. So the boilers you'll be using by World War II would have been very, very interesting and very different. Odds are, though, the interesting thing again, if we consider the Akron,
I think Jonathan Moon is starting to lose it.
You saw that as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
You
Drag-
okay, Foxo?
now,
I almost died after watching this. I'm just sending it to you, Dragon.
Oh no.
now
Please do not.
the interesting thing about Akron, and I'm presuming, because the vessel I worked with is, we're talking about the Akron class destroyer, and we're talking about the 1911. Akron herself. Now,
See, you can protest that all you want to, random user person, but you and I both know that you're hanging on by a knife's edge.
now
It's only one bad day before you finally lose it and go insane.
okay, can I get
Let me just
Back-
give you a push.
all right? Akron, the one we're talking about, is of course ordered in 1928, and designs are all ordered in 1928. So it's unfortunately it's too late for the Nelson and Ronley, but it would have been early enough if it had worked. If they had been happy with it, 500 psi, 750 degrees Fahrenheit. Was it the original one? They're aiming for a 700 psi engine. There is a possibility that if you managed to boost it up, you could have ended up with 700 psi engine. You could have kept it at 500 psi. Either way, the interesting thing is if you do have this become the model of your turbine production and engine construction from 1931 onwards, then all the ships from about 1931 onwards get this kind of engine thing produced by Thornycroft. And it is a Thornycroft free-trum boiler system. As I've talked about before, Thornycroft and Yarrow are the two who were really working on high-pressure steam. Occasionally Brown and the boilers are as well. I went with the Brown in the high pressure lecture because honestly, I thought a joint project between them and Curtis was more likely to get through because of having the money to do it independently. But the other option I could have gone, and I did consider, was Thornycroft and Yarrow getting together and doing it as a joint project because, frankly, those two working together would have pushed for something very fast. They're kind of like that.
Two girls, one still suit.
I don't want to know what you're all looking at. I really don't.
I didn't need to read that today, but I had to inflict it on the rest of you once I did.
Okay, what is the earliest that a working nuclear reactor could be built? A new AQE 4472.
Early 1900s.
A
Because
working
they
one.
built one in the early 1900s. It did work. It did control a fission reaction. It just did not do so at a rate conducive to steam production, which is not specified in the question.
Really?
I am technically correct.
You are, but in terms of practical sense, the first self-sustaining one is...
It's like 1910, 1920. Yeah.
I think
That's
it's
early
Yeah.
22.
And it's in like the
It's-
basement of the Chicago University or something.
Yes.
It's 19... the first actually self-sustaining one is Chicago Pile Number 1, which is in 1942. The first self-sustaining nuclear chain reaction is 1942. Chicago Pile Number 1. Started by Enrico Fermi. who died in
paradoxical guy.
1954.
Very paradoxical guy, that Fermi.
Yeah. He was only
Yeah, he
50.
couldn't quite. Can't make that joke on this stream.
hmm Remember, he died of inoperable stomach cancer. So, yeah.
I wonder why.
My
Yeah.
condolences, but also I said what I said. I stand by it.
Okay, what is the ultimate destroyer escort built? Probably
What context?
the Sumner
Destroyer
class.
escorts.
Probably the Sumners for their period. As in destroyer escorts.
Either the Sumners or the Hunts, the Batch 3 Hunt class.
I'd probably go with the Sumners over the Hunts. Honestly. And then...
The Sumners are just destroyers, though, aren't they? Basically.
They're escort destroyers still. They're escort destroyers. And that's going to be the last question, Paul, by William Anderson. Steve Clarke. Alex, you need to think about this. Designing nail rods with 800 psi, what features are you adding? Oh, I'm going with the F3 form. I am going to 28 knots, and that's about it for 35,000 tons. If I'm going to still get... Not realistically.
I thought the max you could get out of the twin shaft design was 24, 26 knots.
Well, that's what I'd always been working on until
cavitation.
Well, that's what we always been presuming, and then we started looking into the G3 and the F3 design studies.
Hell, you always have to go around it then.
Well, you see, the G3s have a 4, right, shaft design. But the F3s and the F2s, which are designed for 28 knots, have a 2 shaft design.
So how are they actually doing that then?
Now that's the interesting question. Me and Drac are looking into that, but they are, by all intents and purposes, a twin shaft design.
You need a much bigger propeller, wouldn't you? Are you going to write a book on this?
We are. And there's an argument actually that they could have, the Royal Navy were working. I reckon they could have achieved between 28 and 29 knots in their form. They are some gorgeous looking ships. I do say that. They are some absolutely gorgeous looking ships.
Yeah, they look nice oil tankers, you've got to admit.
The F3s look good. Part of the advantage the F3s have is they do have a transom stern.
See that right there? That right there is a man who knows how to take a joke at his own expense.
William Anderson, was there consideration ever given to the Velox boiler in Royal Navy pre-World War II? I know in real life there were trials to be held at Haslar in 1936 or so, but I have no details on it. If so, why wasn't it adopted? If I remember correctly, the Velox boiler trials, and I have some notes on this sort of thing because it came in my research on aircraft carriers. Pretty much the Royal Navy does some testing of it, and it's very interesting, but it's not it's too complicated. It's basically it's the complication and the power density of it. So theoretically, it can provide you a lot more power, but it also does does take up a lot of space inside the hull, and density-wise, it's not that great. It's not that great in terms of power generation. Okay, so that was basically the subject for it. Anyway, with that being said, that's now 6 hours, 7 minutes, and I've still got a flashing screen, and I have no idea why. It's not the camera settings. It's not OBS, which is up to date. I've tried to check all these things. I think it is the lights in the room. I think I'm going to have to change the light fittings. So please bear with me. I do apologize for occasionally a flash. They didn't use the flash. They've just started it. It could be all down to the one over there, which occasionally sends out weird flashes. And needs to be replaced, but it's over the top of the boxes and I can't get at it. I do apologize for all this. Take care. Thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed. Thank you.
Have a good one.
And thank you as ever to Runon, to Fleet, to Dan, to Dragon and Foxo for joining me, because it's always a wonderful thing to have them here. There usually are, if the bot's working, there's stuff in the chat and things for people to go find their details. If someone could quickly put their details in the chat, that would be wonderful. Thank you very much and take care.
Au revoir.